around the Capitol to try to bring some order to the building. But right now, it's still chaos. You have members hiding in their offices. You have journalists hiding with members of both parties in undisclosed locations, where they're telling colleagues not to say where they are, so they don't bring anybody around to try to find them, and really no sense of when the business of Congress to certify the election results, when this can resume in the near future. It's just still utter chaos on the Hill right now.
It is so clear that it is right now. Okay, Ben, we want you to stay safe as well. I want to bring in Congressman Tom Suozzi, who was in the House chamber.
Yeah, Jeffy Plamstein, that is exactly what I said when this shit started fucking hitting the fan. This is...
it was really an unfortunate day for the United States of America, and it's continuing as we speak.
I would consider this a coup d'etat attempt.
The debate was going on. There were many people.
Hey, what's up?
Well.
What's up? Yeah, what's up, Troy?
And
yeah, Troy, Jeffy, it might not be like guys in the government doing this, but this should be considered a coup d'etat attempt. Congress's certification of the Electoral College votes had to be straight up delayed.
Gas masks underneath the chairs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bunch of right-wing nutjobs. Look at all the fucking Gadsden flags and American flags and shit. Look, President Trump's face over an American flag.
On behalf of the country and all of us, she's duly installed. And then it got a little bit dicey with people banging at the doors of the House chambers. There was some piece of furniture put up to blockade one of the House doors. The doors were all locked. I don't know what it was that was coming through the windows, but one of the windows of one of the House doors was broken, and pistols were
these lunatics broke into the fucking Capitol, just breached all the fucking security stuff. Like their metal detectors and shit. Stormed in there. They eventually... Yeah, I've heard that someone was shot, too. I haven't really seen too much, specific news about that. Unfortunately.
I think that it's essential that we get
I think somebody was shot, which is really unfortunate. This is really bad.
Electoral votes as soon as possible, because we need to move forward. And there are people that want to disrupt our democracy. You think about what's going on today. You had the democracy taking place in the chamber. I totally disagree with my colleagues who wanted to object to the electoral process. But we were debating it. Outside, there was violence being fomented. And that's the difference between, what this country is about. And so we're all for protest, but it's got to be peaceful protest. And we have to have democracy. And we need to get back into that.
Yeah, there wasn't really any way they were going to stop them, because there was it had been known that they were gonna that there was gonna be a fucking that these nut jobs were gonna cause a fucking scene down in DC today. But the Capitol Police were woefully underprepared for it. The Capitol Building Police. I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump
Objecting
had them be underprepared for something
like this. It was really a surreal scene. The debate was actually very sedated.
Because
Paul Gosar of Arizona was objecting to his own state's electors. It was kind of a hushed debate, and then we were told that there was an announcement. The House gavelled into a recess, and we were told that protesters had entered the rotunda. That they were going to lock the doors, and we needed to stay still. Shortly thereafter, members were told to take gas masks out from underneath their seats because there was tear gas going to be deployed. And then we heard this ominous banging on the doors. At that point, the police barricaded the doors.
Yeah, Trump probably has an enormous erection.
Furniture, and protesters started smashing through the window. It was the door that the president normally comes in on the State of the Union. It's a pretty prominent door in the center aisle of the House.
Yeah, that's a picture of congressmen trying to block one of the entrances to the chamber with furniture.
Hallways were not secure, and after a tense standoff with at least 3 Capitol Police pointing their loaded weapons at the people breaking into the door and being told to back off, the rest of us were ushered out into a safe location.
Well, we are glad you're okay right now. We're seeing that picture right there. I know we've all seen that door so many times. Every president coming through to give the State of the Union today, breached by protesters. Eric, thank you very much. I want to bring in Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin from Michigan, former CIA analyst, also worked in the Department of Defense. You could put your analytical skills to work on what's happening in the United States today.
Well, listen, I mean, many of us are used to, working in places that are the targets of threats. I think today we're watching, the culmination of 4 years of that incitement coming from the very top. And I just want to say, I know that there's been a lot of back and forth on this in social media, but I have confirmed that the National Guard is going to be responding. And I think that's important for my peers who I haven't been able to all connect with. I think it's important for the media to know that, as I understand it, from someone who spoke directly with McCarthy, the Secretary of the Army, that the National Guard request has been approved, and they're obviously needing to coordinate and get this done correctly and efficiently and smartly. But I know there's been a lot of confusion, and a number of us have been on the phone trying to make sure
sending McConnell would
responded to that request immediately.
What's your understanding of what they're going to do?
Sending McConnell out to negotiate
listen,
would be fucking hilarious.
As was reported by so many, these protesters broke in, so none of them went through metal detectors. You have no idea what kind of weapons are right now in the Capitol. And you have to clear the buildings efficiently and effectively without, hopefully, a firefight, without this descending into further violence, which no one wants. And if people really support our military, support our guards, support the law enforcement who are risking their lives right now.
And people all over the world are watching this and being like, yo, what the fuck is going on in the United States?
Is the clearing of the building, and the easier that is, the less bloodshed we'll have.
Less bloodshed. We did hear some reports that shots were fired off the House floor. Did you ever feel in any personal danger?
I was making my way to the Capitol. No, nothing like what, some of the reports of some of my peers are going through. I was making my way to the Capitol when I started to hear the breaking of glass and, what I think were flashbangs, something that was used for crowd control. You could see the crowds pushing against the barricades, and I just went back to my office, sheltered in place. I have Congresswoman Andy Levin is sheltering in place with his team here in my office. So I did not feel in danger, but that is a very different situation when I see protesters who have not gone through metal detectors running through Statuary Hall and the Rotunda. And
we're seeing police officers in combat gear across the Capitol. Right now, Congresswoman, going forward, the votes will be counted, the election will be certified, Joe Biden will be inaugurated on January 20th. How does
not someone in law enforcement. So we are waiting for more information about that and about whether that's the only shooting incident.
Let's switch up to PBS's
the
coverage.
only one we've seen reported so far. The other thing we want to share with you is that Joe Biden, who had been scheduled to make a statement today about the American economy, because here we are now just 15 days away from his becoming president of the United States. And you can see, this is the picture in Wilmington, Delaware, where he has been speaking to the American people, to the press, in recent days. He'll be speaking just in a matter of minutes. It's just maybe 3:30 Eastern time. We're going to go to that as soon as it gets underway. He is now expected to address the events at the Capitol, as well as the economy. And of course, we'll carry that live and bring it to you. All of this unfolding completely in an unpredictable way. We've been following this story, following what's going on through the day. It started out as a day when we were going to be covering a debate in the Congress, the House and the Senate coming together. And these are live pictures from the Capitol right now. These are protesters climbing the walls to get up on the balcony area of the Capitol. We just heard Danny Weiss telling us he was worked at the Capitol for almost 3 decades, was Speaker Pelosi's chief of staff for several years.
These people are attacking the U.S. Capitol.
Completely sweep the Capitol for security reasons, because we don't know, of course, what has been left there, in what ways the security of the Capitol has been breached. These individuals we are watching are just outside the Capitol. We don't know how many people were able to get in and what they did once they were inside. We know that one person was shot, and we don't know the condition of the person. They were shot in the chest, and we're waiting for more information on that. But the situation has taken a dark turn, a very dark turn, and we are following it as closely as we can. We know the Speaker has been taken to a safe location, Vice President Mike Pence taken to a safe location. But President Trump has been very critical, has been calling out Vice President Mike Pence just within the hour or so, accusing him of not standing up, not having courage, because he didn't have, in the president's words, the courage to dispute, to refute the actual and factual election results. Lisa Desjardins is still inside the Capitol complex somewhere. I'm going to go to you, Lisa. Tell us where you are and what are you seeing?
Jesus Christ, where the fuck
This is the Longworth cafeteria. You know, you can see behind me, there's the sign for Dunkin' Donuts. Usually
They're just like sheltering in the fucking food court?
And have lunch. And what you see behind me instead, this is where people are sheltering. Several journalists are here.
Yeah, I remember when
you're. You can see.
I remember when Morgan's lady got. I remember when Morgan's lady got attacked by rogue police officers in Boston.
A lot of folks here in the basement of the Capitol eager for news on the outside, because we can't go outside right now, trying to figure out what the situation is. You can see these folks. We can't move to the other room of the cafeteria. They have separated the rooms. You can also see the employees over here.
I'm guessing that's in like some super secure.
Yeah, okay. So there you see the employees here are now also here inside their own workplace, unable to leave the Dunkin' Donuts area. And I think this is a scene of more people than most places in the Capitol, but this is what's happening all across the Capitol. People in offices not leaving their space, not sure when they can leave their space, staying calm, but unsure how long this is going to last.
Remarkable that they're staying calm, Lisa, under the circumstances. And no
yeah,
doubt
they're basically being held hostage in a mall food court, just like a bit more secure because it's a U.S. Capitol building.
That at some point there's going to be a resumption of the counting of the electoral votes. We don't know whether that can take place today, tonight, whenever, but presumably they want to stay close by.
This is
for
utterly
the
insane.
Time, for the moment when that can resume. So we're waiting for more. We are told that Speaker Pelosi called for the National Guard to reinforce security at the Capitol. I'm reading a message from our colleague Nick Schifrin, who covers national security in the Pentagon for us. He tells he is reporting that the Joint Staff, that's the military, the uniformed head of the military, telling him off the record. Well, sorry, I'm not supposed to report this. It's off the record. But in essence, we're waiting to find out more about whether the National Guard will be called in at the Capitol.
Why haven't they called them in already?
We wait.
I don't know how long.
We're looking at different reports from different media. If the National Guard is going to come in, are the protesters going to go willingly? Or are they going to be safely and peacefully escorted out of the building? Or are they going to put up a protest, a fuss, and say, I'm not going?
Well, specifically, this is Donald's fault because Donald was getting people all riled up with this shit, spewing bullshit. Spewing bullshit about the election ever since the election day, and even before election day, saying it's going to be stolen from me.
Now I'm reading by this is from one of our colleagues, Courtney Norris, who says that a supporter of President Trump, one of the protesters, is sitting inside the office of Speaker Pelosi, carrying on his protest inside the Capitol.
This isn't a protest, though. This is a coup d'etat attempt.
Very well be an area that the public can be invited into. People are received in the offices of the members of Congress. I'm seeing another report now, in essence, that a woman is seen receiving first aid due to a gunshot injury to her neck after being shot inside the Capitol. This is another news source. We will try to, again, confirm exactly what happened. That may well be the individual who we reported earlier, was believed to have been shot in the chest. So we don't have at this point, we don't have any reason to believe that more than one person was shot. That's all we can confirm at this point. Now I'm reading from the governor of Virginia, and I'm quoting Governor Ralph Northam of Virginia. He is saying, per the mayor's request, referring to Mayor Muriel Bowser of the district, I am sending members of the Virginia National Guard along with 200 Virginia state troopers into the district. So that presumably is an effort to try to help clear the Capitol. He said to respond to the situation in Washington. My team and I are working closely with Mayor Bowser, with Speaker Pelosi, and with Senator Schumer to respond to what is going on. We're looking at live pictures of the United States Capitol in the aftermath of a shooting of one of these protesters inside the building after they breached the perimeter, breached the building, broke glass, got inside. It now looks as if there's some movement on the part of these protesters. Some of them seem to be milling around, walking in one direction or another. We can't really tell if that's something that's organized.
You mean traitors, not protesters. They're traitors. They're actual traitors. They have invaded the Capitol building to try to nullify the results of an election.
On inside, but it's very clear that after the incidents of the last few hours, that there are now attempts to step up security at the Capitol and an attempt to clear the Capitol building itself of protesters who have gone inside, who've occupied the Speaker's office, who've occupied the Senate floor.
Oh, yeah.
Walk through the hallways.
And you know
of
for
the
a fact if
Capitol
leftists were trying to do this, they'd be getting massacred right now.
Organized attempt to try to clear them out. The National Guard has been called in. Other security officials have been called in an effort to try to restore calm and peace to this building where the nation's business was being conducted. The Constitution calls for on January the 6th for members of Congress to gather to count formally the electoral votes, one more step in the process of certifying the election result. The election took place on November 3rd. On November 7th, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were declared the winners by virtue of the count that was done at that point. And state by state, every state has certified its results. The electoral votes have been certified by the states. Today was to be a mere formality, but then there were protests, there were objections raised by a handful of
oh shit, Jeffy, I gotta go get more water. I'll be right back.
Over 100, around 100 Republican House members at the behest of President Trump. They were asked to object to the electoral count with no factual basis whatsoever of any irregularity. Simply
the army is supposed to defend the Constitution from all threats, foreign and domestic, or some shit like that.
Scalise of Louisiana speaking about governors and secretaries of state in various states overriding the will of state legislatures, but we don't have any details about what he was referring to because we know that state after state after state, all 50 states and the district, have certified the election results. So we still don't know what exactly is it that the objection is based on. What is it that they're referring to that they claim would call for a re-examination, or in the words of Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, an auditing of the election results. We've seen, 90 court cases, where in every case Democratic appointed and Republican appointed judges, including judges appointed by President Trump, have called for those results. Have called those allegations unfounded, have said we don't see any evidence here, we don't see any legal basis for what you're doing. There's been nothing that's been upheld in any single court in the United States that would lead to factual evidence that would undermine the result of this election. So what we're seeing is anger and disappointment and a determination to overturn the results of the election, but based on nothing of any legitimate or legal consequence. So, and yet President Trump continues to push this. Just an hour ago, he tweeted another criticism of his own vice president, Mike Pence, who, as we've been saying all day long, Mike Pence, probably no one more loyal to this president, but what the president wrote, this was just an hour ago, he said Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify.
Yeah, and of course, all
facts.
literally the second that like
Mike
protesters
Pence
were breaking into the Capitol building, Donald Trump goes
simply,
tweeting about Mike Pence.
Did not see a foundation for his being able to do what the president was asking him to do. So a remarkable is an overused word. I'm going to use it again. A remarkable turn of events here in Washington, the likes of which we have not seen. I, in my 40-plus years covering Washington, never seen anything like this, where people come and break into the Capitol because they don't like the results of the election. Certainly people have been unhappy about election results.
Yeah.
There have been peaceful protests.
Yeah, this is
raising
insane.
Objections, but not to this degree, and not to this degree where weapons were used, where the Capitol was broken into. It's a simply stunning turn of events in what was supposed to be a routine and orderly and constitutionally backed set of procedures at the Capitol today, all of which has now been put on hold while security forces, the National Guard, is called in an attempt to clear the Capitol and to restore, in an attempt to restore order. Let's see. I want to see if Lisa or Yamish, if either one of you is available, if there's anything new to report, either from the White House or from inside the
This
Capitol,
is about trying to
on
intimidate
the Capitol grounds,
Congress
whether
into
we
just
see
giving
any
Trump victory.
stepped up security around there. I'm going to try to throw it to whoever is listening, and if you're all tied up, then what I'd like to do is, oh, here we go. This is a comment from Vice President Pence. He has tweeted just in the last moment. He said, "This attack on our Capitol will not be tolerated." And he said the protesters, quote, "will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law."
They better
So,
be, but I know that
I'm
Mike
looking
Pence
to
is
you.
pretty
This is
empty
Vice
coming
President
from
Pence,
him. This is coming.
loyal
This
to
is
President
empty
Trump,
coming from him.
who called these protesters out, but now you have the vice president saying that they will be prosecuted.
That's right. And the vice president's statement at this point is more biting, more pointed than President Trump's statements. Now, President Trump is someone who is a communications president, a reality TV president. He has called into more newsrooms than any other president in history. And right now we have not actually heard from the president. He is watching this from what I'm told from the West Wing of the White House, in this security bubble of the White House. Things are very, very calm here. A complete difference from what we're seeing happen on Capitol Hill, what we're seeing happen in cities and states across the country. The president here is being urged by both people inside the White House as well as people who have left the White House who used to work for him to say more, to be more biting in this, to really condemn people and tell people to go home. But the president hasn't done that. The White House press secretary is tweeting much like the president. Again, both of them not coming to the camera, not saying in person what they want to say.
Yeah, of course they would be.
White House press secretary is
if this was leftist, the leftists would be getting massacred.
To come
they
and
wouldn't have
help
ever
out.
got inside.
There were reports at one point that there was some hedging on whether or not that would be something that the president would want to do. So what we see here is the president taking to social media in a moment where Americans are simply terrified. And I have to say, Judy, the false information has consequences. The conspiracy theories has consequences. And that is what we're seeing today. We are seeing the consequences of the president's actions as Democrats and Republicans told him over and over and over again to stop doing this. I'm thinking about a Georgia Republican
These
official
are
who
the
said,
consequences.
"Someone might get killed, Mr. President. Please condemn this." This was weeks ago. The president chose not to do this, and we are now here in this moment.
Hey, Nixon,
Absolutely.
not the
Denise,
White
the
House, but
president
these
has been told
lunatics,
repeatedly, and yet he has persisted.
not the White
and
House, but these
elected members
lunatics
of
have
the
gone
Senate
into
and the
D.C.
House,
and they've overrun the U.S.
federal
Capitol
officials at every
building.
level under
Even
in
though
the
Donald
President
Trump was
Trump's
telling people to
administration
come into D.C.
have
and
supported
protest,
what the
when
president has
because
said
Congress
in
is
saying
formally
that this election
is supposed
was
to be
rigged,
formally
that it's
certifying
an election that was
the Electoral
stolen, and
College
therefore
vote
they are
today.
justified
Which is this
in
is all
challenging
normally
the
just a
results.
formality.
I'm the
But
Nevada's
Donald Trump was
there on the
like
grounds of the Capitol.
telling
I'm not
people
gonna
to
go
come to D.C. and like start a huge shitstorm.
Judy, I just wanna
So
bring
the
everybody
Capitol
up to
building
speed on
should have
what's been
had more of the
unfolding here,
Capitol
because it
police
is,
protecting
as you
it.
say, and we say this
And,
a lot, a remarkable scene. But over the last 10 minutes or so, we did see the arrival of about 24 more heavily armed members of law enforcement. It was hard to see.
Yeah, they had to like evacuate the House and Senate chambers and move all the like representatives and senators.
They all had heavy flak, which is
into they had to like move all the representatives and senators into a more secure location.
And face shields on, and they marched up in formation sort of across the grounds here through the protesters, and then it's unclear what happened. They may have taken up a position somewhere else, but the protesters have not yet been moved. So they remain here in force, basically having their run of the place. I mean, if you look around you right now, there's protesters milling about in the front. They're up and down the stairs. They've completely taken over the front stairwell here as well. And we should mention, we're sort of keeping our distance here a little bit because protesters continue to do everything they can to try to disrupt a lot of the reporting. There's a lot of profanity being yelled, some profane signs being waved around. So we're trying to be a little careful about what we're showing people at home right now. But this is very much still the scene here. It's unclear if that message of the curfew...
Yeah, this is really bad.
There seems to be no signs of anyone dissipating. It does seem to be, though, that the longer people stay out here and nothing seems to be changing in terms of what they wanted to see happen today, people are increasingly getting frustrated. So you're seeing a few more angry people, a lot more yelling. A couple of pieces of reporting I want to share with you. One, we've been able to talk to a few of the people who were part of the protest crowds on different sides of the Capitol, and they shared that there was some debate among the protest crowd about whether or not to try to break in. Some people were saying, no, we should stay back and be peaceful. There was a smaller contingent, we were told by a few protesters, who said, no, we have to get in. And as Lisa was reporting, we're using whatever they had in their hands to try to break through the barrier. Another piece of information I want to share, and we only have this from one protester who said he was part of the group that was able to breach the doors and get inside the Capitol. He said that those protesters witnessed one protester being shot. He couldn't provide many more details. He didn't know the person who was shot. He identified her as a young woman.
I'm posting something on Instagram real quick.
His account of what he saw with us, and that's all we can share at the moment on that. But he also said he was able to get in with the rest of the crowd he was with. I asked him how many people. He said about 500 people, that is his account right now, were able to get in. I asked him where he went, and he said, I went everywhere. Never been inside, so I wandered around. I said, did you see any police? He said, just a few. And then I asked him why he left, and he said, well, we got bored, and there was nothing else to do, so we came back outside.
Well, the votes I was talking about were just the Electoral College votes, which is our stupid way of electing the president. That's what Congress was certifying. But yeah, they've been able to like get into congressmen's offices and shit. Who knows what they've been able to get their hands on? They're gonna have to sweep the entire Capitol in case any of them like try to leave bombs or anything.
We're waiting to see what happens next. As I mentioned, those additional forces now arriving, but the protesters showing no signs of moving. Judy?
Yes, it is such a disturbing scene. And then Amna, you see you know the protests that are going on. You see the crowds behind you. But then we just saw two people when you started to speak who were just walking casually behind you like they were strolling through Washington. We do have a few more pieces of information we want to share. One is CBS is reporting that Kevin McCarthy, who is the highest ranking Republican in the House, he's the House Minority Leader, has phoned President Trump to ask him to do more to get the crowd to step back, to do something to calm the protests. He asked him to speak to the country.
Yeah, Donald Trump needs to fucking... Donald Trump needs to tell these people to go the fuck home. And then get prosecuted and sentenced to death for treason.
By CBS. Another news organization reporting that law enforcement is arriving at the Capitol from the Department of Homeland Security. We are also told that both the National Guard and the federal police of other description are heading toward the Capitol. There clearly are moves now to reinforce security at the Capitol. Whatever the planning was that went into today, they underestimated the determination of this crowd to do what it has done, which is to enter the building and to work their way through. And to the point that we now know at least one protester was shot. I've just read another report, and I can't tell you the source of it, but the report is that 6 people have been taken to the hospital. as a consequence of what we've been watching.
6 people have been taken to the hospital as a result of shit going down at the Capitol.
If I can find the source of that, because we are always reluctant to share information. We have not confirmed that, but I did see a report, 6 people taken to the hospital. We can say the AP is reporting that the National Guard and other federal police are making their way to the Capitol. I've seen a report, the Department of
Making their way, they're taking a fucking minute.
Sending its uniformed guards, officials, security to
Hello, Dark
at
Sentencer.
the Capitol. And as I mentioned earlier, Vice President Pence himself
Isn't this such a wonderful day to be an
Capitol
American?
will not be tolerated. That protesters will be
I'm totally
prosecuted
not
to the
like
fullest extent of the
extremely
law.
embarrassed
In
to
other
be
words,
an
he's going
American while I
further-
watch this
further
shit going
than
down in the
President Trump
news.
is
Totally
himself.
not
President Trump
embarrassed.
has called for calm. He called for people to be peaceful, but this is after hours of basically egging them on, of saying the election was rigged, urging them to have the courage to stand up, to defy the accurate election results. And only in the aftermath of that, and as we just reported, after he was asked by Congressman McCarthy, who's the House Minority Leader, the president was asked to do more, to speak to the American people, to urge these supporters of his to stand down, and we're waiting to see what more he will do. We are waiting to hear from Joe Biden. He was to be talking to the press at 3:30 Eastern Time. That time has come and gone. It's about 20 minutes ago. We're still waiting to see what, if anything, the Vice President, or rather President-elect Biden, will have to say. He may be waiting to see what takes place and whether they are able to calm things down at the Capitol building. So we know, again, efforts are being made underway right now to get more uniformed officers into the Capitol to calm things down. So Lisa Desjardins, you are inside the Capitol complex. Tell us what you've learned at this point. Lisa.
Yeah, right now, a few staffers are starting to venture a little bit out of their offices, go into other offices. There are a few people in the halls, but generally this is what it looks like in the Capitol. Just a few people, and on any other day,
Yeah, and poor Lisa
time, this
Desjardins
would
is on
be
her phone.
completely abnormal. But this is what the Capitol has
On her
looked like during
goddamn
the
phone,
coronavirus.
just like basically
One,
held
thing about
hostage
the
in the
timing of
Capitol
this
for the
today,
time being.
that has meant fewer people were affected than would have been affected a year ago, is that many of the congressional offices have either no staff or very little staff because of the coronavirus. So many people in the Capitol complex, like so many Americans, are working remotely. The Capitol complex has some 20,000 employees. That's down to a mere fraction these days because of the coronavirus. Now, on the other hand, today was probably the most I've seen of staff in a year, and that's because it's the first week of Congress and it is the Electoral College certification. So fewer staff are here than usual, but more than we've seen during most of the coronavirus. One other note, Judy, I have seen Capitol Police gathering in a stairwell in the building that I am at. They clearly are trying to figure out their next steps. They are organizing. I obviously didn't speak to them. They have a job to do. But I can tell you that they are organizing. They are gathering in their groups here. I don't know what their next step are, but they're clearly trying to figure that out themselves as well.
Lisa Desjardins reporting from the Capitol complex.
Hey, Nav. Yeah, this shit is terrifying and embarrassing. I am embarrassed as fuck to be an American right now. And I've said this like multiple times since I started this stream up only like a half hour ago, but you know for a fact that if these were leftists storming the Capitol, the National Guard would already be there with Bradley vehicles, like indiscriminately massacring people.
The governor of Maryland,
if this was leftists,
has said that Maryland is sending in state troopers and National Guard as well to help get the Capitol, get the Washington, D.C., and get the United States Capitol under control, to a position where it's safe for people to be there. I just want to share also the New York Times is reporting, Maggie Haberman, who typically covers the White House, is reporting an explosive device was found at the Republican National Committee and detonated safely. So that's another development we will
Yeah.
be following today.
If this was leftist, they would they would be lucky if all they were facing in response is tear gas.
Who worked for Speaker Pelosi for several years. You've been at the Capitol. You have decades of experience in the building. You've been talking to folks. What are you learning?
Well, most members seem to be safe. Staff seem to be safe. They're reporting that they're locked down. As Lisa just reported, many of them are working from home. Only staff that were needed for today's procedure were in the Capitol or in the House office buildings. But you know that they're
yeah, or if they storm the
deeply
Capitol,
concerned.
just
And,
live ammunition.
This is an institution. Okay, so I've worked there for a long time. It's an institution.
Does this
that
make
has
me
done a lot of
reconsider
good.
the
It's an
ethics of
institution that has
eugenics?
done a lot of bad. I personally care about the institution.
No,
I know a
because
lot of
even
members
if
do and a lot of
eugenics
staff
could
do,
like
and it's
actually work, it
it's
wouldn't
very,
stop
very,
people
very
from being.
disturbing to see
These
the
people are
Congress,
just
the buildings,
scumbags.
and
They're
what it
like not even
represents.
stupid.
Its ability to do good for the
they're just
country.
slime balls.
Certainly, it has an
These
ability to
people
do
have been
harm.
brainwashed
To be
into
under
this. They
attack
weren't
like this,
born like this.
and it raises very, very significant questions about how this mood is going to be changed. You know, what I see is that this movement of people that are there today, which they resemble, when you look at them, they resemble the people that gathered in Lansing, Michigan, to try to shut down the state capitol in Lansing. They resemble some of the people that said that they, were planning to kidnap, were arrested for planning to kidnap Governor Whitmer. When that happened, President Trump said nothing. And
Yep.
all of the times that people gather, whether it's in Charlottesville or here or elsewhere, and they're never told that this can't go on by the top leadership in this country, they're emboldened to go further. And this is now the furthest step that they've taken to break into the Capitol.
Exactly. Now,
Their
careful, chat.
actions
Careful, chat. We
potentially
don't
have
want to
resulted,
break Toss. You
in
know how
serious
much stricter
wounding or
Twitch
death
is
of
toward
somebody inside
Twitch
the
and like
building.
YouTube and
That
everybody
is
are
on the
towards
President of the
leftists
United
about
States. And
Toss.
really, I hate to say this, it's on the heads of every Republican that has supported President
We can't
Trump. I don't
advocate
say that as
violence
a
on
partisan.
Twitch.
I say that as someone who has witnessed, and Yamiche mentioned this. She said words have consequences. So those consequences we are now seeing play out. When the president was acquitted,
Well, with Russ to avoid the
impeachment
Twitch
in the
toss,
Senate,
I would turn off all the
all bets
fucking
were off.
in-game chat
we are
and
now
only
really
talk to the
seeing the
people I was
consequences of
playing
that.
with on Discord. That's how I
Listening,
that's how
to
I
Danny
dealt
Weiss,
with the
who
Rust
worked
Twitch
at the
toss
Capitol for a number
problem.
of years. There was
It
a
is
chief of
highly
staff
it
to
is
Nancy Pelosi. We're now hearing and seeing
it is
evidence of
ill-advised.
tear
Yeah, Dark
gas or
Sensor.
another form
Unfortunately,
of
we
gas
can't even
that's
use that
being
Minecraft. We
used
can't even
around
use the
Capitol
Minecraft
to try to disperse
cop
the
out anymore.
protesters.
Sadly,
we are watching this very closely to see where it's coming from.
Also,
and what
Rust is a
happened.
video
This
game.
Is inside. This is a camera inside, I believe, the Senate chamber. We're looking at this. We were told earlier that protesters were
yeah,
in there.
it is
They were running
ill-advised
through
to stream
desks
Rust with its
of
in-game
different
chat
senators. I
turned
just
on,
want
though.
to
It's
let you know that as we see this, and this is the Senate chamber, or is that the House chamber? I'm having to get an. This is the House chamber. My apology. I just want to. I see members of Congress. It looks like sitting in some of these seats. I'm trying to.
They're like hiding,
recognizing people. But I do want to report that Speaker Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, who is the ranking Democrat in the Senate,
Same here, Nav,
have both called on President Trump to.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that bag
supporters
on
to
the
leave
lady's
the
head was
Capitol
about.
grounds. They've called on President Trump to ask his supporters to leave the Capitol grounds. We had reported earlier that Kevin McCarthy, who is the House Minority Leader, Republican, called on President Trump to try to calm the situation, to ask his.
Yeah, I'm not
supporters
sure
to
why that
stand
lady had a
down. We
bag
don't
on
know
her
what
head,
effect
but
that had. But now we have the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer, who's the ranking Democrat in the Senate, both asking President Trump to speak to his reporters to urge them to leave the Capitol. So these requests are coming into the president from the Democratic leadership, from the Republican leadership. We have the Vice President of the United States calling on these protesters to stand down, saying they will be prosecuted, he said, to the full extent of the law. My colleague Nick Schifrin, who covers national security, covers the military, the Pentagon, and the State Department for us. Nick with some information.
Yeah, Nev, so
Nick,
what that is that's called LARPing?
Yeah, Judy, over the last hour
yeah, maybe
or
the
so,
bag
it's
is
been
some sort of
moving back and
substitute
forth
for a
when it comes
mask.
to the National Guard.
Maybe it's some specific
DC
thing that got
National
sold that involved a
Guard,
bag. I don't
deploys
fucking know.
Through the Pentagon,
But,
whereas the Virginia and Maryland National Guard.
yeah, those
National
dudes that
Guard
were
will
rappelling
deploy
down that
through their
10-foot wall, that's what we call LARPing. These guys are, a lot of these people that are storming the Capitol are Army
The
LARPers.
National Guard will deploy into Washington, D.C. and the area around the Capitol. A statement from Chief Pentagon spokesman Jonathan Hoffman that the Guard has been mobilized to provide support to federal law enforcement in the district, and then discusses how the acting Secretary of Defense, Chris Miller, has been in contact with congressional leadership, and the Army Secretary McCarthy has been working with the D.C. government. That's led, of course, by the mayor, and the statement goes on to say the law enforcement response will be led by the Department of Justice. And Judy, that speaks to fears within the Pentagon.
And coming from a friend of mine,
this afternoon, I should say, that the D.C. Guard would be misused.
Coming from a friend of mine, I guess Colorado is also dealing with something similar, like a bunch of LARPers are storming their state capitol building,
leaders, Pentagon leaders, Army leaders,
trying to like intimidate their state legislature or some shit like that.
Be deployed. They weren't allowed, as of this morning, to have weapons. They weren't allowed to have any armored vehicles, and they weren't allowed to use any helicopters like they did in June. But again,
a friend of mine was just telling me that a SRA buddy of his from Colorado was
DC National Guard has been
sending him stuff.
Activated. The entire Guard, all 1,100, has been activated because of what's happening at the Capitol, and they will be assisting law enforcement in clearing the Capitol.
Just one more, Nick, in an extraordinary turn of events this afternoon. You have the D.C. National Guard, as you're reporting. Earlier, we had been reporting both Virginia, the Governor Ralph Northam of Virginia said that the Virginia National Guard was going into the district to help at the request of Mayor Bowser. We've had Maryland announcing that its National Guard, state police being made available to try to to restore some calm and peace there at the United States Capitol building, which has been overrun today by protesters, supporters of President Trump, who called on them to come to Washington to protest the election results and to
Donald Trump built this fire. He needs to come try to piss it out at least.
Stolen from him. So as a result of his pushing and urging, this is what it has led to.
I'm going to start taking down the racing wheel.
There are reports that a number of people have been hospitalized. We know at least one protester apparently was shot. We don't know the condition of that person.
There's
a reliable report that the person was shot in the neck. We don't know, again, what has happened, but we know it's serious. This situation took a dark turn very quickly after the House and Senate convened to try to begin the formal process of counting the electoral votes. What should have been a routine process has turned into this mayhem that we've been watching unfold all afternoon since about 1:30, 2 o'clock Eastern time.
The worst part is I do think that this is going to get a lot worse before it gets better, unfortunately.
I know there was a report a little while ago, there was tear gas that was deployed. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
That's right, Judy. We've actually pulled a little further back away from the Capitol because of that tear gas. I'm not sure if you can see or not over my shoulder, but there's a pretty densely packed crowd that's still trying to get into the Capitol. They've been in a confrontation and a lockdown, a standoff with D.C. Capitol Police for quite some time now. That contingent has kind of continued to grow. It's dissipated on other parts of the Capitol outside here, but you might still be able to see there's some gas coming up over the wall on that side.
Yeah, Nev, you take care of yourself. Thanks for stopping around for a little bit.
But of course, it's very windy. It's very cold out here. It blew
and
up
I am going
hill,
to put
and it did have a little bit of effect. Some of that crowd dissipated. We talked to a few protesters as they were leaving, walking away from the area, wiping their eyes. They were very red-eyed, and their noses were running. As I know, of someone who's experienced tear gas before, that is what happens. So we've pulled a little further away to remain safe. But that crowd is still very much engaged in a confrontation with D.C. Capitol Police. Fritz, I'm not sure if you can pan a little bit that way. Judy, I want to show you, there's still a significant contingent of people on that center stairwell, but even that has thinned out just a bit. So if I were to update people on sort of what's been happening out here, there's definitely fewer protesters. Maybe because of the cold, the tear gas also
But yeah,
contributed a
this
little
is
bit.
really going to be,
People are by and large
this is going to be one for the
starting
fucking
to leave some of this
textbooks.
location. You'll see some folks walking around behind us as well. There's now many more heavily armed guards, law enforcement officials.
Good.
Who we saw with emergency response vests on, who have taken up a position outside the perimeter and seem to be part of that line now holding people back. There's a handful of D.C. Capitol Police who have been here from the beginning who are still in those same positions. But again, fewer protesters now engaged in direct confrontation, now down to sort of a smaller, hardcore contingent that remain screaming and yelling and waving flags and chanting in that confrontation with law enforcement. We have not yet seen any significant arrival of National Guard troops or any other reinforcement troops. We're hearing sirens and we see cars pull up every now and again. But I have to tell you, from here, Judy, we haven't seen a significant increase in that kind of heavier law enforcement or official presence. We'll let you know as we do, but maybe they're hoping that sort of over time,
Quick reminder, thank you, Evan Fonzie, that this is what black protesters were greeted by on the steps of the Capitol.
Just a little bit, but we'll come back to you as we know more.
Predominantly white predominantly white Trumpists, and they just let him waltz right in there. Hey, Dark Sentencer, thank you very, very much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it.
Watching what I've been watching. At this hour, our democracy is under unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times. An assault on the citadel of liberty, the Capitol itself. An assault on the people's representatives and the Capitol Hill Police, sworn to protect them, and the public servants who work at the heart of our republic. An assault on the rule of law like few times we've ever seen it. An assault on the most sacred of American undertakings, the doing of the people's business. Let me be very clear. The scenes of chaos at the Capitol do not reflect a true America, do not represent who we are. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent. It's disorder.
But think of how many people at home are probably sitting around cheering this, being like, oh yeah, this is what we need to keep President Trump in office.
Now. I call on this mob.
Yeah, this is dangerous.
To pull back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. You've heard me say before in different contexts, the words of a president matter, no matter how good or bad that president is. At their best, the words of a president can inspire.
Yep.
At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do.
Oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege. To storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection. The world's watching. Like so many other Americans, I am genuinely shocked and saddened that our nation, so long the beacon of light and hope for democracy, has come to such a dark moment. Through war and strife, America's endured much. And we will endure here, and we will prevail again, and will prevail now. The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency. The renewal of the politics. It's about solving problems, looking out for one another, not stoking the flames of hate and chaos. As I said, America is about honor, decency, respect, tolerance. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. The certification.
Disagree with that,
the
but
electoral college
yeah,
vote is supposed to be a sacred ritual, which we affirm. The purpose is to affirm the majesty of American democracy. But today's reminder, a painful one, that democracy is fragile, and to preserve it requires people of goodwill, leaders with the courage to stand up, who are devoted not to the pursuit of power, or the personal interest pursuits of their own selfish interest at any cost, but of the common good. Think what our children watching television are thinking. Think what the rest of the world is looking at. For nearly 2.5 centuries, we, the people, in search of a more perfect union, have kept our eyes on that common good. America is so much better than what we've seen today. Watching the scenes from the Capitol, I was reminded, as I prepared other speeches in the past, I was reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln in his annual message to Congress, whose work has today been interrupted by chaos. Here's what Lincoln said. He said, "We shall nobly save or merely lose the last best hope on earth." Went on to say, "The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud and God must forever bless." The way is plain here, too. That's who we are. It's the way of democracy, of respect, of decency, of honor, and commitment as patriots to this nation. Notwithstanding what I saw today and we're seeing today, I remain optimistic about the incredible opportunities. There has never been anything we can't do when we do it together. And this god-awful display today is bringing home to every Republican and Democrat and Independent in the nation that we must step up. This is the United States of America. There's never, ever, 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 ever been a thing we've tried to do that we've done it together. We've not been able to do it. So, President Trump, step up. May God bless America. May God protect our troops and all those folks at the Capitol who are trying to preserve order. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Joe Biden talking to the press there in Wilmington, Delaware. The president-elect calling on President Trump to speak on national television to order his supporters to leave the Capitol. We heard Joe Biden describe what he called disorder and chaos at the Capitol. He said this borders on sedition. It must end. I call on this mob, I'm reading Joe Biden's words, to pull back. And he went on to speak about the words of a president matter, to cite the many ways President Trump has called on his supporters to challenge the election results. He spoke about the need now for Americans to come together. He said the work that we're going to have to do in coming weeks and months will be to bring the country together. I'm very much condensing what the president-elect had to say, but the most newsworthy was his calling on President Trump to go on national television and urge his supporters to leave the Capitol. We know that there were reports before Biden spoke from other news organizations that President Trump had been asked by Republican leaders as well as Democratic leaders to urge people to leave the Capitol. He was refusing to go on television.
Of course.
To do that. He was declining. At least that is according to other reports.
Of course, because
Right now,
Donald Trump doesn't give a shit.
Reporters, our own Lisa Desjardins, Amna Nawaz, have been have been reporting
there
from
we
the
got
Capitol
some
grounds.
van and
we
a
are
cop.
waiting to see evidence of either National Guard, state patrols, state police, for some evidence that they are showing up at the Capitol to reinforce the Capitol Police, where they were clearly under-prepared, under-secured, were not ready for the show of force on the part of these protesters who came in force in large numbers.
Yeah, of course they weren't ready for the show of
breach
force.
the Capitol, to breach the perimeter, to go in, to knock down the doors, to break windows, to break glass, to get inside, to go into the Senate chamber, into the House chamber. Here we have, this is a quick look at the House chamber. We were told that protesters were inside there. We're also told that House members are trying to find different places to stay safe in the Capitol building. Lisa Desjardins has reported for us that the members of the Senate were in one location. We don't know, of course, what that location is, but we were told they were staying safe, being kept safe in one location. But we're trying to follow sources of information from many different directions. We've just listened to Joe Biden calling on President Trump to go before the American people, to go on national television, to urge his supporters.
Remember how many jackboots they had set up when there were going to be like Black Lives Matter protests in DC? Yeah, a bunch of domestic terrorists come and storm the U.S. Capitol building under arms to interfere with a congressional process. And they're woefully unprepared for it. Like, what the fuck? And in terms of Joe Biden's whole thing was a bit too optimistic here, because one thing he's forgetting, these scumbags, these fucking losers here, all of these whiny, sore losers that are trying to nullify the election, that are essentially trying to execute a coup d'etat on behalf of President Trump. These people are they're slimy white supremacist filth who literally just live and breathe violence. They don't understand reason. There's no reasoning with these pieces of shit. They probably wouldn't even go home even if Donald himself went on TV and told them to piss off. They'd probably instead just try to hunt down whoever they wanted to, whoever they thought was responsible for brainwashing Trump and try to kill them or something. Yeah, these people, look at all these idiots. These people, these are scum. These are filth. These are people who literally just breathe fucking violence. They whine and bitch about Black Lives Matter. Oh, they get so violent, blah, blah, and then they storm the fucking Capitol. These people breathe violence and white supremacy. They cannot be fucking reasoned with.
What I'm learning is that there are reports that President Trump may be releasing at some point a taped statement. This comes after both Democrats and Republicans, and now Vice President-elect Joe Biden, have called on him to come to a camera to call off these protesters who have broken into the Capitol. We heard President-elect Biden say something that so far President Trump himself has not said, and that is telling these protesters to go home, saying that this is not protest, it looks like insurrection. He also said that this is not democracy, and that the president needs to, quote, step up. So this is the president responding to that in some ways. There are a lot of critics of the president who say this is really all because of the president and his rhetoric.
It is.
His continuing to
it is entirely because of Donald Trump's rhetoric.
So what we see is President-elect
It's because of the rhetoric he's been using ever since he first started running for president.
We will hear, we'll wait to see what the president says in that taped video address, because the president has in the past, in these video addresses, continued to talk about disinformation, continued to talk about debunked claims. He's used these taped these taped videos to try to really just continue to spread things that are simply not true, and to not take really hard questions from reporters in this moment where the nation is looking for a leader to say something about what's going on.
And we know, Yamisha, as you're reporting, the president has apparently taped a message that is going to be released shortly. We will, of course, share that as soon as we see it. I'm told, okay, maybe this is it. It's a 2-minute statement. It's on Twitter. It was just released as of about 2 minutes ago. As soon as we can share that with you, we will. I'm told he is calling for calm. He's calling for calm.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election.
He goes on, let's see, maybe we have the statement here. I hear the president's voice, so maybe someone has the statement. I can see it on Twitter, but I'm not able to share it with you. I'm told the president says the election was stolen. He continues to insist the election was stolen, but he is calling for calm. So it remains to be seen whether this short statement by the president will have the desired effect of getting people to leave the Capitol.
Yeah,
because
he did.
The president clings to this.
This is all happening.
Unfounded and baseless belief that the election
I just rocked my desk a little bit.
That he actually won. He's said on several occasions he won by millions of votes or hundreds of thousands of votes in a number of states, which is not true. But as soon as we can get the president's statement, we will share that with you. The picture I'm looking at of the president,
we're dealing with a bunch of sore losers.
In front, in front of the Rose Garden.
But of course, you can't be
shot with him standing there, and I could show it to you on my.
Of course, you can't expect anything like that out of Donald. All you can expect out of Donald is all Donald cares about.
In essence, the president is now speaking out to these protesters at the
all
Capitol,
Donald gives a fuck about is enriching himself and attracting attention to himself.
From him, that it was illegitimate. Another piece of news, the Associated Press has now joined other news organizations in saying that Jon Ossoff, the 33-year-old business entrepreneur, is the winner in the
6
Senate
p.m. curfew
race in Georgia. That's the
Trump
second race that was in a runoff. He was running against David Perdue, who had served for one term Republican. Jon Ossoff has defeated David Perdue by a margin, I believe, of 0.6%, which is above 98% under which the candidates, voters can ask for an automatic recount. So that appears to be outside the 0.5%, 0.5% margin that would trigger or set off an automatic recount. So that is a big win for the Democrats. For the Democrats to have won now 2, not 1, but 2 Senate seats in the state of Georgia is simply stunning. Another
the AP's calling it for Ossoff now?
Very
cool.
News cram.
Yeah, wow. Democrats completely flipped Georgia. Really, I think this year's results in Georgia probably actually accurately reflect the state's voters and demographics and whatnot. It's just in the past, the state of Georgia very heavily suppressed them. And this time around, the suppression tactics just didn't work as well as they needed to.
Stepped down because of illness. Governor Kemp appointed Kelly Loeffler, a Republican, in the belief that she would appeal to moderates in the state of Georgia. She, as it turned out, became a huge supporter of President Trump. She's espoused his false claims that the election was stolen from him. She is expected to be one of the members of the Senate who object to the senator who objects to the electoral vote count in the state of Georgia. That was supposed to happen this afternoon. Of course, all that has been put on hold by the protests that we've seen, that we've been covering.
Coup d'etat, not protest. This is a coup d'etat attempt, not a protest.
I should say the breach of the Capitol by President Trump's supporters, and a completely unexpected turn of events, violent turn of events that has led to the shooting of at least one protester, 6 people hospitalized. I've also seen reports in the last few minutes that some uniformed police have been injured, uniformed officers, that is, have been injured, and we're waiting to find out more. Lisa Desjardins, do you have something new for us from inside the Capitol complex?
Yes, a few things, Judy. Take off my mask because there's no one near me, and it took me this long to realize that. But I can report that a large
And again,
number
this poor
of
lady's
US
like
senators
trapped
are
in the
now
fucking
sheltering in
Capitol,
place in a
basically.
secure location. I'm not going to give that location. I know what that location is. On this side of the Capitol, on the House side, I've seen Capitol Police seem to be going through the building, checking for members of Congress. I assume that they are going to offer them the chance to also go to a secure location. But I didn't want to get in their way. I didn't follow them. I didn't ask them questions. But they have been going door by door looking for members of Congress to assess their safety and to deal with that. I can also tell you I've been speaking with Majority Leader of the House, Steny Hoyer's office. Everyone honestly was uprooted from their normal workplaces. I think right now, many staffers who are important in the operation of Congress are just now sort of getting back on their phones, getting in a position where they and their bosses can figure out the steps in governing that come next. And Hoyer's office tells me that they don't know when this session will reconvene, and that they will let us know as soon as they do. But that's no surprise. I also have been told
are they even able to
is
get
also
people
in
out
a
of the
safe
building yet?
location, as you've been reporting for the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Having covered Congress for a long time, you mentioned Senator Loeffler and how she has planned to object to the Georgia vote. It is going to be a real question, I think, in my mind, if that plan to object to this election continues after the violence that we've seen and that these members themselves have faced. We have been getting reports now. Journalists are scattered all around the Capitol. We're in close touch with each other, trying to keep in touch with who we're talking to. And one of the reports I got is from an interview with Representative Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania. He is one of the people, he's a Republican, one of the people who was objecting. Oh, it looks like my phone can't bring it up now. But when he was asked what he thought led to this, whether he was concerned about the rhetoric from the president led to this, the president who vigorously defends.
How can someone say that rhetoric from the president didn't lead to this?
He talked about the media as being the one that stoked this fire, the media as the one
they didn't,
to blame,
though,
essentially, for the violence that we saw today. So that is something that we see from the right and from at least one of President Trump's allies here in the Capitol, who himself has been affected by this violence today.
So Lisa, what does that tell you, the fact that you have one of the president's supporters saying that?
It tells me that at least Representative Kelly is digging in on the same messages he's had and has spoken for years, and is not yet considering any other possibility for the state of affairs in this country. And I think that's one reason we're at this point, is because both sides, but certainly the president, has been a leader in the idea that if you think you're right, you can believe that you are right, and you can be right. And you don't need to consider arguments that undermine what you believe is the truth. And so I think at least now, and it's still very soon, we're still in the middle of this, at least now that is one of the president's
that type of rhetoric is
not
extremely fucking dangerous and irresponsible when you're in a position like Donald
what
Trump.
happened here at the Capitol.
But no, Donald Trump doesn't care. Donald Trump only cares about the fact that he has this giant personality cult built around himself.
So many people who continue to be loyal to the president, continue to stand by him, and these false allegations, the aggrievement that the president has championed for now weeks and weeks and weeks, and it's now led to what's happened today.
Right.
But you're right about Kelly Loeffler, the senator from Georgia, who's been defeated in her bid for election. Is she going to be able to stand there and object after we've seen what happened? I do have a verbatim now, Lisa, of what the president said in his video message that was tweeted out. I'm going to read this. This is from my colleague Dan Cooney at the NewsHour. He says, I know, this is directed to his supporters, I know your pain, I know your hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. This is the president speaking.
And he's still using the rhetoric,
especially the other side,
when he's like pretending to try to defuse
this. We have to have
this.
peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our
He's
great
only
people
saying this to
in
cover
law and
his own
order.
ass.
We don't want anybody hurt. Of course, people have already been hurt. Those are my words. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, which is not true. But he says, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace, so go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happened. You see the way
And he's
others
telling
are
these
treated
people like,
that
oh,
are
you're
so
doing
bad
the
and
right
so
thing, but
evil. I
you
know
gotta
how
go
you
home
feel,
now.
But go home and go home in peace. So the president tweeted that about 10
Everybody
minutes
who's
ago,
there who should be arrested for
give or
fucking
take,
treason and then imprisoned for the
presumably
rest of
that's
their
being shared
goddamn
with his
lives.
supporters. But whether that will lead them to stand down, you just heard Lisa Desjardins describing what one congressman who's a big supporter of the president is telling her. He's not standing down. He's not backing down. They are going to continue to protest the electoral vote results. They're going to continue to question. They're going to continue to believe that this election was fraudulent, that it was stolen, which is going to build it.
That's only
fuels
going
the
to fuel
anger
this kind of shit
and the
even
disbelief
more.
on their part,
When we have
and
more
fuels the
Congress
division
people that like
inside
still
the Republican
believe this
Party. My
bullshit
colleague was just
rhetoric.
telling me
Well,
that
I don't
the
know if they
president's
actually believe it. I think they just
big
want
supporter,
to get
former
power.
White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, has been quoted as saying, or maybe has tweeted himself, to the president, you must stop this. It's gone too far. Words to that effect. So even people who are close to this president, who've worked directly with him, have been big supporters of his, many of them are now telling him he must put this to an end. Kevin McCarthy, who is the House Minority Leader, highest ranking Republican in the House of Representatives, very loyal to the president, has been supporting him through all these election challenges, saying to the president, you must tell these people to leave. Now, finally, the president has done that, but he's done it, in essence, with one arm behind his back, saying, yes, go home, but you have every right to be aggrieved because the election was stolen from us. And he's repeated that again just in the last few minutes. So it remains to be seen if these supporters of the president will be dissuaded in any way with that sort of mixed message coming from the president. We have a number of reporters who are following these fast-moving developments. Lisa Desjardins has been in the Capitol. Alma Navaz was
She have more news for us?
I've been joined by Yamiche Alcindor at the White House. These are some pictures. I don't know whether they are live or earlier today of downtown D.C. live pictures. And I've also been joined by longtime Capitol Hill individuals who worked as staff at the Capitol. And also joining me now is Kathleen Belew. She is a professor at the University of Chicago, a scholar who studies extremist groups. Professor Belew, if you're there and if you can hear me, I think a definition is helpful at this point, because these people who've shown up supporting President Trump, we don't know whether they came from some organized group or whether they just spontaneously left their hometown and made their way to Washington, D.C. because they have fallen into this conspiracy theory or theories that the president has perpetrated. What is your understanding of who they are?
You know, I think we're going to learn much more about who they are in the days and weeks to come. And I think that's a question that we will want to pay very close attention to as this story unfolds. What I would anticipate, based on the recent history of this kind of activism in our country, is that what we're looking at is sort of an amalgam of people who are motivated by conspiracy theorists that they've encountered on social media and elsewhere, people who subscribe to QAnon, to election conspiracy theory, but also sort of run-of-the-mill Trump base members. And we know that some of the people at this protests are more organized than that and belong to white power movement groups and other parts of what we might think of as the militant right. Now that includes groups like the Proud Boys, one leader of whom was just arrested I think yesterday or the day before, and who has sort of been galvanizing more activity around his arrest and sometimes in tension with police. The thing about the Proud Boys that people might remember is that that's the group that came up in one of the presidential campaign debates when President Trump sort of infamously said, Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. And many people at the time thought of that as sort of a call to arms because he was not saying stand down, he was saying stand by. Certainly, many people in the Proud Boys and further afield in the white power movement heard that as a call to action by our president. And I think the big question today is whether he even does have the power to tell them to stand down. It's not at all clear that this is a groundswell that he
Nope, they're going to think that the
demands in
deep
way
state
that
just
people
got to him
think.
if he tells them to stand down. They're not going to stop.
No,
Again, these are
no
white
question
supremacist
about it.
ghouls who
And as you
breathe
say, we don't
violence.
know yet how much of an organized white supremacist or other group is behind what we are seeing today unfold at the Capitol. We know these are people who do support President Trump, who subscribe to his view that the election was stolen from him, at least the ones our reporters have been able to talk to, the ones we've been able to speak with. Lisa Desjardins spoke with one of them who broke into the Capitol, who told her, I'm here because I think President Trump won, and the election, that this can't be allowed to stand. And he told her, he said at one point, the time comes when we have to take on the government, or words to that effect. So very strong views, and we see this from time to time in this country, but we haven't seen it to this level where it's actually reached the U.S. Capitol building, and where we see this level of mayhem, if you will. All right, we now have, I'm told, a way to show you the video of President Trump. This is a statement he released about 10 or 15 minutes ago, shot on a video at the White House in the Rose Garden. Let's listen. It's about 2 minutes.
I thought I saw somebody tweet about this or
I know your
post on
pain.
Instagram.
I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the
No,
other
it fucking
side.
wasn't.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home, and go home in peace.
That's a statement President Trump issued, put out on Twitter just about 10 or 15 minutes ago.
Nothing was stolen from you, you fucking narcissist.
Still insisting that the election was fraudulent, that it was stolen from him. And so it remains to be seen how people are going to accept it. Lisa Desjardins, my colleague at the Capitol, has shared a couple of comments from some of the Senate Republican objectors, people who were objecting to the counting and of the electoral votes that led to Joe Biden's winning this election. And Lisa, I see you're there with me. I was reading what you were sharing with the rest of us from Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, who's one of the leaders of this group, and also from Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana.
That's right. And let's start with Senator Hawley, because he has been one of the most ardent objectors, one of the leaders of this objector movement. He wrote in a tweet, thank you to the brave law enforcement officials who have put their lives on the line. And then he wrote, the violence must end. Those who attacked police and broke the law must be prosecuted, and Congress must get back to work and finish its job. Hawley himself is a prosecutor. Then Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana, who is also an objector, wrote, again, similar theme, the Capitol Police have done an extraordinary job keeping us safe. I'm thankful for their heroism. Then he wrote, I condemn this violent assault on the democratic process and will not be intimidated by a mob that confuses chaos and destruction with strength and wisdom. I'll continue to work for Louisiana. And Kennedy's statement is so interesting to me, Judy, because Those are words that we have seen conservatives use when talking about progressives, when talking about liberals, calling them a mob. Instead, this
It's
is
all
something
projecting.
that Kennedy,
Whenever they do that shit, it's all projecting.
is using to label the protesters who ransacked this Capitol in the name of his president. He called them again, and a mob that confuses chaos and destruction with strength and wisdom. So I'm eager to ask him what he thinks of the president's words that this mob, as he calls it, has been invoking. One other thing, Judy, you were talking about when I was talking to protesters earlier, there were several that I spoke to, not as on the show, but in between, when you were talking to other guests. And I think you said a word hours ago that really struck me as getting to the core of how some of these protesters were acting inside the Capitol. They were casual, and they had a sense of propriety about being here that was startling. And I sort of had to just get over the fact that they felt it was completely not only possible, but that it was their right to be doing what they were doing. And they were very laid back about it. Cavalier, some of them nonchalant. You could see in their eyes there was an intensity, but as they were walking around, they were just sort of curious, kind of lackadaisical, some of them. And it was startling compared to their actions. Their actions and their attitudes inside the Capitol were hard for me to really fathom.
It's such a good point, Lisa, and we have yet to understand, of course, what motivates each and every one of these individuals who did what they did, who came into the Capitol, who've done damage.
Oh boy, some gold from Dave Rubin real quick.
Taken part in activities that have led to people being injured. We know that one person was shot. We're waiting to find out their condition.
What the actual fuck does this mean, Dave?
We know that several law enforcement officers have been injured. We don't know the details of any of that, but this took a very dark turn, and whatever their motivation was, and no matter how, as you point out, whether it's casual or cavalier, they may act or be about what's going on, it has very serious consequences. And so when you read the words of either Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana, and I'm repeating it again, condemning this violent assault on the democratic process and calling it a mob that confuses chaos and destruction with strength and wisdom, or whether you quote, as you did, Josh Hawley, the freshman senator from Missouri, who's been one of the ringleaders or one of the leaders of this effort to object.
This looks like Dave Rubin trying to justify this. The violence. What's Tim Pool have to say?
Police and broke the law must be prosecuted. So you do have now these voices rising up, even from among the president's most loyal supporters, calling on the protesters to stop. But I have to say, Lisa, it has to be difficult for these.
It's a bunch of they're not protesters. It's a bunch of domestic terrorists that are attempting to launch a coup d'etat for their personality cult godhead. And yeah, they've
foreign interference.
What they're doing is they barged their way into the Capitol and basically they're borderline
holding the idea.
They're borderline holding Congress in hostage there. No, it's not fucking foreigners. It's a bunch of lunatic Americans. It's a bunch of people who mindlessly subscribe to the Donald Trump personality cult. Donald Trump created this situation with his fucking rhetoric.
I mean, it is for all of us. But the president is continuing to say that. He's continuing to say the election was stolen from us. It was stolen from me. It was stolen from you. The democracy's been attacked. And yet, I'm asking you to go home in peace.
He doesn't have the authority. I'm actually pretty sure this DC has an arrangement with Maryland and Virginia to take National Guard assistance.
Physical manifestation of what's been intangible for so long. Something like an election is intangible. It's an idea, it's a process. And there has been an idea for so many of the president's supporters that the election was stolen. They believed this idea. They wanted it to be true. In their minds, they made it true. So then I saw physically here something that's connected, but seems like a different topic.
Yeah,
Entering the Capitol,
Tim Pool is
breaking
one of the
through
dumbest
glass
fucking people on the
door,
goddamn
the
internet.
bulletproof glass, I think it was, of the U.S. Capitol, pushing down police officers.
Hey, Tim
and then
Pool,
minutes
it's
later
shit like
telling
your
me
channel
they
also
didn't
really
believe in
helped, like,
violence
fuel
and that
this.
they were not violent. And so I'm now realizing, like, there's something going on with
That Donald
this
just released,
disconnect
yeah,
of
that was a bunch of fucking
you can believe
meaningless
whatever
virtue
truth you want
signaling.
to and make it true.
God, fuck that
And
guy.
it's more than that. It is a disconnect with reality, and it is a choice to not be responsible for anything negative at all. And to
Already seeing evidence they're Antifa! Oh my god, who's this fucking smooth brain?
And that's what we saw here in the U.S. Capitol. You can make up whatever reasons you want, but do whatever you want and believe whatever you want.
Hey,
And
Spoon,
I think
thank
that
you
is
very, very much for the
I
tier
heard
1
and felt
subscription.
from
I
these
greatly
protesters.
appreciate
It was
it.
sort of a physical manifestation of these years of completely disregarding some aspects of reality. And today it was disregarding the reality of what they themselves were doing to their own country.
Yeah, it's
This
clearly
account
a
hasn't
disconnect. I
tweeted
think the
any,
way you
like,
describe
took
it,
a
Lisa,
4-year
is
break
apt.
from tweeting.
It's a disconnect between.
I
Again,
keep forgetting to
holding the
reset
idea
that fucking thing.
the
I'm at,
election was fraudulent, which we know
actually,
it
Twitch
was
is
not.
a
The
stupid,
election was carried out. It's been
website dashboard hasn't been telling me how many
multiple
subscribers I
courts
have
have
ever
ruled the
since the,
election in state after
ever
state
since
after
Amazon
state.
servers shit the
They've
bed the other
upheld that
day,
it
but,
was done in a legitimate
that
and
count's
fair
not
and
accurate. That
legal manner.
unfortunately.
But despite that, these
But
people
yes,
are
thank
being
you.
told it wasn't. And what are they going to do with that information? Just swallow it and go on? I mean, what are they going to do? That's a loaded piece of information to carry around. Again, even though there's no
Yeah, these
evidence to
people
back
have
it up, when you're being
completely
told that
lost
by the
it.
most powerful person on the planet, by the President of the United States, and you're inclined to believe it, what do you do with that information? By the way, I've just
What
seen
does
Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar says she's drawing up
What does this
articles of
moron have to
impeachment
say?
against President Trump. There have been other references today to
Oh,
other members saying the
weird.
president,
He hasn't.
quote, should be impeached. He only has, 14 days left in office. It's highly unlikely something like that's going to be carried
Yeah, the
out,
U.S.
but-
Yeah, we're fucked.
Go ahead.
Thing about that,
I think
articles
this
of
is
impeachment,
definitely
that's a
going to get
privileged
like
motion.
worse than
That does
before
not
it
have to
gets
go through
better.
the committee process. When Congress reconvenes, and I expect it to reconvene before President Trump leaves office, she can bring that to the House floor. It is within her right as a lone congressman. We've seen other congressmen in the past, Al Green, famously bring impeachment resolutions. So while Democrats as a
Friend of
whole
mine's telling me
and
about some lady
leaders
calling it on
don't have
C-SPAN.
an appetite for an impeachment debate right now because Trump's leaving, she can raise that, and if she is determined to do it, we will probably see a vote on that on the House floor.
But that wouldn't be before they finish with the task that is immediately before them, which is counting.
We
the
were never
ballots,
really
right?
the
And that
greatest
takes
country
precedence
that's
over
just like a
everything.
talking point,
That's
people
on
like that.
them.
Maybe back in
Yeah,
like,
that's on them.
maybe like immediately after
Currently,
the,
they are in
yeah,
a
maybe like
joint
immediately
session of
after
Congress
World
that
War
has
II
split
ended and through the
into
50s,
the
but
separate
yeah,
House and
we've,
Senate debates. That is one of the most highest kind
I would
of
argue we've also never been the
privileged,
greatest country either
sorts of
because we,
process that the Capitol has. So that joint session,
we
Congress
had like
actually has
Jim
to
Crow
vote
and
to
shit like
adjourn the
that,
joint session. It has to complete the business
and this
of the
long
joint
history
session.
of
It has to finish the 2020
coup
election. By
d'etats
the
in
way,
other
I haven't been on
countries
Twitter,
for
but
the
if I was, I would
purpose of
say I really
for the
thought
purpose
2020
of
election was going to
protecting
end
corporate
perhaps
interests
before midnight
there.
tonight, but this
Yeah,
we
Canada's
don't
got a
know when
lot of its
Congress will
own
be able
issues,
to
but they're
finally
doing
end
it like a little bit
hopefully
better
in
than the
hours, but
United States at
Congress,
least.
that is their next task. That is what they will return to when they reconvene.
If either of you guys are familiar with the Surfs
Lisa
TV,
Desjardins
the
at
Surfs
the
TV
Capitol.
is
We're gonna
this
go now
Lance
to
from the
DC,
Surfs TV is
Washington, DC.
Canadian.
Mayor
Well,
Muriel
him and
Bowser
Dave are
was
both
holding a press
Canadian. Just
conference. Let's hear what
Lance
she said.
hosts the live streams. Dave makes the YouTube videos, and
But nothing like ridiculous.
Dave doesn't really live stream. And yeah, him and
She's clearly
Lance live in
responding. This is the
Vancouver.
chief
Or
of police
Lance lives somewhere in
who's just
Vancouver,
stepped
I
up.
think. And,
We're trying. Let's see if we can get that audio for you.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, we're working to get that, and we will go to.
There's an
Mayor
audio
Bowser
problem.
And the police chief in Washington, D.C.
If only I spoke
soon as
ASL, I'd
soon
be
as we
able to
possibly
understand
can.
what that dude's saying, despite. Oh.
As the demonstrators approached the United States Capitol grounds, there was a noticeable change in their demeanor. They breached the fencing along the U.S. Capitol grounds and confronted police lines surrounding the building. MPD was requested by the United States Capitol Police
But yes,
to
if
provide
you're
assistance with crowd
the Surfs
management,
talks about American
and due to
politics
the
a lot
violent
too, but
behavior
check out the
towards
Surfs
police
TV
officers
for
there and their intent on gaining access to the Capitol, a riot was declared. It was clear that the crowd was intent on causing harm to our officers by deploying chemical irritants on police to force entry into the United States Capitol building. As you are aware, they were able to gain access to the Capitol building, and I can confirm that one civilian was reported to have sustained a gunshot wound inside of the Capitol.
I appreciate it regardless.
Details of the shooting are not immediately available, and the situation remains under investigation. The Metropolitan Police Department will be taking the lead on that investigation. MPD continues to provide personnel resources and assistance on the grounds of the U.S. Capitol and has requested the assistance of law enforcement partners through a previously in place mutual aid agreement. As you heard from the mayor, a 6 p.m. curfew has been put in place tonight and will be in effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow, January 7th.
Yep.
We are advising everyone that is not engaged in essential activity to get off the streets and adhere to the curfew. If you are found to be in violation of the curfew, police will be required to take action. Again, I want to reiterate and make it clear, please abide by the curfew that the mayor has set in place, or people will be subject to arrest. Lastly, I know that many of you are familiar with the Metropolitan Police Department. Understand that there is no better agency in the country to handle First Amendment events. They happen on a regular basis here in our city. However, today's events were not a representation of peaceful protests.
That is a good idea, although it might
riotous behavior. And people that come to our city engaged in unlawful behavior.
It might violate
we can take any
I'll have to look into copyright
you may
laws.
have after the secretary has a chance to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser, Chief Conti.
We've been listening to the police chief in Washington, D.C. You can see you listen to him describing the riot, he called it, that broke out at the U.S. Capitol today. What started out as a peaceful protest, people showing up to support President Trump and his false allegation that the election was rigged.
He gave Goldblood a similar idea.
Him,
That's sick.
turned into a riot. People broke into the Capitol. There have been injuries. At least one person was shot. We're waiting to find out more. Another striking
do what you gotta
development
do,
just
Spoon.
now, the National Association of Manufacturers. This is a group that represents.
A friend of
as
mine
the
was just
title
telling me about how
American
some lady on
manufacturers across the
C-SPAN was
country,
calling in
typically
like,
a group that would support
this is
Republicans.
Antifa,
They've
dressed up
issued a
as conservative. You know
statement calling on
conservatives are
Vice President
non-violent.
Pence,
There's maybe
and I
one guy
quote,
who made a gay
to
choice, but these are
seriously
good
consider
Christian
working
people
with
out
the
there.
cabinet to invoke the
And
25th
he's telling me
Amendment.
that
That is the
every
amendment of the
conservative
Constitution,
calling
which
into
calls for the
C-SPAN right
removal
now
of
is
the
like,
President of the United States. And they say to do this, quote, to preserve democracy. This is, a number of things we've said today are remarkable. This is
shit, is C-SPAN live talking about this, or nope, just NBC News? I'd rather watch
they took
PBS's
over, they
stream
broke
than
into the
NBC's.
building. They just had their run of the place. And I'm reading the statement from the NA, their acronym is NAM, National Association of Manufacturers. This is a large group. It represents American, the companies that make things, manufacturers. They are calling on the Vice President of the United States to seriously consider working with the cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment to remove the president from office in order to preserve democracy. It's about as stark as you can get when you have a statement like this from a very respected, stable, long-time organization that is Republican-leaning, if anything, in its beliefs, in its philosophy. So again, one more, and we are reporting to you on this as we're reporting on National Guard, state police coming in from Maryland, coming in from Virginia, being invoked, the National Guard in D.C., whereas our Nick Schifrin reported earlier there was a reluctance to
because
call
of
up
this
the D.C. National Guard because of the position they had been put in back in the summertime when President Trump, in effect, used the National Guard to put down peaceful protesters who were protesting the death of George Floyd. That was the event where the president
I
stood
appreciate
in front
your
of a
concern
church
because that would be a
and
bad
held up a
situation.
Bible, and we remember
Yeah,
that.
yeah, remember
So
Donald Trump called in the
after
troops to
another.
go beat up a bunch of
Alcindor
peaceful
is
protesters and
reporting
tear
on all
gas them
this
so he could
at the White
walk
House.
across the
Yamiche,
street to
it's
some
now dark
church and hold a
there.
fucking
You've
Bible
been
upside
standing
down for a
by
photo op.
hours,
But he's totally cool with these lunatics, and only like kind of pretends to not be cool.
That's right. And what
with
you've
these
seen from the
lunatics
president is
storming the fucking
trying to
Capitol
urge
building.
calm while also continuing to double down on the false information that got us to
He's
this
beyond
moment.
dumb.
What's
He's
remarkable about
evil.
that video that the president put out is that he spends
He is a
as much
terrible
time, if not
combination of
more
being
time,
incredibly
continuing
stupid and
to say
evil
things that are
and
not true,
Machiavellian
continuing
as
to say
fuck.
that he won the election, that it was stolen from him, things that we know aren't true. Then he goes on to say, I also understand your pain. In some ways, critics would say feeding into the sense of entitlement that Lisa witnessed at the Capitol when you saw people
Yes,
breaking
that
in, and
exact
she said
rhetoric that he was
cavalierly
using in
walking
that
around
little like
the
video he
building as
put
if
out.
they weren't breaking the law.
I feel your
You see
pain.
the president here in this moment that is possibly the most important
He's
moment of this
justifying
presidency,
it while
is a
telling
president that
them
is
to stop.
continuing to be consumed with the issue of staying in power, continuing to be consumed with his own political failings. This is a president who is now, of course, losing people that were close to him, including, I think, many Republicans who, in some ways, are not already saying publicly, are whispering what that statement is saying from that manufacturing group, saying that maybe 14
Yeah, of course
days
Trump's
is
not even
too
gonna
long
acknowledge that
for a
somebody fucking
president
died.
who would continue to say that the election was stolen even after seeing someone be shot in the capital of the United States. 2 weeks is a long time, Judy. This has all happened, as you know, in one day. There are a lot of people that I'm talking to now, even allies of the president, who are frankly scared, worried about what the president might do next. The president, in some ways, said that he was empathetic with these
he said he
protesters, with
could,
these people who
and
have
he was
broken the
correct.
law,
He could
who have
kill somebody on
terrorized
Fifth
and
Avenue
scared so many
still
people.
like
He
win the
empathized
election.
with them, saying,
Well,
I understand your pain.
and still, and
the
he wouldn't have
president
lost a
wasn't as
vote.
pointed as Vice President Pence
over
or
that.
President-elect
People
Biden in this
worship
moment
the
that
fucking
calls for
guy.
leadership.
And I'm reading, Yamiche, in conjunction with all that you're saying, a CNN reporter, Jim Acosta, who covers the White House along with you, saying that a source close to the White House who's in touch with some of the rioters at the Capitol said it's the goal of those involved to stay inside the Capitol through the night. So if that's the case, then we can expect to see some confrontation, because we know that there are more law enforcement who are moving into the Capitol in an attempt to remove them from the building, to restore
This
calm,
is like
to restore order,
surreal
so
watching
that
this
Congress can
happen
go
in the
back to
United
work.
States.
If this is true, and if they are saying we plan to stay, then we can
Yeah,
expect some
yeah, a
kind of
couple of mine
confrontation.
are
We
too.
certainly
It's
hope
fucking
that
disturbing.
doesn't happen. We certainly hope there's no more violence than there's already been. We certainly would hope for a peaceful resolution. But this is a disturbing bit of information for us to have. And Yamiche, your other point.
What's this idiot have to say about all
That,
this?
from my understanding, it is that protesters do not want that counting by Congress to go on, and as a result, their goal is to try to stay in the Capitol, is to try to hold out. Is to
Look at Andy Ngo being like, oh, the BLM and Antifa tried to break into federal buildings and expressing parentage. Tanks never came in it.
When they hear the president,
This isn't that isn't Congress, you dumbass. Fuck you, Andy Ngo. Andy Ngo is also a fascist who has been caught orchestrating with Proud Boys to go start fights, then film themselves being retaliated against.
Today, he was
and then be like, oh, look, we got
Vice
attacked.
President
We got attacked after they started the fucking fight.
This counting,
I don't know what they're going to do to clear the fucking building out.
Forward. So there's very much a mixed message going on here. On the one hand, he's saying the election was rigged in his view, and he wants the process to stop. On the other hand, he's saying go home. So how are they to read this?
It's that mixed messaging that is really troubling tonight, as we realize that the president is not going to stop questioning the results of the election, is not going to finally say, I lost the election. The president at one point said that he was a sore loser, said that it was hard for him to lose, but this in some ways has gone so much farther.
That's right.
Even
My
people
account is
close to
suspended.
President Trump thought it would go. So many weeks when I talked to people, they said, well, the president is really just processing. He's embarrassed. He's hurt. He's going to come around. And now what we see is a president president who is not able to come around, who is not able.
Thank you.
To
I
process
appreciate
this law.
it, Spin.
And we're a country where we depend on presidents.
Did you see a picture of the Capitol? That's the president's citation. Fucking needed
That's
it.
the way that democracy survives in America. Survives in this great experiment that we and survives in a place where we export democracy to other countries. So in this way, what we see is a president who is wanting to at least say and condemn violence, but cannot.
God, look at these fucking idiots
this
coping.
Needs to end. This election is over. Let's go on. It just is not part of what he's going to do. There's no sense among people who are close to him that he's going to ever get to the point where he can say, you know what, this has gone too far. Let's all go home, including myself. Let me
turning a blind eye to communist anarchist burning. Look at these fucking subhumanly stupid pieces of shit.
The president can be responsible with.
Which is why we are seeing this stunning statement from the National Association of Manufacturers, this large organization representing.
I love how people talk about Antifa as if like Antifa is like the Proud Boys, which is a weird network of clubs, of political fight clubs where you have to like get punched in the stomach while reciting your favorite breakfast cereals and shit.
To talk to the cabinet about removing the president from office. And as you say, Yamiche, it is 14 days from the time that Joe Biden would step in, would be inaugurated. The fact that people are not even prepared to wait 14 days, 2 weeks, is simply,
the IRL Joker guy.
Head spinning.
Except for like Joaquin Phoenix,
and
no.
You're hearing it from others. You're here reading. You might expect Democrats to be calling for
Hey,
impeachment,
thank you very much for the Tier 2
Republicans are now
subscription,
concerned
Jeffy
in
Blamstein.
stepping
I
in and
appreciate it.
although this is not a Republican organization, they tend to support Republicans on a number.
Your second
of
month
issues.
as a subscriber.
I'm now joined, Yamiche.
Fuck
I'm going to
yeah.
turn to Republican Congressman Ron Estes of Kansas. He had planned to object to today's electoral vote count. Congressman, tell me where you are right now and what is your take on what's been happening?
So I had just left the floor when just before the protesters stormed into the Capitol building, and so we're in office buildings now, and so we're safe and secure, myself as well as the staff members, and so we're.
Yeah, I can't remember what that.
I mean,
I can't remember what that dude's name is. I barely remember what you're talking about. Anyways, turned completely neo-Nazi means he's worthless. It means he is worthless. So.
The business that we need to do. I mean, this has been inappropriate completely. That protesting is appropriate, free speech is appropriate in terms of what we say, but having violence and destruction is not appropriate at all.
Yeah, these people are going to be aided by sympathetic members in the police and the military.
So the process today on January 6th is that we as Congress has a responsibility.
I do think that this is going to get worse before it gets better.
And based on what's in the Constitution is that the state legislators should have the responsibility to determine how those electors are selected. And in several of these states,
I want to rip it dab and get a little blitzed, so I'm going to leave this stream going for you guys. I'm just going to turn my cam off real quick.
That's not the way the Constitution was set up. That's not what's supposed to be done. I mean, we're a country that, based on the rule of law. And so that was what the whole objection process was about. There were a lot of folks who...
Chad Loader. I'm not really all that familiar with that guy, but yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes.
And some weren't, because this is a very serious discussion. We don't want Congress picking the president. That's not appropriate at all. We don't want judges picking the president. The judicial branch is not supposed to do that. And so this was a process. We should have been able to go through that process peacefully, because that's what we've done for the last 240 years in our country is have peaceful protest and peaceful transition of government.
But President Trump is the one, Congressman Estes, who urged his supporters to come to Washington. He urged them not to allow this process to go forward. He's the one who is saying that this process should be stopped. That it should not go forward, that his votes, that the electoral vote count should stop, that it should go back to the states, period, and the election should be overturned. Are you supporting him in that belief?
So there have been several protests since the election. I expected this protest to be like that, to be peaceful in terms of that process. I was somewhat surprised today that it did turn violent because that hadn't been the aspect of what had happened in any of the previous ones. I do understand frustration on people's parts, but it's not appropriate for individuals. I don't condone violence that they've done and don't support them at all in terms of storming our Capitol and trying to disrupt the process that's set up in the laws of our country and that we should follow.
What responsibility do you think President Trump has for sending the message, though, that this election should not be accepted and that his supporters should do whatever they can, anything they can, in order to stand in the way of Joe Biden becoming president?
So I think you have to look at and hold accountable those individuals that committed these acts of violence. It's not appropriate at all for them to do that, and those are the folks that need to be held accountable for doing that. I support our Capitol Police and the law enforcement who've actually done an admirable job looking out to secure the Capitol building and make sure that we have a minimum amount of issues with individuals. But even though it's part of our country's history to have free speech and to have the ability to protest, this violence is not appropriate, and individuals should not have done that.
But do you think President Trump bears some responsibility, if not a great deal of responsibility, for what's happened?
I think when you have a crowd that gets together conducting a protest, you're at risk anytime that there can be violence that comes out of that. I mean, we saw it earlier last year with all of the Antifa protests, and we saw the violence in Seattle and in Wisconsin, and so that's an individual. We need to hold those individuals that commit that responsible, and knowing that when you do have a crowd, that is a risk. And that's one of the reasons why, the Capitol Police and law enforcement are always at the ready when you go through the process of having a protest like that at the beginning maybe start out peaceful, but then has the risk of turning violent.
Do you think the president should have urged his supporters to come to Washington today for protests?
Well, I think protesting is part of our country's history, and we can't limit free speech through that. We can't limit people's right to protest about aspects, but it should be done peacefully. It should be done within the rule of law, and that's the whole point of what this process was today, was to follow the rule of law. And everybody should be responsible to do that, and should be responsible to encourage folks to follow that rule of law.
Do you know anyone who was part of today's protests?
I don't know any of those individuals that were out there storming in the Capitol. I do know there's different discussions of different folks that were planning to come to the rally earlier, but I don't know specifically anybody that's at the Capitol now.
And Congressman, just quickly back on your point about objecting to the results, and I hear what you're saying about the state legislatures are supposed to have more oversight over how electors are chosen. But as you know, in all the 50 states and the District of Columbia, there were numerous legal challenges to what happened, and not a single court has upheld anything that would overturn any of these results. So there's a huge question mark about what exactly is the violation that happened, that took place, that you believe makes this election illegitimate. I gather you're saying the election result is illegitimate?
No, I think what you saw from several of the court rulings was that there wasn't standing, particularly like the Texas lawsuit, that the Attorney General in Texas didn't have standing to dictate to Pennsylvania how Pennsylvania should select their electors. So it wasn't that the courts ruled on the merits of whether there was decisions
No,
made.
they also said there was no evidence. They ruled in a number of cases that there was no evidence.
That were different than what the state legislature had said. But it was one of those things where, the most part, or in several of the court cases, it was that there was a process identified that come on January 6th, and that's what we were following through here today.
All right, well, we are going to leave it there. Representative Ron Estes of Kansas.
I have
one of the
returned.
objectors,
Just 1 second
in
to
this
turn my
electoral
cam
vote
and my
counting
frame
process.
back on.
Congressman Estes, thank you very much, and we're glad. We're so glad that you were able to stay safe today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And we need to get back to making sure that we follow the rule of law and move forward with our country and continue this electoral process here.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And I want to turn now to one of our congressional veterans, we're calling them, individuals who've worked on part of the staff on Capitol Hill for a number of years. John Hart worked for Republican, the late Republican Senator Coburn, who, John, you worked for him both. I'm in the House.
Let's mute this one and let's see what CBS News has to say about it.
In the 2020 election, nowhere near as much as they did in 2016. So now I'm afraid we own this one ourselves.
Michael, it's Ed O'Keefe. Good to talk to you, although under these weird circumstances. I'm curious, you served 2 presidents and would have been involved in all sorts of hypothetical exercises, tabletop exercises they call them. Was there ever anything like this gamed out or prepared for?
No, Ed, that's a really good question.
That's like all that
the
scaffolding and
scenarios,
shit. That stuff is like set up for the
where
fucking
we talked
inauguration
about
and whatnot.
Risks to the United States and risks to our democracy and risks to our country, this was never on the list. We never
Confirmed
anticipated
tear gas deployed outside the Capitol. Lots
like
of tear
this.
gas deployed now. This is from 5 minutes
no,
ago.
Simply not
According to
thought
DC
about.
Youth
And
Liberation
how does this
Front on Twitter.
concern you regarding all the other potential vulnerabilities?
I wish I
that
could
the
follow
country
them, but
faces
my
right now
Twitter
as we near
account is
January
like
20th? We know
suspended
there's
as
been
fuck
concern
right
about,
now.
for example, a potential
Yeah, like
response from
fucking
Iran
finally, right?
after the killing of General Soleimani a year ago, possibly some other kind of event or incident. There's the ongoing cybersecurity breach by Russia that national intelligence agencies have said was caused by them. Is there any reason to believe that, and then there's the pandemic. I mean, is there any other concern that now some other foreign adversary could try to take full advantage of this and cause even more harm?
Yeah, a great question, Ed. I don't think so. The Iranians, for example, they are keeping their head down, right? They are trying to get to a Biden administration without any trouble between them and the United States, right? They want a nuclear deal again with the United States. So I think they're trying to avoid conflict. So I don't think we're going to see anybody try to take advantage of this in the short term. In terms of how I would rank the risks, what's happening today in our own country.
I'm sorry I keep going so
top of the
quiet.
list,
I just
right?
don't really know what else to say.
If we can't have a healthy
This is
democracy,
this is too fucking
if
wild.
we can't have a strong democracy, then
Tear
pretty
gas,
much nothing else
flashbangs, and used
is
at the
possible,
Capitol. Trump
right?
supporters being
Good
dispersed.
policy's not
12 is making
possible.
some
Good
headway. It
foreign
only took like
policy's not
4
possible.
hours.
Good national
Be
security
clear, the
policy's
cops
not
let this
possible.
happen. They protect their own. They protect
Your
bigots.
strength as
Yep.
a nation, your national security starts with a strong political system, and we are seeing today that is challenged significantly here in the United States.
No doubt challenged, and at the same time, Michael, you would acknowledge that under threat from
I see,
foreign
copy
governments,
pasted.
multiple
Yeah, that
foreign adversaries, we did have what was a
once
safe
again,
and secure
had this been
presidential
leftist, they
election by
would
all
have probably
accounts,
killed
except
hundreds
by
of
the
people.
president, who continues to argue that it was rigged. I have a question for you as someone who, spent a career at the CIA, about the power of words and at the power of messaging, because Leader McCarthy, the top Republican leader in the House, said to us he almost sounded desperate that he had called the president and said he needed to come out and speak before the American people. When the president did address in a taped recording, not live, he once again said that the election had been fraudulent. And then he said essentially to what we may now call
So C-SPAN
a mob. They're no
seriously
longer
doesn't like
protesters.
live stream on
He said at the
YouTube
end,
at
"I
all?
love you."
Right.
And I just wonder your take on that, about denouncing, because he had also told them to come and be wild. And I hope that's not too philosophical of a question, but the power of words.
So it's a great question, Nora. You know, in my experience, I've worked at the agency for 33 years, and there were dozens and dozens of these kinds of situations that I watched
time and time again. The main
where mobs of people rose up to try to turn over a legitimately decided
the South Riding, is that what Canadians call America?
I saw it over and over and over and over again. And one of the necessary conditions for that to happen is for a powerful figure to be saying things that motivate those
heavy metal. So
people who are
we're witnessing a bunch of like brainwashed Trump cultists storm the Capitol of the United States to try to storm the actually attack the Capitol of the United States.
Understanding that you were not
with the intention
in any kind of tabletop exercise to game out a scenario like this, but it is nevertheless happening. It is unfolding before our very eyes. You have sat at tables where enormously important and consequential strategies and decisions were made. Honestly, what do you believe are the operational options for the Capitol Police, the National Guard, and those who are trying to clear the Capitol? And what do you think the next 2 or 3 hours ought to look like? And what do you fear they might look like?
Yeah, that's a tough question, Major. I do think that they need to be dispersed. They need to be separated, right? In my experience watching these things overseas, as long as groups of people stay together, they stay strong, right? They stay
like resolute. This is actually going to be one for the fucking history books.
Very small groups and break into single individuals, that they lose that power and they lose that determination. So I think breaking them up is of extreme importance, and keeping them from forming someplace else as a group has to be a top priority.
Loads of tear
final
gas.
Question, Michael, all of this against the backdrop of that extraordinary joint statement in an op-ed by the 10 former
heavy metal.
secretaries of defense.
Let me
an effort that was encouraged.
All right, that was the one that was making noise. Okay, so yeah, heavy metal. They did force their way into the building, I guess. All right, C-SPAN looks like now they're finally starting to get, what is this, in the Senate? Looks like they're starting, their House and Senate are in recess as Capitol is being locked down because joint session of Congress is supposed to be happening to count the official, electoral college ballots. And finally, officially certify that not Barack Obama, that Joe Biden is the next president.
Rioters, right? This mob.
But then,
wanted to create violence.
This mob of protesters in D.C. showed up at the Capitol. They forced their way in there, and people had to be evacuated out of the House and Senate chambers and into secure parts of the Capitol complex.
We're worried about is the invoking of that Insurrection Act. And, my understanding, based on the people I talked to, is that the acting Secretary of Defense is a person who could not be counted on to do the right thing in that moment. But the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, was somebody who could be counted on to do the right thing.
Agreed. And it was said to me, though, however, that while all of them trusted Chairman Milley, that under Secretary Esper, when the president had previously tried to use active duty troops,
all right, I guess they're finally
that effort.
I guess they're finally trying to push these dudes out of the Capitol.
That would be much more difficult, and then in some ways, it's the civilian leadership that ultimately makes the decision about deploying active duty troops. And as you point out, they were all trying to prevent what would really be a worst case scenario. Yes. Michael, we're always so glad to have you. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome, Nora. Thank you.
Thank you. To let everyone know, it is now 5:18 here in the nation's capital, and the sun has set, and the protesters remain. More than 4 hours we've been live on the air covering what is now a mob on Capitol Hill that has forced a lockdown. The House and Senate to go
This
out
is
of
this
session
is
after a
actually
joint
like
session,
one of the like most
was,
severe political
moving
disturbances in
forward with the
the
counting of the
United
electoral
States has
votes,
had
which
in
was
its
the
recent
final
history.
step to in the process of naming President-elect Joe Biden as the President of the United States. We don't use the word certify because the states certify the votes, and it's already been certified. So we're very clear and precise in our language here by saying that Congress doesn't certify. It has a very ceremonial role historically. It just counts it, and the Vice President played the role of presider, not decider, and as some have suggested, was almost like the person at the Oscars who just reads the results. As a result of this mob descending on the Capitol after being incited by the President of the United States, his son, and Rudy Giuliani, this has led to this extraordinarily
that's like
historic,
the thing.
and
That's the
historic
huge
sounds
problem
like a positive word, but I don't mean that because we've just never witnessed anything like this in our lives.
This is going to
These,
be something that's in our fucking history textbooks
supporters
and
of the
whatnot.
president.
This is so
have
fucking.
felt emboldened enough to carry this out and place the lives
This is so
of our
fucking
DC Capitol
wild.
Police and law enforcement in danger, to place the lives of lawmakers in danger, to place the lives of public servants who engage in the daily act of legislating in danger. We were told by Senator Tammy Duckworth that a number of the senators are all together in a safe and secure location, that a smart and quick-acting staffer grabbed these beautiful wooden boxes that contained the electoral votes and brought them safely and securely to, this is them, look at this
was
incredible
Senator,
piece of history.
Senator
Look at
Merkley
these boxes.
of Oregon they're all in there essentially.
With the senators, they're secure. The electoral votes are secure. The outcome of this presidential election will not be changed. The vice president, who was implored by President Donald Trump to, in his words, be courageous and change it, said, I'm not going to do that. The Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, who has carried out the will of this president in almost every way, today said, we're not going down the death spiral of changing what is a duly elected president of the United States. There was not the widespread type of fraud
this is
that would change the results of this election.
Is
it was
so
an extraordinary rebuke by Republican leader Mitch McConnell, not only
Man,
of the
I'm
President of the
like,
United States,
you
but
sit
of
here
some of
watching
his
this,
own
you
Senate
almost don't
colleagues,
know what to
including
fucking
Ted
say.
Cruz, including Senator Hawley, and others who said, let's go
But
ahead
ultimately-
and challenge this. And had those senators, those 13 senators and more than 100 House members not done this, and challenged and objected to the count of these electoral votes, this would have been the ceremonial, usually 20-minute process, and all would be said and done. And yet at this hour, we have what some would call an embarrassing scene for American democracy. What President-elect Joe Biden has said is an attack on the citadel of democracy, an attack on.
Listen, I don't really like Joe Biden, but Joe Biden's right there. These people are people who are delusionally roped into a personality cult who are attempting to force.
Her and her colleagues and some of the senators I know that
they did this to intimidate and force Congress into enshrining Donald Trump to a second term.
There are several members of the House are back in their offices.
These
across
people,
the street from the Capitol. Members of the Senate are all together and are waiting to sort of figure out where and when and how exactly they might reconvene. The official word so far is that they don't want
any semblance of a democratic system of government cannot coexist with these fucking people, with this ideology, with this rhetoric.
And we therefore await some sense of when exactly they could.
This is what's C-SPAN saying
carrying
right now?
the Confederate battle flag. This is from Gabrielle Elizondo, who says that
Of course, the Trumpists are attacking the journalist because they've always thought the journalist was the evil guy.
That video beforehand was
They hate all the journalists except like the Newsmax and the fucking, except like the Newsmax guy.
The violent protesters at the U.S. Capitol.
The guys from Newsmax, the guys from Breitbart, Alex Jones.
Our Constitution protects peaceful protests, but not this. Just as the violence in our cities this summer was prosecuted, this violence should be treated the same under law.
I'm really annoyed that a U.S. attorney is trying to like give any semblance of those being equal.
Of Ireland, the Prime Minister of the UK, Boris Johnson, disgraceful scenes in the U.S. Congress. United States stands for democracy around the war, and it is now vital that there should be a
Hey,
peaceful
Dank Lord, how are ya?
transfer of power. And I want to
This
show you
is-
some video too.
We cannot say that we had a peaceful transfer of power regardless of what happens on the 20th. With all that's been going down, this is not a fucking peaceful transfer of power anymore. Jesus Christ. Like ACAB, but I also feel fucking bad for that guy right now. Dude, like, fuck having that guy's job right now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no worries, Danklord. Yeah, this is a coup d'etat attempt. I've been saying it over and over again. I'll scream it until I'm blue in the face. This is a fucking coup d'etat attempt. This is these people doing this shit. And any semblance of, like, democratic government that respects human rights. Our America! Ah!
Well, there you go. There you go. The video shot earlier, as we mentioned, Igor Bobak tweeted
Yeah,
that out
Jesus
from Huffington
Christ.
Post. We will keep you posted. Greta?
And we'll get to more calls here in a minute.
Those are the
You
same
see, it
guys that
looks
would, like, defend to
some of
the death a
protesters
cop
have
shooting
been
some
moved
kid that was
away
charging
from
at him, like, in
the
that
Capitol
same
grounds
manner.
As one flag remains there.
These people are vile and
the scenes
disgusting.
here on Capitol
I
Hill,
will not
House Senate
associate with
lawmakers
people
wait
that think
to
this is okay. I
reconvene
will
their
not
respective
associate
chambers and
with
continue
people
on
who
with this last
support
step
this
of the presidential
insane
campaign.
cult.
I want to share some other images.
I will
and
especially
thoughts
not
from
ever
Haley
associate myself
Britsky,
in
who
any
is a
way
political
with anybody who then has the
sends
balls
out
to
this
start
image, and
talking
she said,
about,
"This photo
to start
breaks my heart.
virtue signaling with
Representative Jason Crow, Democrat of Colorado, comforts Representative Susan Wild, a Democrat of Pennsylvania, while taking cover as protesters disrupt the joint session of Congress to certify the Electoral College." This was actually during the House debate over the first objection.
1 second.
And then there's this from Manu Raju saying, lawmakers are committed to finishing tonight. Senator Joe Manchin, leaving a secure location with other senators, told us there's a belief they will finish the Electoral College certification tonight. Quote, "These thugs aren't running us off." John in Plainview, Texas.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. For the younger audience out there, stay calm, be fine, everything will be all right. This is something that happens almost every election time. Senators and congressmen, they all decide, who's going to vote, who isn't going to vote, who's going to reject, who isn't going to reject. It's just a part of the process. What we need to look at and what we need to try to do
this
going
is a
forward
fucking
is
political
how can we
emergency.
restore to the American people the way we can make the elections more safe, feel better, because what Trump has done has put it into people's minds that we do not have a proper election system, that there is something wrong with the system, it needs to be looked at, and it needs to be fixed. And many
All
people,
of these insane claims about voter fraud have never held up under true scrutiny. These people that took over the Capitol today cannot coexist, and this thought cannot coexist with a functional society.
who are simply trying to protest and only protest and show the fact we do not agree with this, we do not want this to be happening, we want to somehow fix this. Ultimately, no matter which way it goes, obviously, President-elect Joe Biden has won.
Okay,
regardless
John.
of that fact.
Okay, finish up regardless of that fact.
Upset.
Okay, let me go to Carolyn in Mechanicsburg,
Nope.
Pennsylvania. Carolyn?
Yes, thank you for taking my call.
Oh, God.
Just on the note of the previous caller from Texas, he's absolutely right with the Constitution. We do know that as a people, we can gather in a peaceful protest. It's happened in the summer. It started peaceful, but then became violent with looting and fires and taking over police stations and downtowns. All of that needs to be prosecuted.
That was
the people who ran into the Capitol building today and seized it. They need to be prosecuted. That is so true. But that is just the beginning of our problems as a nation.
No, stop. I can't believe people are pearl clutching over fucking
the further chance we have of collapsing because
trying to make this trying to make be like this is just as bad as people like as angry people pissed off at their cop station eventually burning it to the fucking ground.
Truth, honesty, and when those factors are lost and left,
this was a bunch of people that are delusionally they delusionally worship Donald Trump to the point that they want to like intimidate Congress out of doing their job to like certify what is the like proper electoral vote. There is no all the evidence, all the supposed evidence that there was any sort of fraud or anything never gets held, never holds up under any scrutiny. And I will never fucking entertain that shit.
No matter who is spreading the evil and who is talking bad and who is propaganding, it doesn't matter. If we don't come together as a unity in a country, respecting each other's differences, it will collapse from inside. It's a fact. It's a truth, and it will collapse unless we join and be able to embrace each other and the differences. It has to happen.
Okay,
we saw it after 9/11. We saw it after the attack. We saw it after the gunshots against the Republicans when they were playing softball. People came together after calamity. And if we don't start doing that, we're going to have a nation that's going to collapse. And that's what is that what we're going to leave for our children and our grandchildren? A collapsed nation?
Okay. No. Carolyn in Pennsylvania. Here's the president earlier addressing the protesters.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it.
And he's still,
especially the other side. But you have to go home now.
He still entertains the rhetoric of the stolen election. He's still fueling the fire while pretending to be pissing it out.
We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time.
Yeah,
There's never
exactly.
been a time like this where
now they hate the cops.
Such a thing happened.
See?
Where they could take it away from all of us. From me, from you, from our country.
They only like the cops when the cops are beating up and stomping on black people.
We can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace.
Play into the hands of these people.
We love you.
Fuck you. This is your fucking fault, Donald.
Others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
President Trump making those remarks in a video message and then later tweeting them out from the White House. And he was asked to do that by ABC's reporting. They say that it was the Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and others, we presume, who pleaded with him to talk to the protesters. Kim in Martinsville, Indiana.
It's good evening, ma'am. Thank you very much for letting me be on your
yeah, exactly, Dank Lord. The shitty thin blue line flag.
Donald Trump was a good president for us, but like I said, we've got to move on. We can't keep on behind because it's just generation. We just got to keep on going forward, not backwards to what's happening now.
Yeah, well, I'm like really tempted to call in.
We all have to. We're just gonna have to deal with what we have to.
Should I call?
By being our president of the United States of America. We just need someone that's going to be controlled of our country and do the right thing, not this.
Oh yeah, of course.
Things that people saying on here. I mean, we're all United States citizens.
Did you vote for the president?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I'm not going. I didn't vote for Biden, ma'am. I voted for Donald Trump, and like I said, a president is a president. If I'm trying to say, ma'am, like Ronald Reagan, he was a good president. We've never been in this kind of situation. What we're seeing.
I think I'm going to call in to C-SPAN.
But like I said, it's my opinion is we all need to be like adults, not children, and go and show their ignorance on the TV and doing this thing to the Republican Democrats and all together, ma'am. We all need to make peace and let it go.
We all need to make peace. Blah 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 blah. I want
It's
to
not
hear
gonna get
some of
to
this.
nowhere. People are just going to get killed. Our police officers try and protect us, and these protections are going around and trying to break into the building and everything to make an ignorance of themselves, because we're United States of America, and that's what we are supposed to be. We're not supposed to be enemies. We're supposed to be for the ones that's trying to do the right thing. And like I said, I don't know Biden very well. I mean, Barack Obama was a good.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll call in.
Said is we got to go on generation. We don't just stay and keep on the same thing that we're doing now. If Donald Trump,
I am
it's
East,
time for
so
him to go,
202-748-8927.
then let him just go on and not let this keep going on. I think Vice President Pence did a great job for us. He's close to us in Indianapolis, Indiana. He was our governor. And I think he did the right thing for what his opinion was. And he ain't going to cheat because he's a good vice president. And like I said, Donald Trump just going to have to quit acting like a child and be a man and just face it and just go on and shake his hand, Biden's hand, and not be stubborn and do like what you're supposed to do when you are not going to be elected as a president. Let the other person know that.
Shit, it's not loud enough for the noise gate, but
thank him for
yeah, wow, I got a
going
busy
against each
signal.
other, but not none of this ignorance, ma'am.
They're probably getting
all
like
these
so
kids
many
seeing this
fucking
on,
people calling in
TV,
because
and
this is like
it's not.
this
it's
is
not
such a
right
ridiculously
because, like I said,
wild
we're supposed to be
situation.
all United States citizens in America. God made us a country here to
I'm gonna
not
try
be
again.
evil, but be good to each other. That's my opinion. I'm very sorry to take up your time. God bless you all.
I'm very
and I
sorry
hope
to
you all
take
have
up
a good peace.
That dude
New
sounds
Year,
well-meaning,
and
but
thank
a
you
little
very much for letting me
misguided.
be
That
on
last
your
guy that
show.
was
All right,
speaking.
Kim, voting for the president in Indiana. Bill Scanlon.
Yeah, exactly, Dank Lord. He
timeline
seemed
of
like a
events,
well-meaning
Falls
dude,
in
but he
Washington.
wasn't
We're
saying
25 minutes
anything of any
away
like
or so
actual
from the
substance.
beginning of
God
the
damn it, another
curfew,
busy signal.
as issued by the mayor of Washington, Muriel Bowser, set to begin at 6 p.m. Eastern and run all the way through 6 a.m. Tomorrow morning. Still uncertain as to when the House and Senate will deliberate in their separate chambers. Both were considering the objections to the count in Arizona, the electoral votes in Arizona. That was the first of what we expect will be 3 or 4 votes object.
That's running this country. Y'all don't do it, ma'am. You stand with us. You don't go to church on Sunday. You gotta wake up, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Love you guys. We still support you. We love Jesus. What you guys doing?
Not only supporters of the president, but supporters of Jesus gathered as well, concerned about and protesting, which is a right, but this has gone beyond protesting, as is now
Yeah,
the lives of law enforcement.
it's a
and
coup
others in
d'etat.
danger, as well as the destruction.
Why
to
aren't they
our
using the
federal
word a
property
coup d'etat
and
attempt?
disrupted the work of lawmakers and diligent public servants.
And you heard, Nora, the audience heard one of the protesters as he walked away say there's a small criminal class that runs this country. That is an embedded grievance that Donald Trump did not invent.
Donald Trump's one of them.
But as a candidate and as president,
That's totally
he has
fucking true, but it's Donald Trump who's one of
and
those
suggested
criminals.
is real and is
This
given
idea that
a
he's like
sense
saving
to these
us
people
from
who
them is
held that
fucking
grievance
ridiculous.
that it's
The
real.
idea that he is draining the
he's the
swamp
only
is fucking
alternative to
absurd.
it.
Listen just a minute.
What happens when we have the power and you guys are getting pushed down?
Holy shit, these people are just, this is
And
critical
we should
copium.
tip our hats to the D.C. police, who frankly have put up with a lot of this over the past year, whether it's pro or anti-Trump supporters, the Black Lives Matter protests that were held. This is a police force.
Stop
that has been
equating
worn
this
pretty
shit.
thin and worked pretty hard.
Oh
dealing
yeah,
with situations like this across the
yeah.
nation.
They have to
We
sweep
should
the fuck
update
out
you
of it.
now,
What if
have
one of those
some
people like
definitive
hid
information
explosives
on that.
somewhere?
We're being told there are 1,100 D.C. National Guard that have been mobilized, 200 Virginia State Troopers, and an unknown number of Virginia National Guard that have all been sent to D.C. at the mayor's request. 500 Maryland National Guard and state troopers. Montgomery County Police have
leftists,
sent 53
I've said this
members of their
like
special
probably 10
events
times since I started
response
streaming like a
team,
couple hours
and
ago.
all hands on deck. Look at this picture.
10
The Capitol
fucking-
is lit up.
Yes, there are.
light. tonight.
And the Lisa Desjardins for
To give law
PBS was fucking
enforcement
reporting
a
from
clear picture
was literally like reporting
and
from
to
them
remove
on her
those. And
phone.
the reason, as Alan He or Capitol Hill reported,
Real quick, let's
was primarily an issue for the Capitol Police to be dealing with. What other local and/or
Oh, all right. Not hearing all
law
the like
enforcement
copium
agencies
delusional
should be
idiots
involved
screaming
here,
on
and do you
PBS is
believe
nice
are
and peaceful.
involved in here?
William, the question is spoken from someone who knows Washington, D.C. So thank you for that. And it's important for the citizens and residents of the United States to understand that the District of Columbia, unfortunately, is not a state.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're like
war,
hiding the fucking
but we're not
members
a
of
state.
Congress
We
and shit throughout
have
the
taxation without
complex.
representation. And that means that
No,
our
I meant they're hiding.
police our neighborhoods.
No, they're like
Columbia,
hiding the
700,000
fucking congressmen
plus
and people who are like
extraordinary
in the
Washingtonians
Capitol that
live
were
and work.
weren't like
We have the
invaders.
Capitol Police responsible for policing
They
the
like hid
Capitol.
them all in the
We have
fucking
the
tunnels
Secret
and
Service
shit.
that has broad responsibility for protecting, of course, the president, other elected officials, and and other national assets. We have the Park Police that is in charge of protecting our parks here in the District of Columbia that are beautiful. And so, in a way, the District of Columbia is one of the most over-policed in the sense of having so many law enforcement officials who, generally speaking,
Yeah, down in DC,
actually
there's
work
so
well
many
together.
fucking cops. How were they
I think
so
the breakdown
terribly
here
prepared for this?
is that the Metropolitan Police Department is trying all of its might, and I think they're doing, to be honest, a very good job under the new Chief Conte. But we have a dissonance because it appears that some crucial federal partners, frankly, didn't come to play today. And I can only think that the order came from somewhere up high, because I know those federal police officers, they go to work every day to do the
Everybody
right thing.
blaming the
I think they were,
Republicans
frankly,
is 100%
told not
correct.
to today.
I want to follow up on that in a moment, but we are just getting some word from apparently the Sergeant of Arms inside the Capitol announced an all clear that there was at least some sense that the majority of protesters have been either contained or that the threat is minimized. And allegedly there was some applause that broke out inside the Capitol. So hopefully that is some good news, and we're working to try to confirm that. But Attorney General, you were saying before about this issue of the difficulty of a city not necessarily having full governance over its own affairs. We know that the mayor of D.C., Muriel Bowser, has established a 6 p.m. curfew tonight in the city.
It's 5:42 right now, 18 minutes until that comes
resources
along.
are going to be deployed to the city, what concerns you have about what might unfold as this protest continues?
Well, yes, William, the mayor indeed did issue a 6 p.m. curfew, and we're getting close to that 6 p.m. hour, 18 more minutes. And I'm urging anyone who was watching your show, and I hope many people are.
This needs to be treated as a
to
domestic terrorism
adhere
incident.
To that curfew. The Metropolitan Police Department are going to enforce that curfew. In the District of Columbia, that means our police officers will enforce the curfew and will arrest individuals who are violating the curfew. Those charges will be reviewed by my office, and where the evidence supports it, we'll bring the charges. There are other charges that can be brought in regards to what we saw on television today. Many of those charges, in fact, almost all of them, are not chargeable by my office, which is the D.C. Attorney General's office, but instead are only chargeable by the federal prosecutor.
That's
This is
because
important.
these events happened on federal property, is that correct?
Partly, but not fully. Partly,
The
yes,
Capitol
but not
building,
fully,
yeah.
because the federal prosecutor in the District of Columbia, given D.C.'s lack of full autonomy, is the principal prosecutor for felonies and adult offenses. And the federal prosecutor, that is the U.S. Attorney of the District of Columbia, is appointed by the President of the United States. And so
Oh,
if
no.
you thought that there was meddling into the Michael Flynn case after he pled guilty.
Me too.
Twice
Yeah, I'm wondering what'll
that he
happen, and it's about
perjured
like
himself and
gonna be
violated the
15
law,
minutes until curfew
then
time
you know
soon.
that, unfortunately, the President of the United States interferes in the lawful and dutiful operation of federal prosecution. It's a fair question, William, for you and the press to follow up on, to ask what charges are the federal prosecutors bringing in light of today's events?
Treason.
And lastly, Attorney General, I just
Why
have
not
to
treason?
wonder, as someone who has spent so much of his life and career in Washington, D.C., and in many ways charged with the...
All right, so real quick, let's take a break from the shit happening in D.C. This is all reminiscent of something similar, but also quite different, that happened in Spain in 1981.
No. Don Faustino Muñoz García. Sí.
That quality is trash.
For my wallet, I just wanted 3 things. It had to be simple, really easy to access your cards, and last forever.
This is from February. This is from February of Yeah, and you know, I'm like how I'm an anarchist and how I feel about the very concept of sedition. But yeah, that what happened today was most definitely seditious as fuck. And all of Donald Trump's rhetoric. In 1981 in Spain, what's happening here is a bunch of fascists who were members of the Guardia Civil, the civil guard, which was like the military police, like 200 rogue Guardia Civil officers under the command of this guy named Antonio Tejero, like stormed the parliament in the newly democratic Spain only like 6 years after the death of Francisco Franco. And Juan Carlos like asked them to please just like surrender and to not. They like stormed this place and held a parliament hostage. Now this is an active like a law enforcement organization like conducting the coup d'etat, but this kind of scene has like chilling resemblances. A bunch of law enforcement goons trying to plunge a country that had just escaped, that was on the verge of escaping the full fascism, back into the fascism. Whereas, now we got these lunatics that are brainwashed by the godhead who just lost the election, who are storming the Capitol building because the election didn't go their way. Yeah, I don't think there's any commentary. This is just like footage taken from like the goings on. And it said unused. I guess this is AP footage that wasn't used in like broadcasts and is just left over from the footage caught of the scene of the whole deal. Lieutenant Colonel Antonio Tejero led 200 armed Guardia Civil officers into the Congress of Deputies during the vote to elect a prime minister. And he held the fucking parliamentarians and ministers hostage for 18 hours.
Debido a la protesta de Manuel Fraga ha habido, no sé, se levantó don Manuel y protestó y, en fin, ha habido un poco de tensión. Pero ahora está
Yeah, Trump's rhetoric has really plunged us into a sketchy situation.
No, no, en absoluto, en absoluto. En absoluto, en absoluto. Malos tratos en absoluto.
Now, thankfully, after all this happened, it's from Thames. Pathetic coup d'etats that failed miserably. So the DC, well, the Guard isn't really as much a DoD thing as much as states control the Guard.
A major to happen.
They opened up the phones again.
Again, I just want to thank you for giving the platform for everybody to be able to express their
But yeah,
opinions.
Maryland and Virginia are both sending in Guard, and like I think DC has its own Guard unit. I'm not sure if that's directly federally controlled or something, but
those representatives that want to back up the other half of the country that's been suppressed so much can go in.
yeah, having like a Guard response took like a while.
That some Republican and House members say they will make to the counting of the Electoral College vote.
I'm gonna try to call them again.
And earlier today,
yeah, they were saying that the DC National Guard is finally going in, but I'm not sure what took them so long.
To Georgia and Pennsylvania as well. Those were the confirmed states. There were some House Republicans that wanted to object and they needed a senator to do so along with them, to a total of 6 states. Now, Sungmin Kim, who reports for the Washington Post, says that there's news from her colleagues. There's an effort underway to persuade Senator Ted Cruz, who objected to Arizona, Senator Josh Hawley,
get a busy signal,
who said he
you're
would
gonna
object to
guarantee it.
Pennsylvania, and the objectors to stand down from their objections after the pro-Trump mob breached the Capitol
Holy
today.
fuck.
Bill Scanlon?
Greta, some sad news to report if it is true. This is Scott McFarlane. I can't bring it up on the screen for you. I'm just seeing his tweet. He's an investigative reporter with NBC News. He says, alert, the person shot at the U.S. Capitol today has died, per law enforcement sources.
Yep, and I just saw my
Sung
friend
Min
saying
Kim,
that
as
too.
you mentioned from the Washington Post, also tweets this about a possible timetable. McConnell is telling members they should go back into the chamber tonight to project strength.
Yeah, I don't know if
catastrophe, according to two senior
yeah, I don't know if
Republican
Muriel
sources
Bowser, the
familiar
DC
with
mayor,
this message.
can call in the DC National Guard because she's
Roger
like the
Marshall who
mayor
says
of
this. He tweets
DC.
this. We need to get
DC
back to
has
the
like a
chamber
bit
to
of home
finish
rule,
our
but it
work
not
tonight.
being a state,
Senator
it's in a
Elizabeth
weird
Warren says we
situation
cannot allow
where a
actions
lot of like
domestic
legal
terrorists
jurisdiction over it is
to
federal, like how
undermine the peaceful
like
transition of
pretty much all felonies that are going to be
new president who
pretty
wants
much
to
all
save
felonies
lives,
that
save
are
our
going to
economy,
be
save our democracy.
that are going to
The
result as
certification of this election
as
must
from what
resume
happened here in
immediately.
DC today
From,
are going to be
Yamiche
prosecuted
Alcindor
from
the PBS NewsHour. The
they're
Attorney
going to be
General
prosecuted
of
by
DC
the
says
federal
on the NewsHour
attorney
tonight,
for
what you had today was an
by the
attempted
federal
coup
attorney
that
for
is
the
seemingly
District of
still in
Columbia
process.
rather
It's time
than
for Donald Trump
rather
and his
than the
supporters to leave
DC than the district
peacefully.
attorney
Also
for the
from, Carol
rather
Bass,
than the
I wanna show you a
DC
couple
attorney
of,
general
photos that the Congresswoman from Los Angeles
or
and,
the
was
district
considered
attorney
a
or
vice
whatever the
presidential
fuck it is.
candidate. She
Oh
tweeted
yeah,
a series of photos of people in the House and Senate chamber with the caption, "Arrest this man." And here are those photos. A man dangling there from what appears to be the visitors section.
look at that
of the
fucking
US Senate.
douchebag.
Also, this one and this one. On all of them, she said, arrests this.
These are what domestic terrorists
We are
look
a few
like.
minutes away from a 6 p.m. curfew here in the nation's capital.
Oh, yep,
put in
6
place
minutes
by
away
DC
from
mayor.
like
As
6
you
minutes
can
away
see,
from
the law enforcement has pushed the
DC
protesters back from the building.
curfew.
They've put up more fencing around the complex, and we've learned from reports that the complex is
Yeah,
clear.
most of these people are
Now,
anti-maskers.
The Senate and
Yep,
the House
utter
reach
fucking
agreement to
troglodytes.
Continue on with the electoral college process is still uncertain. We'll wait and see if that happens, and we'll continue here with your thoughts about what is happening in Washington, D.C. Danny, in Ohio, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this has been building for 4 years with fake.
All right, I'm gonna try to call
and
again.
Russia collusion, and you got FBI agents lying to the Senate, and nothing's done about it. Where's the Durham report? Should have been out before the election. Then you got
Exactly,
all the news
sentencer.
medias, fake news. You got Google. You got Facebook. All suppressing information so no one in the country can actually hear the truth. Only half the people hear it. And
Yeah, change up my stream title to
was sitting at Nancy Pelosi's desk with his feet up. When he gets arrested, I hope Kamala Harris will step up and take her funds for, bailing out all the looters and arsons all summer long so they could go back and loot and burn more. I hope she
Is
steps
he
up
signal
and bails
again?
that guy out of jail.
Alyssa Kingman, Arizona. Alyssa, have you been watching today?
I have, yes.
And what have you been thinking?
So first, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you. So all throughout 2020, we saw over and over again law enforcement taking extreme precautions.
But yes,
and
sentencer,
making mass arrests at BLM protests.
negative 89
Now,
IQ
we're
points
watching
for
armed domestic terrorists
exposing
storm
their
our
fucking
capitals,
faces.
threatening the
Be like,
safety
I ain't gonna wear no
and
mask.
threatening the safety of our democracy and the lives of Capitol Hill staff and our elected leaders. It's very disappointing to watch white privilege being given to these people yet again. Most of America already knows that they will be dispersed, and most of them will not be held accountable for their actions. So I, as well as many Americans, are calling on our government officials to perform the mass arrests and extreme precautions on this group of people throwing a fit that their candidate lost.
Yeah, these people need to be treated like
life being taken from Black Americans without justification. We should not be relying on our current president to take real action against these terrorists.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Word. He and his family can't.
A lot of these people that did this tend to not be very smart. Some of them are a bit smarter, but are just easily manipulated by manipulators like Donald Trump.
As
Although
you've been
Donald Trump
showing
is
with the
awfully
video, we've been
easily
seeing
manipulated
the presence of
himself.
Law enforcement strengthen on Capitol Hill over the past hour and a half or so, including that video, that live video just there with the police on buses arriving at the U.S. Capitol here just a few minutes before 6 p.m. Eastern, and the start of the Capitol curfew that's been imposed by
God damn it.
the mayor of Washington, Muriel Bowser, and this is set to be enforced shortly. And it's being reiterated here in a tweet from Chad Pergram of Fox News. An announcement just went out at the Capitol on loudspeakers that everyone must leave the Capitol or be subject to arrest. I wanted to show you, too, the visual representation of that. Listen to this from Scott Wong.
Jesus Christ. Oh man, I gotta stretch my legs real quick and get more water, and I'm gonna keep trying to call the C-SPAN.
That tweet, Greta, from Scott Wong, senior congressional correspondent from the Hill, with that curfew getting underway momentarily.
Subject to arrest, you heard it there. Vatson in Seattle. Good evening to you. What have you been thinking today?
My thoughts are actually around the stock market. I'd like to point out that there was an attempted coup today, and then the stock market went up. So I think there's a real disconnect between what's happening in the country and what's happening in the stock market.
Justin in South Haven, Mississippi. And what about you, Justin?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for taking my call. I just have a question that seems to be a way to find the middle ground, because it seems like most of the people that are calling are very biased towards one or the other political party. But the facts are that almost half of voting age Americans feel like this election has not been fair. And the way that we can hopefully find a way to bridge this huge gap that a lot of the callers have spoken about within the country would be to find a way to restore their faith in the election, the electoral process and the election. And Biden even said in his statements that the worst thing under attack right now is the American republic, the American sovereignty. What we need to do is probably what was suggested.
I have returned.
Love them or hate them, and give the audit to the people that want the audit. For the people that
what's Mr. Mississippi
that feel like
saying?
This election was fair. It shouldn't cause any rift. Give them a little bit of time. Let them do this audit that they are asking for, and give them the peace of mind. And when they have this audit,
they have done the audit.
Then we go, okay, this was done by the Senate. This was done by the House of Representatives, and it was done by the Supreme Court. They took time. They looked into it. They did the research that they deemed necessary. It delays it 10 days, and on January 20th, Biden, or if there's some miracle and it happens to be Trump, they're duly elected.
Okay, Justin. It is 6 p.m. here on the East Coast, and the
Oh,
DC
shit.
curfew is put in place, effective now. You saw these buses pull up onto the Capitol grounds.
Yep, it
and
is 6
looked like
p.m.
National Guard officials that were getting on and off of them. We'll see what happens next. Congressional reporters are saying that they've been told the complex is clear, but that with this curfew in place, if you don't have an ID to be up there, whether you're a lawmaker or a member of the press or a congressional staffer, you need to leave. And that curfew is put in place. And you heard on that Scott Wong's tweet there that you are subject to arrest if you are not leaving this area. We'll go to
Holy
Frida in
shit.
Texas.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my call. I haven't heard anybody else express this. I've been watching this literally all afternoon. Watched it from President Trump speaking and saying they were going to walk.
Yeah, and people should be biased against the Republican Party right now, because it is the Republican Party's fault that this is fucking happening, for endorsing this rhetoric that they have endorsed, for creating this insane reality divide in the populace. That's what we have right now. We have a reality divide, a really disturbing one at that.
It's not ceremonial what was happening, okay? It's a process. So I don't know if he's misinformed or whatever, but this is a process.
And it's escalated to this.
Nobody on Trump's side that has any brains would have done that, because they know this is part of the process. So it was probably some agent provocateurs that were slipped in, and then some people that were misguided or just thought, oh, this is what we're doing. Okay, let's follow them. And went and breached. It wasn't a siege. Whatever they did.
Well, Khalida, if that was the case, why did the president say to those people that they need to be peaceful and that they need to go home?
Because if he doesn't, he'll be crucified. Whatever he does.
Oh my God. This lady. Oh, we have a cultist on the line. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
2 seconds later, turn on the TV and hear something that did not happen.
Agent yeah, this is literally some lady just. So Ethan was fucking telling me he was watching earlier, and there was some other lady who was like, oh, it's Antifa pretending to be. Everybody knows conservatives aren't violent, and it's just like, holy fuck, you people must be so unfathomably fucking stupid to actually believe this.
On C-SPAN, you'll see them in their entirety, without interruption and without analysis. Mike Mamuli, a political reporter, tweets out a quote from a statement from President George W. Bush. This is how election results are disputed in a banana republic, not our democratic republic. I'm appalled by the reckless behavior of some political leaders since the election. Nick in Boise, Idaho.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can, Nick.
Okay, great.
Bush helped
thank
create
you for
this, though.
covering,
That's why I
today.
hate hearing what he has to say
just-
about it.
I tuned in because I wanted to see
That fucking asshole.
The objection to the electoral
Guy
vote.
should be in
I
fucking
believe
prison
that
for the rest of his
there
life
are
for
states
all
in
sorts of
question that
war
violate
crimes
the
and shit.
Constitution, Article 2, Section 1. It doesn't surprise me what happened today. I believe that this has been coming since 2009 when the Obama and the Clinton regime brought in identity politics. So I could see where this is coming on the MAGA side. You have people like me who are independent. You have former Democrats.
What a fucking idiot this guy is!
Republicans of all ethnicities on the,
God damn it.
on the MAGA side. And
I
just
want
believe
to
that,
talk to the C-SPAN people.
This is a culmination of 4 years of a president who was elected, who made promises, and he delivered on those promises. He's been
That would be
crucified by the
sick,
media,
but I'm
crucified
surprised
by
the Interpol
Democrat
honors
Party.
an arrest warrant
There's been
from
collusion between
Iran.
the media and the Democrat Party on whatever the president says and whatever his followers and constituents say and do. So
Nick,
today,
to be clear, you're not condoning the violence.
no, I'm not condoning the initial siege on the Capitol Police, but these, as the Democrats
Listen to
tweets
this
come out and
fucking
stuff,
guy!
and even George W. Bush, which I voted for. I voted for Gore, and I think that the main thing is people are disgusted with the royalty of politics. And I think today you saw a siege on the Capitol, the People's House, where people are just tired of parasitic politicians who make all these promises and they never keep them. And they finally got a president who did. And this is just a culmination of the identity politics. And as you can see, it wasn't. They occupied the Capitol. It's not burning. There's peace, and it's not thugs like all these.
Listen to this.
Parasitical politicians are stating.
Okay.
And
I'll leave it there.
This
Nick
isn't
Krumbuster,
fucking peaceful what they did.
who was an advisor to President Trump, a Homeland Security advisor, tweets out, "This is beyond
Yeah,
wrong
Deutsche Bank is probably
and
going to seize
illegal.
all his
It's
assets.
un-American. The president undermined
Yeah,
American
Iran
democracy
served Bush with a
baselessly for
fucking
months. As a result, he's culpable
warrant,
for
I
this
think.
siege
I wouldn't be
and an utter
surprised.
disgrace. Despite of him, not because of him, police will regain control and prosecute those involved." And as our caller was talking, you saw the looked like National Guard in riot gear lining up outside of the Capitol. You can see them there. Let's watch.
All right, here's the scene from the Capitol now. There's DC National Guard. And yes, sentencer, Trump should be arrested for incitement to violence. A couple friends of mine were sending some shit. Ilhan Omar has apparently tweeted. Let me pull up Ilhan Omar's Twitter. Fuck it. Even though I'm suspended from Twitter. Ilhan
law
Omar.
enforcement circling around to the other side of the Capitol just now. You
Hey,
see them
Go-Go,
wearing,
how you doing?
Riot gear. They've been called to Capitol Hill. The
Yeah,
entire
no, I'm...
National Guard of D.C., as well as law enforcement from Virginia and
What?
Maryland to help the
Nah,
Capitol
Ilhan Omar's
fighting
from
this.
Somalia.
Casey in Richardson, Texas. Casey, have you been watching today?
I have. Thank you for taking my call. I think
I am drawing up articles of impeachment.
by
Donald Trump should be impeached by...
brought in the last year. This has been a big
Yeah, I'm not
issue
surprised.
boiling
But
in
yeah,
America.
Ilhan Omar is originally
Lack
from,
of education and
she's from
disinformation.
Somalia originally.
I think we're in an era of politics called post-true politics or post-reality politics.
But a lot of
where
Somali
appeal to
names are...
emotion and largely disconnected from details of policy prevail. And we have social media, and
A lot of Somali names are
we have news media
influenced
that's
by other cultures
making
from
the
by cultures from the Middle
ideological
East as
gap
well.
much bigger in America. I think some of the things we need to take care of are taking care of disinformation by the internet, taking care of disinformation.
Well, aren't
by
you a
politics,
unifier? This
and
guy
we need
sucks.
to,
Errol Weber. That guy's a
kind of
fucking
bridge this
grifter.
ideological gap. One other
But how have you been doing, dude? Thanks a lot for stopping by. And as you can see, the United States is in a very, very weird state right now.
That have now lost their job, they've lost their main source of income, they've fallen below the poverty line, and these people have been left behind. And when Trump came along, he said, I hear you, I hear these people, I hear your problems. And he was elected, but the problem is not Trump, the symptom is Trump.
Oh,
Casey there.
I was a little worried about that.
Coming up. Niels Lesniewski is joining us. Niels,
Only
what
3
have you
days,
learned,
okay.
About what is to happen next? We understand the complex is clear.
That's right. We understand that we have.
Yeah, Dankler, you seem to have had a serious premonition about that.
Recently, reporters who are
protests going on in Turkey
Capitol
too. Holy
complex
shit!
in the Hart Building heard from Senator Joe Manchin.
Nope, the fucking call-in line is still busy. Jesus
they are
Christ!
Looking to proceed this evening.
I was trying to call that call-in number to fucking spew my take to these
Whip
people.
in the House has also said they intend to proceed this evening. So it sounds like they're just trying to get enough order restored.
Yeah,
to be able to get things set back up.
I remember you were saying something in the past about like
counting within the Senate and House chambers themselves.
I remember you saying something in the past. I was like, hopefully he's just been busy. I hope nothing's been. I'm glad you're all right though. I'm glad you're able to come back.
Would they resume where they left off?
Yeah, I believe that because they both recessed subject to the call of the chair when sort of all the chaos broke out around 2:30 this afternoon, that they should still be in the middle of the debate on what to do with the electors from Arizona. Now, certainly one thing that we know, which never really thought was something that would need to be considered, but when the 1969
everything is going to shit.
Happened, there was a ruling on the floor of the Senate in response to a question from Ted Kennedy that it's not allowed to table the objection of a state. So they either have to run out whatever is remaining on the clock. Of the
shit
debate.
like
sure the folks in your
shit like what happened in
in
DC today.
Block, or they would need unanimous consent.
Oh God, Elon Musk being able to have his like own personal colony on the moon sounds like hell, like in the physical universe.
That they're going to go back and try and figure out probably whether or not they actually have to run through the entire 2 hours of debate. We probably need.
Yeah, in so many places we're seeing such bad Democratic backsliding.
Have to hear any more challenges, but certainly, you know, in a normal year, and we've been saying this for a while, but in a normal year, this whole process takes 25, 30, 35 minutes. So the question is really going to be for senators like Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley and their supporters of these objectives.
Yeah, I'm worried of just like the Amazon Jeff Bezos corporate state taking over absolutely everything. and just replacing like the current order of things.
A, they think their point has been heard, or B,
they already kind of are.
It's not going to be possible to hear their point at this point in time because, Greta, frankly, the issue is that you know, I mean, what are the headlines in the newspapers going to be tomorrow? It's going to be
I hope
mob.
I hope at least we can.
Capital. It's not going to be about whether or not.
Yeah, I'm worried about that, Danklord.
What side of a particular state's electoral college votes?
But yes, I do have a lot of faith in the young people.
By those Republicans in leadership who were opposed to objecting, to convince the objectors to not go forward.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing has been going on in the Capitol, and the extent to which people have access to lawmakers at this point. There certainly are discussions underway about what to do and possibly speeding this process along at this point. I think there's a general sense, even perhaps among people who support the challenges.
I still have some hope in humanity somehow.
Itself is now, you know, the fundamental problem here. So if in fact challenges go forward, it also wouldn't surprise me, even if they do go forward, if the tone of the debate is a little bit different than what we saw earlier this afternoon.
What do we know about the roles people were playing before the vice president was presiding? The Speaker of the House was next to him. Will they continue?
Well, the Speaker most likely will continue. I have not heard yet regarding where exactly the Vice President of the United States is. And so some of the question of whether it is Vice President Pence or whether it is Chuck Grassley, the Senate President pro tem, that is presiding over this when they reconvene, and at what juncture is probably going to be dependent on what the security assessment is around Pence, because certainly there were people in this group of protesters.
Yeah, thanks a lot for stopping by and letting us know you're at least okay, Go. Sorry to hear you had to fucking get locked up for a few days. That sounds brutal as shit. Have a good shower, and yeah, I will probably be on later on tonight as well. I'm gonna keep covering this, and later on we might take a break from this to play some Minecraft.
To be spending his evening this evening, and it is remarkable that we are having that conversation, but that is where we are, and preserving and protecting the vice president may take precedence over what we've all been saying is a largely ceremonial role, but certainly it may depend on just how secure the Capitol is supposed to be. I'm looking at the clock and realizing we're about 6:15 in the evening. There is a curfew in effect here in DC now, and so in theory the crowd should be leaving, but you know, there is always the possibility that those orders will not be adhered to.
What do we know about what security did in that moment when the chamber was breached and the vice president, second in line to the presidency, and this, and then over on the House side, you had the Speaker of the House next in line after him. What do we know about how quickly the Capitol Police moved to protect them?
Well, that movement took place very quickly, and if I can just take just a second to pull up, and I'll tell you exactly what I'm looking at here. The reality was that in both cases things moved very, very quickly. Among the reporters in the Senate chamber was Paul Kane from the Washington Post, and one of my colleagues noted that Kane ran out of the Senate chamber and shouted that Pence had just left the chamber, which was a sign that there was some kind of an imminent threat. And when people were able to see, when reporters were able to see what was going on, it was also clear that Grassley was not in the Senate chamber. And so similar things were happening on the House side. The continuity of government was one of the preeminent concerns. The other thing I would tell you that was remarkable to see, and we've now seen senators, including Jeff Merkley and Tammy Duckworth, both make reference to this. The floor staff had to quickly think to make sure to remove the wooden boxes that hold the actual Electoral College documents, the paperwork from the various states. They had to make sure to take
Jesus Christ.
them to the undisclosed huddling security area where everyone sort of went to after the chamber was cleared. Because the other thing that, like, it's amazing that people thought of it in real time, was what would have happened if somehow these literal wooden boxes that contained the paperwork had been still sitting in the Senate chamber, in particular, when the violent protesters were able to get into the chamber. It's not something we even really want to contemplate exactly what they may have done. But it's certainly not outside the realm of speculation to think.
I can't believe that there were idiots that were just calling in on here saying, like, there wasn't any violence, unlike the BLM and Antifa thugs. Look at me, pearl clutching.
And as we wait to see if the House and the Senate can reconvene and continue on with the Electoral College process, Mike DeBonis of the Washington Post tweets out, House Majority Whip confirms top congressional leaders are hoping to come back tonight and finish. Potential obstacles. Can the building be secured? Can members safely get in and out? The Capitol is a crime scene. A woman was fatally shot steps from the House floor. Niels?
Those are all the exact questions. And the other thing is whether or not, some of this may hinge on whether or not there are objections, frankly, because if there are no further objections, if this is able to all be sort of processed in an orderly manner, quite frankly, you don't need a whole lot of House members or senators to be in the chamber as long as no one actually asks if there's a quorum or not. As we know, the quorum calls sort of go away in a hurry when they can go away. And so I think that the question, one of the things that is probably being worked out is whether or not a handful of lawmakers, probably Roy Blunt and Amy Klobuchar, the chairman and ranking member of the Senate Rules Committee, their counterparts in the House on the House Administration Committee, and a few lawmakers can actually just get through this processing themselves. And whether or not you need to have some contingent closer to 430.
Let's go back to CBS coverage.
So we're right at First and what would be First and Delaware or so, right by the reflecting pond that's in front of the west front of the Capitol.
They haven't gone far.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's still pretty close to the Capitol. Got it. Still pretty close to the Capitol, but certainly backed off of the perimeter, no doubt.
Yes, absolutely. And the crowd has gotten smaller, Nora. I think that's important to note. The D.C. National Guard are on scene here. We have people in military uniforms with shields that are part of this law enforcement action that's pushing these demonstrators back further away from the Capitol. We're walking towards the National Mall now and the Native American Museum.
This is so fucking
it has
crazy.
certainly been a remarkable day here.
Remarkable.
You know, it was quite a sight when I was thinking back on this. You know,
yeah, this is going to be one for the textbooks, for sure.
It was a big rally, and then when we got down to the West Front, we were looking at people scaling the scaffolding up to the area where the inauguration will be. That then led to people breaching the Capitol. And we know that once people got inside, that turned deadly, where a woman lost her life after being shot inside the Capitol, and just some remarkable images. of Capitol Police barricading the
Sorry
House
about
chamber
that overzealous
with their
auto mod,
guns drawn,
cats.
as people were apparently attempting to get inside the House chamber where members of Congress were working. You know, and it has continued for hours now. I want to draw your attention here, Nora. You see there's a... Yes, Nora, sorry.
Well, the D.C. curfew is now in effect until 6 a.m. And as law enforcement is pushing back those protesters, is there any indication that they're saying to them, if you don't disperse now, you will be arrested?
They have not. I have not heard the "you will be arrested" warning yet.
Yeah, it's like, how strong are they going to enforce this curfew compared to how strong they enforce curfews against left-wing
People to disperse, and then you'll end up with sort of a core group of hangers-on. That's then when you would start to hear the police say, if you don't disperse, you will be arrested. They normally give that warning 2 or 3 times before they move in and make the arrests. So far, I have not heard that announcement. Just a lot of move back, and then of course
these people will like walk around and blindly shout shit like USA or stop the count, and they think that they like thinking for themselves. These easily led fucking dipshits.
Excellent reporting and right there on the ground in what is clearly a dangerous and developing situation. So thank you, Chris, for that, as he is being, of course, disparaged by some who are out there and is trying to let us know exactly what is happening. You know, we had part of this conversation about leadership and the Republican leader in the House having to call the White House and say, Mr. President, you need to address, you need to make this end, you need to make this stop. And then the president responding with what some would call a confusing taped message in which he actually praised some of the reporters and then told them to go home. We've now had the acting Secretary of Defense put out a statement that leaves out the President of the United States saying about bringing in the National Guard. And now, Ed, we've heard from the President's National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien.
What's
who has
PBS
also
saying?
Basically taking over the building. What kind of leadership does it take for something like that to happen? Is it spontaneous? Or is it something that you think was probably worked out and planned ahead of time?
So I've been watching this develop for months now, even before
Yeah,
the election.
Danklord, that's
as
my
the
question.
president was even prior to the
Yep.
election suggesting
Yeah.
that mail-in
That
ballots
curfew's
were
been in place for
susceptible
almost
to
a
fraud
half
and that
hour.
we
Why are
weren't
they
going to
not
be
getting
able to trust the
arrested?
results of the election. And of course, he's doubled down on that.
Left-wing protest gets kettled so that they can't get home before curfew. Then curfew hits. The cops are like, "You're after Mr. Curfew," and go in with and start beating the shit out of everybody and rubber bullets. And I'll bet the cops are. I'll bet a bunch of these cops and National Guardsmen are friends with these assholes.
Are no longer involving the President of the United States about managing and diffusing the situation.
Right.
There is no other conclusion you can come to from the statement from the acting Secretary of Defense and now the National Security Advisor that conversations within the highest level of the executive branch are not being conducted by the president to deal
Where's
with
all the
this
tear gas
situation,
that Black
to
Lives
resolve
Matter
it, to
people got
de-escalate it, and to let
got
Congress
fucking
get back to its appointed
shelled
legal
with
business. That
clear
is
out a
significant.
path for
There are
Donald Trump to
implications
walk to a
only,
church across the
but
street and
they
hold a
are
Bible
quite
upside
clear.
down for
Quite clear.
a photo op.
And it's worth.
Where are
I
all the
think,
pepper
noting,
balls
the
that the
statement just
fucking
released by
cops
Senator
shoot
Mitt
at
Romney
churches
of
that people
Utah.
shelter
This goes to our
inside?
conversation a moment ago, Ed, about these senators like
Rob was
Ted
just
Cruz, Josh
holding
Hawley, and
a pole
others
with
who
a
may
360
want to
camera
continue
on it. Is
to
that
object.
his entire job
I'll
right
read
now to
directly
film
from
with a
Senator
fucking
Romney's
GoPro?
statement. I asked my colleagues.
Yeah, boy, they
do
give him
we
the
weigh
important
our
jobs,
own
huh?
political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What is the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience?
Let me convey something a little more urgent. The Speaker of the House has just conveyed to her colleagues in a letter, in consultation with the House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, the House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn, and this is notable, after calls to the Pentagon, the Justice Department, and the Vice President, the Speaker says, we have decided we should proceed tonight at the Capitol once it is cleared for use. Leader Hoyer will be sending out more guidance later today. So the headline there is the
Yeah,
House
it's probably
will
for
consideration
video
of the
evidence for
Electoral College results
prosecution
tonight,
and whatnot.
according to the House Speaker, who says she's consulted with her colleagues. with the Pentagon, with
Yep.
the Justice Department, and notably the Vice President, who, of course, today
And also maybe
is
for,
serving
like,
as the presider, not the
liability
decider,
protection.
and leads the Senate ceremoniously. So that is a signal that it will happen. She adds, today, January 6th, the Feast of the Epiphany. Let us pray that this instigation to violence will provide an epiphany for our country to heal. And she urges members and staff to stay at the complex until the U.S. Capitol Police tell them it's safe to move on.
Another part of this worth noting, we always knew, this is the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, this responsibility would take us into the night. The night may still be long, but we are hopeful for a shorter agenda. But our purpose will be accomplished. That is a suggestion that the number of states that might be objected to is narrowing or will be narrowed, and that this will be accomplished more rapidly than originally contemplated. Fair reading of that, it seems to me.
All right, and we're witnessing now at this hour the efforts by law enforcement to remove the mob.
Doesn't
from
look like
Capitol
much of an
Hill
effort.
to get them to disperse, as the D.C. Capitol is still under lockdown but is secure at this hour, and both President-elect Joe Biden and George W. Bush calling this an insurrection. And it is 6:30 in the east, 3:30 in the west. And for those of you who are just joining us, this is a special report of the CBS Evening News. We are witnessing history and what can only be described as a national disgrace. As we come on the air, the U.S. Capitol
that's not a
is
bad
under
idea
lockdown
at all,
after
Dankler.
violent mobs stoked
That's
and
not a
encouraged
bad
by the
idea
words
at
of
all.
President Trump and his
Or
allies stormed the building.
Or even
where
like
the
anybody
House
in
and Senate
Congress
were
who's
in
been there
session.
more than like 4
They were
terms or
meeting to
something.
count the votes of the Electoral College. Supporters of President Trump carrying flags with his name on them broke down doors, smashed windows, and attacked police. Some briefly invaded the Senate chamber. At this hour, at least one person has died. Others have been injured, and at least 2 suspected explosive devices have been disabled. All of this because President Trump has refused to accept that he lost the election and has falsely told his supporters that it was stolen from him. The process to count the electoral ballots has been halted. Right now, Washington, D.C. is under a mandatory curfew, and police and the National Guard are trying to restore order.
They're going
It
kind
has
of light
been
about
an
it, though,
extraordinary
although
day.
I got to show a picture
Congressional
my
leaders
friends
have pleaded
just
for
sent me.
President Trump to call off the protesters. Late today, he did tweet a video in which he repeated his false claims that the election was stolen from him, and he called on protesters to go home. President-elect Biden also spoke, and actually spoke before the President of the United States, saying that our democracy is under unprecedented assault. He also said America is so much better than this. At this moment, we are told that the Capitol building has been secured and that the counting of electoral votes may continue later tonight. We have a team covering all of this. I want to go back to CBS's Chris Van Cleave.
Yeah, there
who is
needs to
just
be a serious-
outside the Capitol and has been amidst it all day. Good evening, Chris.
There needs to be a serious, like,
Nora,
so
the
many people
remaining
need to not be
protesters
out of
are
government.
Squaring off with a line of police and National Guard in the street outside of the Capitol. This is a much calmer scene than earlier today, and I think we need to back up to that point when demonstrators, among the tens of thousands of people that were outside the Capitol, climbed onto the scaffolding that's out in front of the Capitol where the inauguration will take place, and then were able to breach the Capitol building itself. That escalated what had been a peaceful demonstration into something we hadn't seen in American history.
I'm very
really.
sick
We
of
can
that
show you some
rhetoric
video.
being used.
People breached the Capitol. Once inside,
Yeah,
there was a
it is
shooting, and we understand
sugarcoating
now
it.
A woman has died. There are also some
Extreme
striking
from
photos
Proud
as
Boys USA
both-
account
both
on the
se- both
parlor.
houses of
Extremely
Congress were in
embarrassing
session.
to
The
spend
House
months
and the Senate.
mocking
The Vice
Antifa and
President
licking
was
cop
there.
boot,
Multiple people
only
in
to
the
go
line
out there
of
and get
succession
absolutely
were
rinsed
in
by
the
cops who are
building.
barely
That
even
forced
trying.
both-
Weak
both
stuff. Those teenage
houses of
commies
Congress
managed
to
to
be
take
locked
on
down.
and beat
Capitol
whole
Police
armies
had
of
their
cops
guns
and
out,
Proud
directed
Boys.
at the
And
doors
they're all
as
skinny,
people
whipped,
outside
soy by
attempted
bandits.
to get inside.
But we got scrubbed like it was nothing, and over the sake of some rich orange pedophile doesn't give a shit about any of us. Sad.
Listen to what David
Yeah,
Trone,
yeah, Proud
representative
Boys.
from
That's
Maryland, a Democrat,
just so
had to
much
say.
proof that you're fucking
And it
worthless.
was time to move fast, and everybody moved very quickly, very orderly, out the doors, into the elevators, in through the tunnels. Then we got routed around, so we came up in a secure location, and They're sending bottles of water.
Oh,
in,
those were
waiting
the
for
fucking
directions.
bags people were wearing over their heads. Okay.
We have seen flashbangs be used. We have seen tear gas and pepper spray be used. We've also seen demonstrators throw smoke at police.
Stop calling them that, you fuck.
Now, right now, we are seeing D.C. is under a curfew. These people are violating the D.C. curfew. They have not been told to go home yet, but the
I get it.
Capitol
You have to
Police, the
have some, like,
Metropolitan Police,
air
the
of
DC Police, the
neutrality
National Guard have been
as
moving
a
them further and
CBS
further
News
away
guy,
from
but
the
stop
Capitol.
calling them
They are now
demonstrators. This is
standing in the street
sugarcoating
about a
it.
block and a half
This
from
was
the
a coup
Capitol,
d'etat
where
attempt,
the
not a
remaining
demonstration.
demonstrators are lined up facing police in riot gear. Nora?
Chris Van Cleve, amidst it all, an extraordinary Capitol Hill CBS.
Something like this ever again.
Tom Daschle, who is responsible?
Well, I think there's a lot of responsibility to go around.
Yep.
Frankly, I think the president has
Although,
to take some of
Danklord,
that
I think the
responsibility
person that was
himself
shot
with
and
what he
killed
said
was
this
like
morning
somebody
with the
shot
tweets this
by the,
afternoon.
like,
I don't think you can
armed
avoid
guards
taking
inside the...
responsibility when you make comments like that. I think there are others as well who have incited this kind of violence. It's all those who are...
Well, even
behind the
more so, this
conspiracy
isn't even as much
theories,
about the
all
cops,
of
cats. It's about the fact
the
that,
social media...
it's not even as much about the cops. It's that these people literally invaded the Capitol building to try to, like, prevent Congress from doing what it's constitutionally obligated to do because they didn't think the results were going to go their way. And that is what's extra fucking vile about this. The Trump there to get their hands on the electoral votes. They were there to obstruct Congress from doing something they are constitutionally mandated to do, which is count and certify the ballots of the Electoral College. Oh yeah. Even more so, just more so. That's like a given involving like and like energetic like. Yeah, just like when those people were trying to barge their way into vote counting facilities, and it was just like, bro, who gives you the authority? What gives you the authority to just do this? Yep. Real quick, I want to find let's see what else Pim Tool has been saying about this. Is Pim Tool finally turning on Donald Trump now? Oh! Twitter took down one of Donald Trump's tweets. Hello, Louis Longbeard. How are you doing? Oh, holy shit. Twitter finally, like, straight up took down a Donald Trump tweet. Like, look at this. In all its fucking glory, this tweet violated the rules. Well, thank you, Louis Longbeard. Yeah, this is a wild situation we're in. All right, Tim Pool is actually... Yeah, earlier today. Oh, there's the cops just letting all those people into the Capitol earlier today, actually.
And they just breached the Capitol again. Police are squabbling with protesters. Oh, there we go.
Yep, and they just barely gave a shit. The problem is that silence is BLM raged across the country, destroying businesses. And when an avowed Antifa shot and killed a Trump supporter, which that whole thing, he's talking about the Michael Reinhold case, which that was a likely case of self-defense. Tim Pool, shut the fuck up, you fucking hypocrite.
And other than Vice President Joe Biden, when Democrats tried to challenge the results like Republicans did today, he shut it down. He said the debate is over, the race is over, the time for debate has passed. Obviously, these Republican lawmakers are getting a very different message from President Trump, who says that the race isn't over at all and that, in fact, he won in a landslide despite all the evidence to the contrary.
Yes, Kat, somebody must have screenshotted that tweet. Sorry, I missed that
Thank you.
one.
Want to bring in Major Garrett and Ed O'Keefe. And Major, we heard from President-elect Joe Biden when there was a vacuum in leadership, when all we could see in the country and the world could see was a mob riot, scaling the walls of the citadel of liberty, the United States Capitol. It was the president,
This rhetoric's
Joe
a bit
Biden, who addressed the
masturbatory,
nation
but
to say that this is an unprecedented assault on democracy.
Correct. And he said the president's words matter. A bad president or a good president. Always the words matter. They can inspire or they can incite. And let us be absolutely clear. The linkage between the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and this violence, this grotesque, lawless spectacle of the United States Capitol is direct. There is no ambiguity about that. The president, mere moments before this happened, said in a speech to
yeah, she's not wrong. It's just really, and also the citadel of liberty, also the citadel where our politicians decide to go ruin, decide to go like install dictators in foreign countries.
His attitude about this election, his repeated falsehoods about what did happen when it
like
was
Chile.
The most scrutinized, transparent, and well-conducted election in American history, has created not just
and
the
we
atmosphere,
installed
but the
Mobutu
motive
in Africa,
and the
and we
intention
had the
that played
Ngo
out
government in South
so
Vietnam.
malignantly in the United States Capitol today.
Ed?
You know, there have been instances like this at the Capitol.
The South
in recent
Vietnamese
years.
government was fucking
shooting
monstrous.
Situation in 2013. There was the shooting at the baseball practice in 2017 involving many members. But never before, as Nancy said, in the modern age had we seen something quite like this. Perhaps just that 1998 shooting involving 2 officers there. And never during such an important moment in the transition of power and for American democracy. This is supposed to be the capstone.
This was a political emergency.
What a way for it to end. And I think it's somewhat it's terrifying, it's disappointing, it's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking is the word I've heard over and over again today from Democrats, Republicans.
Why aren't these people violently being arrested? They're out past curfew.
What was going on? It's just heartbreaking.
We started this day talking about what was, in some ways, a civil war.
Yeah, we created the Taliban. That Citadel of Freedom also like created the Taliban, selling them weapons to fight the Soviet Union.
In Georgia, led the party to lose 2 Senate seats. As CBS News has now declared that the Democrats won both of those Senate runoffs, handing the Democratic Party 50 seats in the United States Senate that will allow Kamala Harris to be the tiebreaker. That has enormous legislative
Stank Lord, the thin blue line flags are desecrating the American flag. Just right-wingers are hypocrites about the flag.
Conservatives, what Wall Street business executives
They're hypocrites about
were so
absolutely
threatened
everything.
by, worried about.
These people have no values. They just worship a cult of the nation. They worship a cult of the nation, and they attach Donald Trump's face to it as the current godhead. Just like they used to attach Reagan's face for a while.
The blame being placed on the President of the United States, and some lawmakers are deciding to stick with him, and then others deciding it's the end of the Trump era.
We've spent much of the last 2 years talking about divisions within the Democratic Party. Ideological, stylistic, generational.
This needs... Yeah, even like wearing the American flag is considered desecration.
There is a total privilege now in the Republican Party because this was such a profound demonstration of anti-democratic behavior today at the Capitol with the world watching. And I wonder now what on earth the Republican conversation is like. There will be some serious conversation, official conversation with Republican leaders because they're supposed to be meeting this week in Florida, Georgia for their winter meeting to figure out party leadership and how you move off this current cycle into the next ones, and you just wonder if those conversations.
What the fuck is going on?
One other just bit of news that's come through here: the Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer telling reporters a little while ago, 8 o'clock when asked what's next, he said 8 o'clock. Not entirely clear, but that would suggest that perhaps they're going to go back into session in the Senate in about an hour and 20 minutes.
All right, and part of that
Now,
effort
Cats,
then in the Capitol will be
so
secured
burning
by
it
the
is like
National
legal.
Guard.
Desecrating the
CBS News
flag
reported
is
that the
legal.
Army is activating the entire
It's not illegal.
District
It's
of
just still
Columbia
considered
National
desecration.
Guard, 1,100 troops in response to this request from Mayor Bowser. That being announced from the Pentagon, the acting secretary, noting that that was made in consultation with the vice president and leaders of Congress. Notably absent from that conversation was President Trump, which has raised eyebrows. But it looks
God damn
now
it.
like this is going to move forward on the Capitol. There's still a lot of activity on
Is
the
this
streets of
because there's
DC,
something
despite
wrong
the
with
fact that the
Twitch?
curfew has been in
Is
place for
Twitch
some
getting
45 minutes
overloaded
now.
because
So
of how
let's
many
bring in
people are
CBS
like
News
watching
Chief
Hassan and
Justice
whatnot?
Homeland Security correspondent Jeff Pegues. And Jeff, I know you've been there all day. What have you learned from talking to people in the crowd?
Well, most of the people have cleared this scene, and that is good news, obviously, for the National Guard that is set up here behind me, keeping the crowd that is left back from the Capitol. But since early this morning, President Trump supporters have gathered in D.C. They walked down Constitution Avenue to the Ellipse where President Trump had called them for this rally today. You know, the law enforcement here and D.C. Homeland Security officials expecting tens of thousands of people. But this was a massive crowd, and it filled the Ellipse. And as Major Garrett alluded to, there were speeches, including Rudy Giuliani, who talked about trial by combat. And there were other words that inspired this crowd to walk toward this Capitol today, and that's exactly what they did. Even as President Trump was in the middle of his speech, we saw people turning and walking.
I was going to say, who are you talking about? Hassan?
Woman, well, where are you going? And she said, I'm heading toward the Capitol. The speech has inspired
Yeah, Hassan has like
me."
200,000
And so
viewers.
Once we got here to the Capitol, you heard people encouraging other Trump supporters to storm the Capitol, to breach the Capitol. In fact, there was a woman with a bullhorn who was telling people to do just that.
Yeah, I was just looking to see how many. Even the Surfs has like a bit less than 2K. The Surfs usually only has like 500 to 1,000. Oh,
and
no.
so I confronted her. I was asking her why she was encouraging people to breach the Capitol when law enforcement at that point, they were trying to keep people back. But she was telling people we have a job to do, and she was among a group of
I have
people
not watched any of
breaching
Pac-Man's
this Capitol
coverage of
today.
this.
But as I said, law enforcement right now, the situation. They have the situation under
Is it
control.
Twitch
We've
breaking?
seen
Like,
law
is everybody
enforcement
complaining
moving,
about this?
including the National Guard, and they are behind us right now, keeping order on the streets as this curfew is set in. Nora.
Jeff Pegues,
Is it Twitch?
Thank you so much.
How badly am I coming through? Like, is my audio coming through okay, but the video's stuttering? Is that what's happening?
Today was an extraordinary effort to try and delay or actually thwart what was a process that was to take place within a matter of hours. And now Speaker Pelosi says, you know, we were planning to do it tonight, and we're still going to do it tonight. They're trying to send a message that this is going to happen no matter what.
Moments ago, our viewers saw a tweet from Senator Jeff Merkley, the Democrat from Oregon, talking about the preservation, the quick-minded, preservation of the electoral votes and the envelopes in which they were sent to the Capitol. He said in his tweet, if they had not been preserved, the mob would have burned them. So let's be clear about what this is, an attempted mob rule to not only intimidate the United States Congress, but
I hate that word mob rule, except for when it's literally used to describe what these people are doing.
Of a duly conducted presidential election in this country with the intense purpose to nullify its results. That is what we're talking about here. That's the consequence we are at least imagining if this thing had.
Here, how's Hassan's channel coming through? I'm going to see how well Hassan's coming through.
White people and many brown people, many black people face, right? legitimate forms of repression. They probably have a shit job that they fucking hate. They probably have a shit manager that they work at the shit job that they hate. They're working their fucking asses off. Okay, some of them, maybe a lot of them are recipients of a
yeah, and I said that
some
earlier.
generational
Heavy metal.
wealth,
That's
and
exactly
why they have
correct.
The
That's
freedom to be
spot
able to
on.
fly across the country to go fucking storm the Capitol building.
All right, it looks like my speed stabilized.
But they absolutely do experience some form of oppression under capitalism.
Okay, Hassan's right there. These people do it. These people all do experience some form of oppression under capitalism. That doesn't justify them becoming fascists.
How significant today may have been. Things we have not yet learned.
Today marks also 2 weeks until the presidential inauguration of Joe
But
Biden
I'm
as the
Beer Bash
46th
Johnson. This isn't just
president
a
of the
Hassan
United States
react.
that was set to take place on the west front of the Capitol in the era of coronavirus. So it had already been sparsely attended. And today we saw that mob essentially take the seats there as a symbolic effort and hang the flag of Trump 2020 there. That has since been removed, and the process will move forward. But we did see a moment of presidential leadership.
Yeah, what's
today,
up,
because while
Megabyte?
President Trump was
I
doing
know we were
something,
talking
we
in
saw
DMs
President-elect
about
Joe
this
Biden
shit a
come
little bit
forward
earlier.
live and address the nation.
This is
calling
this is easily
disgraceful
this is the
insurrection.
biggest
Let's listen.
political emergency.
This is not dissent. It's disorder.
Yeah,
It's
who cares
chaos.
about disorder?
It borders on sedition.
I don't
And it
really like
must
that
end
rhetoric sedition, but he's not
now.
wrong. It is seditious.
And a strong message there from the president-elect. And you mentioned this, Major. He talked about words being very important, that in some cases they can inspire, in worse cases they can incite. And there are both calls from Republican and Democratic lawmakers laying the blame squarely on the President of the United States and his supporters, including Rudy Giuliani.
I
and
think
his
they're
son,
right
Don
to do
Jr.,
that.
for inciting this violence. And then only after watching the fruition of their words, their marching orders take effect, that they try and tweet
One
out
time
claims
some
to blame it
dude
all
came
back.
into my chat and all he sent was like an ASCII goatee, like a keyboard character drawing of a dude bending over, like pulling his asshole open with his
Obvious
hands.
answer to that is no. And when you play with rhetorical fire, you will
Drawn
be
with
burned.
keyboard
And
characters. It
many,
was
many
horrible.
people in this country have said for months,
Well, it
if
wasn't
not
that
years,
horrible, actually. I
that
mean,
this
I
rhetoric
laughed.
is
I sat there
incendiary
laughing. I was like,
and
you know,
it will
I'm
get
sorry.
out
I'm
of
going to
control.
have to
We
ban
saw a
you, but
manifestation of that today.
well, latest news megabyte is so what is it? 6:51. So Washington D.C. has been under Washington D.C. has been under an official Washington. This is all from earlier today because over here, at least on the East Coast, it's fucking dark right now.
It seems to be with far more consequence. And today he had to rip up his plans and address this because he realized.
Okay, yeah, my bit rate was going. God, this is making me geek the fuck out. This Oi, Charter Communications, what the fuck are you doing to my up speeds? Will this help it a bit? No, all the video watching and shit, that only affects down speed. That shouldn't be throttling my up speed like is getting fucked with really, really bad right now. Hey, Fatagen. Yeah, we're just, yeah, he is crazy. And these people who tried to pull off a coup d'etat in DC today are also fucking crazy. These people... This has really just gone so far off the fucking deep end. This has all just gone so far off the fucking deep end. Alright, I'm gonna try not to geek out about my bit rate too much. There's only X amount that I can do, but let's see what the douchebag's been fucking tweeting. Yep, a couple of his tweets got deleted for violating Twitter rules. This Save America march wasn't a march. It was an attack on the Capitol of the United States.
The law enforcement to secure the United States Capitol. I mentioned that word sedition that President-elect Trump mentioned. I want to bring in David Becker on that very legal point because he is our election law effort, and talk about those comments today that have been raised about sedition and seditious activity on those who incited this violence.
Yeah, so sedition basically means any activity or conduct that seeks to overcome legal authority, particularly in a democracy.
Hey, Rhino NS.
There's a very good case to be made that we've seen activity like that.
Griff, why are you typing the cursed text in my chat? Rhino NS, thank you very much for dropping the follow. It is greatly appreciated.
And it's something.
Welcome to the collective of the Grand Chungus, comrade.
That is designed to usurp the natural and peaceful transition.
The Grand Chungus being
to a lawful
this cat.
In this case, the president-elect who won a.
That is a scary Freudian slip. Are you a secret Trumpist?
The kind of thing we're looking at in that case. It's a very
is one of my best IRL friends. Oh shit!
About.
Oh, you're talking about the. I missed the
David
anchor
Becker
saying that.
Noting, of course, that charge of seditious conspiracy that has been leveled against some. I want to also bring in Nancy Cordes, who is on Capitol Hill, with some new information about what we're going to see tonight. Nancy?
Nora, we're just
That's not really doxing,
the
but
Senate
yeah.
is going to resume counting and debating the Electoral College results at 8 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, as senators have been huddling in a secure area in a room in an office building of the Capitol for hours now. Reporters have been
Since when is saying my IRL friends?
One of our colleagues, Grace Seegers,
I thought I called you cats both times. Fuck, my bad, dude.
The senators are going to walk back over to the Capitol around 7 o'clock, and they're going to pick back up where they left off at 8 p.m. Keep in mind where we were when all of this went down. A joint session of Congress had been initiated by the Vice President of the United States in his role as the presiding officer.
You made a 5-egg ham and cheese omelet with bacon and waffles. Holy fucking shit. That sounds so fucking delicious, Heavy Metal. You're almost like giving me an erection with that kind of food talk.
Pick back up at 8 o'clock and continue that debate. The question is, will any Republican senators who are planning to challenge not just Arizona, but possibly as many as a half a dozen battleground state results decide that they don't want to do that anymore in light of all the very strong emotions?
Yeah, I could go for a fucking, I could go for a 5-egg ham and cheese omelet with bacon and waffles right now. Holy fuck.
Republican Kathy McMorris Rogers of Washington State, who had been on the list to challenge some of these states, now says she's not going to. She says that that would disenfranchise voters from around the country, and she's going to go ahead and certify and ratify the results from these various states. So we haven't gotten word yet, Nora, about when the House is going to resume, but the Senate, we're being told, is going to pick back up in about an hour.
And Nancy, you have just so clearly laid out what we are going to see and the drama that still awaits us this evening, because the question is whether those Republican members of Congress will walk back what President George W. Bush has called reckless behavior in objecting to what he called the constitutionally mandated meeting of Congress.
One of the things that these senators who agreed to the objections said,
I wonder if this will
object because so many people
end up
are
happening
angry about this election. They've been angered by this election, about this election, by falsehoods perpetrated and repeated by the President of the United States. That anger can be dealt with, but their response is to say, I must yield to it. Well, they have yielded to it, and it has yielded this result. And they now have a constitutional and political decision to make. Having seen the result of that which you yielded to, can you live with yourself? Can you live as Mitt Romney, one of their colleagues, Republican from Utah, said, your conscience? The question looms.
And I just have to keep quoting the former president because I think he wanted so badly to avoid this moment. He said yesterday he would be attending the inauguration of Joe Biden. I think he cares deeply about the institutions of not only the presidency but Congress, and said that insurrection could do grave damage to our nation and reputation. Have the institutions...
Oh, yeah. It already has.
Here in Washington.
It already has. There was an insurrection. This was a coup d'etat
Yes,
attempt.
but let's see how things go once they reconvene tonight, how quickly it's handled, how respectfully, and the message it'll send to the world that there may have been a disruption, but they're getting back to the business of American democracy.
Ed O'Keefe and Major Garrett, thank you. We're going to take another quick break. Our coverage of the assault on the U.S. Capitol continues in just a moment.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zak. You have been watching a CBS News special report after rioters stormed the U.S. Capitol building in Washington today. An angry mob overturned barricades, battled with police, broke windows,
didn't call them
disrupting
demonstrators.
the Electoral College vote count. Lawmakers were forced into hiding in secure locations after demonstrators breached the Senate chamber. D.C. is now under a curfew, and the National Guard has been activated. At least one person has died. Others have been injured, and at least 2 suspected explosive devices have been found and disabled. Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle have called the violence un-American. In a taped message, President Trump again falsely claimed to win the election, but called on protesters to go home after earlier encouraging them to march to the Capitol. President-elect Joe Biden
Just
called
every
it
time the
insurrection.
one dude that was on the
We're going to
street
take
was
you back
calling
now to
them
my colleagues, Nora
demonstrators, I
O'Donnell,
wanted
Major Garrett, and Ed
to
O'Keefe in
have a
our CBS
rage
News
stroke.
special report.
All right, looks like my bit rate is staying stable for the time being. Wonder what the fuck was causing that. It's pissing me off,
to our
though.
CBS News special coverage where we are following an extraordinary day here in Washington. The U.S. Capitol, the citadel of democracy, was in lockdown today. Both houses of Congress shut down. The Capitol stormed by thousands of mob protesters, pro-Trump supporters who had marched down Pennsylvania Avenue after being
American
incited by the President of the United States, who told them it was time to overturn
I'm sorry.
the
I should have
results
muted the
of
mic
the
for that
election.
one.
That mob taking the Capitol after the Vice President of the United States said that he would fulfill his constitutional and
this wasn't a
ceremonial role
protest.
and not
This was
follow
a
after
coup
the orders
d'etat
of the
attempt.
President of the United States to try and hijack
Yep, they're
what is
terrorists.
a constitutionally mandated process. It was extraordinary.
So,
to see a
Megabyte, you
number
weren't
of
here
Republican
earlier, but I
lawmakers,
was
including the Vice President,
I brought
as
up
well as
in
the Senate
Spain.
Majority Leader, essentially stand up to the President of the United States and say,
ASMR
we're going to move
don't
forward with this
scream.
process, and yet hear the objections of some Republican lawmakers. But as
This, unfortunately, this all reminds me of, like, in Spain. So, for anybody here who might not have known, Spain, from 1939, the end of the Spanish Civil War, to 1975, the death of Francisco Franco, was, this was 100, yes, Rhino, you're 100% correct. This was domestic terrorism endorsed by the Orange Toddler. It was a coup d'etat attempt. This wasn't a protest, it was a coup d'etat attempt, and, in 1981 in Spain. Hey, Spoon, how you doing? So for those of you here in chat who don't know about this, in 1981 in Spain, there was a situation that had similarities and differences from this, but I think it's important to compare them and notice the parallels. Made 2 pretty good scripts for running animation and gun physics. Fuck yeah! Make that progress, Spoon. I know game dev is especially brutal. But yeah, so February 1981 in Spain. A lieutenant colonel in the Guardia Civil, this national military police force for Spain, was a Francoist, and he supported the fascist dictatorship that was run by Franco from 1939 until his death in 1975. And then in 1981, he took like 200 other fascist Guardia Civil officers, and they stormed Parliament. They stormed the Spanish Parliament. This was when Spain was still like a bit after they had like transitioned to democracy from a fascist government after Franco died. Well, it was like a democratic constitutional monarchy. They have a king still, but they have like a representative government, kind of like the UK. And but yeah, Antonio Tejero and 200 Guardia Civil officers stormed Parliament while they were electing a prime minister and held them hostage for 18 hours. We just saw something that was the closest thing to that happening in recent American history. However, it wasn't law enforcement personnel, although maybe some law enforcement personnel were among all these, like, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, scumbags, 3% dipshit LARPers, these other people hanging out there at this thing. But, yeah, oh, once it's, skippable. Boom, back to display cap. So here's, like, Guardia Civil and police officers in Madrid, like, cordoning off the parliament from the public because there's a hostage situation inside. This is just some unused footage from that the AP had in their archive. Skip through here a little bit. The tense situation outside the parliament. There were shots fired at some point, but anyways. So there were a lot of differences between these coup d'etat attempts. This one was much more organized, or the Spanish coup d'etat attempt in 1981 was much more organized, and it was being done by members of law enforcement who wanted to restore an old fascist order. This was very disorganized. It was an angry mob of people pissed off about the results of an election that their guy didn't win, that wanted to go attack Congress to make sure to basically intimidate Congress into making Donald Trump the next president. However, and this wasn't any members of like any law enforcement or military body. Well, officially there might have been some like ex or like ex cops or army guys or currently serving cops among these right-wing militia nuts. But still, they weren't like serving any job in official capacity of the state when they tried to perform this coup d'etat. The big similarity here, than the one that really fucking matters, though. Both of these people trying to mount a coup d'etat attempt against the state were people who were bitter that their like oppressive personality cult godhead wasn't going to be the person in power anymore. They were pissed off that they weren't getting their way. Although in the Spain situation, it was because the guy died. The guy had been dead for years and nobody really succeeded him. Just the guy he wanted to succeed him helped transition Spain back into democracy, only to take kickbacks from like the Saudi or the UAE government on something, and now is living on exile because he definitely committed a bunch of crimes. Nice job, Juan Carlos. And Oh, where the fuck was I going with that? Anyways, I think it's yeah, anyways, Spain thankfully still has like a semi-functional like representative government. Instead of, they did not completely backslide back into like Franco levels of tyranny. I worry about the US though. This type of democratic backsliding in the US is worrisome. Especially because we haven't really dealt... Now, we've dealt with this before. We had some serious democratic backsliding during, like, the First World War and shit. But still, the fact that,
to everything America stands for.
And for those Republicans that said today was
the fact that we have
unimaginable,
this
there have been some who
happening.
are saying, no, this is the culmination.
This is
of
democratic
continuing
backsliding
to
happening right now,
allow
right in front of
President
us.
Trump to have no guardrails. And that was part of the exasperation, you could call desperation, that we heard in the voice of the Republican leader of the House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy, who we spoke with earlier today. He was the first indication that we got that they were desperately calling the White House, telling the president, this must end. Take a listen. Why have you all run from the Capitol? Why not stay there and meet these people who believe the same way that you do? Why not meet them with courage?
I can't tell you where we are out of safety for everybody else. But the one thing I will tell you is people can have a disagreement. We disagree every day when it comes to politics. People can have that. Not this. Nobody supports this. Nobody encourages this. Nobody wants this. I want to be very clear. I condemn any of this activity. This is not anything I support. This is not anything that I would be a part of, and this has got to stop.
This
Only
has got
now.
to stop. From the most senior Republican
Only now
in the House
are
of
they saying
Representatives.
this.
The question
Despite
will be,
the rhetoric
will they
ever
do?
since the election that
is the
fueled
question
this, that
at 4
caused
o'clock
this.
tonight.
Only
This
now
must stop how? Or
does
will they
Kevin
continue
McCarthy
the
say
debate
that this has to
over
stop.
Counting the electoral votes. Will the Republican leadership in the House of Representatives be able to corral the objections of House members, or will it have to occur in the Senate? Because you need both.
I'm gonna take a
written
break for
objection
dinner
from
shortly.
a House member and a Senate member. Will the Senate hold the line on this, or will we go back into a debate again like we saw earlier today? In terms of the guardrails for democracy, tonight we see Twitter, Facebook, other social media companies that are under fire for disseminating misinformation, allowing the wildfire to spread of misinformation, taking some limited action. Ed?
That's right. A little while ago, Twitter announced that as a result, I'm just quoting from them, as a result of the unprecedented and ongoing violent situation in Washington, D.C., they're requiring the removal of
Twitter
real Donald Trump
has
tweets,
stricken
quote, that were posted
Donald
earlier
Trump
today for repeated
tweets.
and severe violations of our civic integrity policy. In a subsequent tweet, they say they will lock the account of the president for 12 hours following the removal of these tweets. If the tweets are not removed, the account will remain locked. Future violations, including our civic integrity or violent threats policy, will result in permanent suspension of the @real Donald Trump account. And I can hear some of you viewers through the camera saying, what took them so long and why only now? But it's being done.
What the fuck?
And Facebook also
Oh, right.
earlier
Whose
today
flag is that? Is that Arizona's
took down
flag?
the
I think
video
that's Arizona's
of
flag.
What he had posted this afternoon out of similar concern, that while he was telling these protesters to go home and stop, he was still spreading misinformation.
He was still pouring
inciting his
gasoline
supporters
on the
by reiterating
bonfire.
these falsehoods.
He's like pouring gasoline on it with one hand, holding his penis on it, and then piss on it with the other, to act like he was doing something to put it out.
Direction in Washington. He has assailed the Supreme Court. He has assailed his own Justice Department. He has assailed his FBI. He has assailed Republicans. He has assailed anyone who does not endorse, amplify, and seek to legislatively or procedurally topple this election. That is the loyalty test he is now applying. It is without precedent in our history.
The other big headline of the day is Democrats taking control of the United States Senate. That big runoff election just yesterday, 2 Senate races, unprecedented turnout, more than 4.5 million people.
Now
in the
this
January
is the bright
election
spot.
Turning out, more than 70% voting via mail.
The Georgia Senate races are in the bag. Warnock and Ossoff have won those.
Feeling confident going in.
It is damn near impossible in any scenario.
Democratic candidates actually outperformed Joe Biden among key Democratic
Georgia has been completely flipped in the races in the federal office races it ran this time. Well, no, my bad. For the at-large state votes.
Democrats have won those 2 seats.
Yeah, I did not think Ossoff was going to beat David Perdue.
To not only just about what's changed,
and now we got Warnock beat Kelly Loeffler.
The changing demographics in a state like this, but Raphael Warnock is the reverend and the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church, where Martin Luther King spoke from that podium. I'm going to
take a quick break to eat some dinner. I'm going to stay in chat on my phone, though.
Landmark election.
I'll leave this open for you guys.
Senator-elect Warnock, I guess
just going to turn the cam off.
Reverend Warnock becomes the first African-American elected Democrat from the South, the first from Georgia. Extraordinary. As he pointed out today, his mother, who used to pick cotton in Georgia, was able to pick her son and vote for her son to be a United States Senator.
And this is part of the legacy as well of the last 2 years of political fighting in this country, that we have seen tremendous change and progress in corners of the country where many didn't think it was possible. And this is also the result of about a decade's worth of work by Democrats in Georgia to gin up support, find people,
contact them, speak to them,
and get them to vote.
Try to persuade them. It's hard work. It takes many, many years. Both parties learn this. But there's some interesting news to share with you, Nora and Ed. The Vice President's office has just released a statement saying 2 things that are important. One, that the Vice President never left the Capitol, and that he has worked throughout the day with all branches of government and senior congressional leadership to make this situation better. That's my description of what the statement says, and that he is prepared to resume his duties tonight when Congress reconvenes.
That's extraordinary. There's a lot of news coming out of the Capitol. I want to talk about that in just a minute. But first, also want to go to Georgia as we're on that note, because Mark Strassman has covered those 2 Senate races there, and he is outside Ebenezer Church tonight. Mark?
Nora, with your indulgence, I want to talk first about a further ripple of what we've been watching in Washington. Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, and his staff for the last several weeks have needed security because they've lived with threats. Well, this morning outside the state capitol building in downtown Atlanta, a group of Trump protesters gathered. On the other side of the building stood 4 men in military-style clothing carrying long guns. And out of an abundance of caution, Raffensperger decided to evacuate his staff. He sent them all home because he knew that, after all, they still had an election to oversee. And even though there are thousands of ballots here still uncounted, apparently there is no way that the Republican candidates can make up the gap. So we have 2 senators-elect here in Georgia. First, of course, is Jon Ossoff. Jon Ossoff is 33 years old. He's the first Jewish senator elected from the state of Georgia. And then you have our Pastor Raphael Warnock, the first black senator elected from the state of Georgia. It has been a remarkable and historic day, a remarkable and historic election, 24 hours here in Georgia. It's a day that many Democrats and many Republicans never thought that they would live to see, and yet it's here. And I have to tell you that the ripples here, what it suggests about Georgia as a changing state, the referendum on the Trump years, because the president came here and campaigned nominally for these candidates, mostly for himself and his fraud allegations. And in the end, Metro Atlanta's changing demographics, younger, more diverse, more progressive, turned their back on the president and instead voted for the 2 Democrats. And again, it's something that many state Republicans here are furious about, because they believe that the president's approach was a distraction, helped depress turnout among Republicans, because in the end, not enough Republican voters showed up, and more than enough Democratic voters showed up. Nora?
And I know Mark is someone that has lived there in Atlanta and Georgia and reports all the time and talks to many people. It seems remarkable what has changed there.
You know, it really has. It's, Georgia, as you've said, once ruby red, that has been slowly changing. but you do have the sense, both with the president's defeat here and now with the two senators, that these changes may be happening much faster than people realized, and that the Republican Party's traditional approach wasn't working particularly well as time was going on. And then, of course, the Trump years was something profoundly different. The whole overall approach was very, very different. And I think what you can say here is that the president wore out his welcome in the suburbs of Atlanta. Many Republicans who I know, lifelong Republicans, have said, yeah, I just can't do it. And so there is going to be a moment of reckoning, I think, here in Georgia and elsewhere. Georgia could be a cautionary tale for other red states that have gone all in on the Trump approach and essentially been very, very loyal to the president. So we're going to have to see how that goes, of course, in the days and weeks ahead. But clearly, there is a real seismic shift going on here in Georgia.
It's a brilliant political analysis and reporting. Thank you, Mark Strassman, because even one of the closest aides to the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, made that point. When the results finally came in, he made the point. He said, suburbs, suburbs, suburbs. That when you've turned off those suburban voters that could be traditionally more conservative, that want to perhaps vote Republican, but we saw this in the presidential election, but we're turned off by some of the president's rhetoric and other stuff, switch back to the Democratic Party, that is the flashing warning sign for the Republican Party that I think led Mitch McConnell today to deliver that extraordinary rebuke of the president, as well as the efforts by his Republican colleagues to prolong this process. Because you both have covered the Congress, as have I. McConnell will usually let the process kind of play itself out, knowing that it will reach an ultimate outcome. Today he made clear he wasn't in favor of this process, that
No.
some of the Republican senators were under.
No, not only was he not in favor of it, he had actively, privately discouraged it, was unable to achieve that, and was essentially, with his speech, taking those who did not heed his request to the rhetorical woodshed. There's something important about Georgia, because we talked earlier about, were there warning signs? Yes, there were. Gabriel Sterling, one of the top election officials in Georgia, who has had to repeatedly debunk and explain away all of these wacky, unjustified theories of things going askew with vote counts in Georgia, many weeks ago said, Mr. President, stop this rhetoric. People will get hurt. People will get shot. He said those words out loud with great passion and great emphasis. Weeks ago, not yesterday, he foreshadowed, sadly, regrettably, heartbreakingly, what we saw play out today.
There's been another development for those that follow politics closely. Richard Burr is a retiring Republican senator from North Carolina. There's been talk that Lara Trump will actually try and seek his seat.
President's daughter-in-law, yeah.
Yes, Richard Burr has been referred to as a good old boy many times, and today he issues a strong rebuke of the president, saying this: the president bears responsibility for today's events by promoting the unfounded conspiracy theories that have led to this point. It is past time to accept the will of American voters and to allow the nation to move forward. We are now just about 40 minutes away from finding out what will happen with the rest of the Republican Party on Capitol Hill and what they will do as they continue this constitutionally mandated process of counting the electoral votes. Will they fall in line behind the Republican Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and others who seem exasperated and disgusted with what has happened today, or will they continue to oppose and pour fuel on these unfounded conspiracy theories that Senator Richard Burr, the Republican from North Carolina, has just mentioned?
And so far, we got word of only one member of the House Republican contested caucus saying she's instead now going to back off and vote to approve these electoral college. Kathy McMorris Rogers of Washington State, former member of House Republican leadership, now saying that she will not join her colleagues in contesting these results. We'll see if there are more of those, but that's a signal that at least some of them have certainly seen what happened today and realized there are graver consequences.
We're going to take a quick break, and our coverage of the assault on the Capitol continues in just a moment.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lana Zach. You continue to watch a CBS News special report after rioters stormed the U.S. Capitol building in Washington today. The angry mob overturned barricades, battled with police, broke windows, disrupting the Electoral College vote count. Lawmakers were forced into hiding in several secure locations there at the Capitol after demonstrators breached the Senate chamber. D.C. is now under curfew and the National Guard has been activated. At least one person has died, others have been injured, and at least 2 suspected explosive devices have been found and disabled. Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle have called the violence un-American. In a taped message, President Trump again falsely claimed to win the election, but he did call on protesters to go home after earlier encouraging them to march to the Capitol. President-elect Joe Biden called it an insurrection, as did former President Bush. We're going to take you back to my colleagues, Nora O'Donnell, Major Garrett, Ed O'Keefe, and our CBS News special report.
The final step in acknowledging that President-elect Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential election, and in 2 weeks from today will be inaugurated as the 46th President of the United States. I want to bring in Nancy Cortez, who is on Capitol Hill. And Nancy, tell us what you're hearing may happen in the next half an hour.
Well, Nora, we're seeing some movement. Workers from the Senate floor, the aides who basically keep the Senate running, have now been escorted back from a Senate office building where they have been holed up for hours, back over to the Senate floor to prepare for the Senate coming back into session around 8 p.m. to continue its debate of these Electoral College results. So that's the first concrete sign that we have seen that this is, in fact, getting underway, and that they are, in fact, aiming for an 8 p.m. start. And then we just got word from Steny Hoyer, he's the number 2 Democrat in the House, he controls the House floor, that they are trying to get revved up as well. He says members are advised that as soon as the House Sergeant-at-Arms confirms that the Capitol building is safe and secure, the House is expected to reconvene and resume debate. This is important to lawmakers for a couple of reasons. First of all, they want to show that an angry mob is not going to stop them from doing the people's work. It is laid out in the Constitution, after all, that this is something that Congress does on the 6th of January after an election year. They go ahead and they count up the Electoral College ballots and they announce the winner. So they don't want to be kept from that job. They say it's a very important piece of business, and they don't want it to appear either to other Americans or around the world that they were stopped from doing that today. So they want to get back to work. The big question now, Nora, is what are House and Senate Republicans going to do? Are they going to continue with their plan to contest the results in, let's say, 5 more battleground states? They're meeting at this hour, the Senate Republicans at least. They're in a room. We've got reporters outside of that room ready to tell us what's happened once they come out. But it is a mystery right now, and there's a very good chance that there is a diversity of thought, if you will, among these Republicans about what exactly they should do. You've got Josh Hawley of Missouri, Ted Cruz of Texas, James Lankford of Oklahoma. These are very different individuals who sort of found a marriage of convenience here when they all decided to contest the results, but they all had very different reasons, and there's no guarantee that they all feel the same way now about what they should do going forward. And that's why these conversations seem to have dragged on for quite a long time now, and we're still waiting for an answer about what this process is going to look like after everything that we've seen today.
Nancy Cortez there on Capitol Hill. And what we are expecting in the next half hour is a key moment, I think, for not only the Republican leadership, but the Republican Party. A moment when all eyes of the nation and the world are trained on the United States Capitol. Concern about how it could end, we have reached this point at the tail end of the Trump presidency, which has already had so much controversy and now ends with this, a storming of what has been called the citadel of democracy.
Right. The Trump presidency is not without accomplishments. It's not without achievements. But those achievements, those accomplishments, whatever they are, and however dearly you hold them, if you're a Trump supporter, are overshadowed, if not utterly erased, by this spectacle today of people who say they are with him, who want to topple an election and do so through anti-constitutional means and mob rule. That is and will be the lingering image of this Trump presidency. There's just no two ways about it. You cannot erase this image. This image is indelible. And Republicans are going to have to decide in the next hour and a half or so exactly how much responsibility they are willing to accept, how much they believe they have either quietly or with some of their rhetoric aided and abetted it, and what they will do to reverse it.
All right, and we will find that out, as you mentioned, in the next hour. As we're just learning too, Twitter has blocked the president's account and says he may be banned. We're going to take a quick break. Our coverage of the assault on the Capitol continues in just a moment.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lana Zak. It is a dark day in history. The U.S. Capitol building breached by angry supporters of President Trump in Washington today. The Electoral College vote count was scheduled to take place when lawmakers were forced to evacuate after rioters overturned barricades, battled with police, broke windows, and breached the Senate chamber. Lawmakers are expected to return to finish the vote count tonight, and lawmakers from both sides of the aisle have called this violence un-American. In a taped message, President Trump again falsely claimed to win the election, but he did call on protesters to go home. He has not addressed America still at this point, though. President-elect Joe Biden called it an insurrection. As we've mentioned previously, D.C. is now under curfew, and the National Guard has been activated. In all of this rioting, at least one person has died. Others have been injured, and at least 2 suspected explosive devices have been found and disabled. I'm going to take you back now to our full coverage and my colleagues, Nora O'Donnell, Major Garrett, and Ed O'Keefe, and our CBS News special report.
Our continuing coverage of the assault on the U.S. Capitol continues tonight. The breaking news is the Capitol is now secure, and Congress will shortly reconvene to continue its job of counting the electoral votes. Twitter has locked President Trump's account for the next 12 hours after he tweeted that he was sympathetic to the protesters. They're not protesters, they're rioters. And he called them patriots today, which is why the president blocked their account. I want to bring in CBS's Nancy Cordes. She has been covering Congress for us. And thank you, Nancy, as we have been on the air now for a better half of almost 7 hours covering all this. And Nancy, what an extraordinary day it has been. What are you learning about what these senators will do?
Well, we know that they are going to reconvene, Nora, around 8 p.m., both in the Senate and in the House. They want to get back to work. When we left off far earlier today, they had just begun the process of going through the list of states one by one in alphabetical order and reading out loud the Electoral College results from each state. And they had run into their first opposition to one of the states, filed by both House and Senate Republicans, to the state of Arizona. We were in the A's. So what happened then was that the 2 houses split up. The joint session of Congress was halted. The Senate went back to the Senate side. The House remained in the House chambers, and they commenced with 2 hours of debate. That's when you heard that very stirring speech from the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell arguing against the individuals in his own party who had decided to contest the results. He argued that this was really a race to the bottom, and that contesting the results when there is A, no evidence of widespread fraud, and B, this race wasn't particularly close, in his words. All it does is fuel mistrust in public elections, and he said that there's nowhere to go but down from there. That was a pretty prescient speech because it wasn't much longer before these individuals who had been outside of the Capitol broke into it. And so everything had to stop. And that's where they are now going to pick up at 8 p.m. Although I anticipate, even though this is supposed to be a debate over whether to accept the election results in the state of Arizona, I expect instead that what you'll see is members of Congress who want to come and speak for a few minutes about what they saw today, how much it upset them, how much it disturbed them. And I think you'll hear a lot along those lines when the debate resumes. What we're waiting to see now is whether this process will last another couple of hours or whether it is going to last all night. And that is really up to a group of Senate Republicans who need to decide whether they are going to continue with their crusade, along with perhaps 100 House Republicans to contest the results in up to 5 more battleground states, citing, again, widespread irregularities for which there is no evidence, or whether, given the events of the day and how shaken up everyone is, and how obviously these unfounded claims of a stolen election have really stoked a segment of this population, and perhaps it's time to act a little bit more responsibly, whether Republicans decide to drop their challenges and just say, okay, let's go ahead and ratify the results of this election. So that's what we're watching to see right now, Nora.
And Nancy, I'm sensing something right now, which is an avalanche of Republican criticism and disgust directed at the White House and the President of the United States. Liz Cheney, right now a member of the Republican leadership in the House, saying there's no question the president formed the mob, the president incited the mob. Those are very strong words. The communications director at the Republican National Committee, saying that what happened today was domestic terrorism. Our soldiers have died carrying the American flag into battle for our freedom. To see that flag used in the name of unfounded conspiracy theories is a disgrace. But there are Republican lawmakers who have also stoked those same conspiracies, Nancy.
There absolutely are, Nora. And, there are even lawmakers who oppose this movement to challenge the Electoral College results, who played cute themselves for many weeks when it was obvious that Joe Biden had won this presidential race and that it, frankly, wasn't a close call. Even Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who gave that very fine speech today, refused to say out loud for weeks, if not months, that Joe Biden was indeed the president-elect of the United States. You had foreign leaders, Nora, all congratulating Joe Biden, and you had almost no Republicans in the U.S. Congress who were willing to do the same. So while these lawmakers are now criticizing the president, criticizing their colleagues for going ahead with this movement, they themselves did give the president the running room to be able to continue with the claims that he was making, that this was somehow a landslide victory for him that we just all missed and that every single state botched. Had they come out sooner and shut that down and not said things like, well, we have to let every single legal challenge play out, even though they knew that so many of these legal challenges were bogus and would go nowhere, then perhaps we wouldn't be in the situation we are in right now. We just don't know.
Nancy Cordes on Capitol Hill, thank you. I want to bring in Jeff Rosen, who is president of the National Constitution Center and is such an expert. And Jeff, it's so great to have your perspective right now, because when we talk about why the Constitution was, and why, rather the founders were so concerned about mob rule. Explain.
They saw mobs in the street. They saw farmers mobbing courthouses because they didn't want to pay their debts. And they saw the failed democracies of Greece and Rome. Madison had, when he went to Philadelphia, 2 trunks of books sent by Thomas Jefferson from Paris about how Greece and Rome had fallen because of mobs inflamed by demagogues who made false promises and incited them to violence. So this is why they drafted the Constitution. And Nora, you asked earlier, what were some of the cooling mechanisms they put into place? Well, in addition to the Electoral College, which was a big one, another of the central cooling mechanisms was the Senate. And it is remarkable that senators who claimed to obey the original understanding of the Constitution, like Senators Hawley and Cruz, are abdicating the responsibility the framers thought that was placed in them to make independent judgment about facts and to reach decisions in the public interest, not because of partisan interest. So that is the constitutional choice that those senators face in the next few hours. Will they restore the Senate's role as a cooling mechanism to fight back one of the greatest, the only violent assault on the Capitol in American history? I can't believe I'm speaking those words, but that is the case. Aside from the War of 1812, when the White House was attacked, we have not seen federal buildings, the White House and the Capitol, attacked by violent mobs. Will they play that role, or will they continue to stoke the violence that the president has incited?
And Jeff, we just got in a statement from President Bill Clinton on the assault about the Capitol, saying this assault was fueled by more than 4 years of poisoned politics, spreading deliberate misinformation, sowing distrust in our system, and pitting Americans against one another. The match was lit by Donald Trump and his most ardent enablers, including many in Congress, to overturn the election. He also called this an unprecedented assault on our Constitution. And you also heard President-elect Biden and former President George W. Bush use the word insurrection. Those leaders would not have used that word insurrection lightly. Explain why.
Insurrection is extraordinarily serious, an armed conspiracy against the lawfully constituted authorities of the United States. The word insurrection appears in the Constitution in the 14th Amendment, which forbids anyone who's aided or abetted an insurrection from holding public or military office. That was passed after the Civil War to prevent former Confederate sympathizers from holding office. We have not previously seen an officer of the United States government calling for violence against its legally authorized authorities, or at least inciting it by encouraging it. And that is why 2 former presidents of the United States have talked about an assault on the Constitution. The Constitution is grounded in the rule of law and limited powers of the president and Congress and an independent judiciary all doing their job. And when mobs try to prevent any institution from doing that job, then we have the Constitution indeed under assault. So that is why it is so urgently important. The courts have spoken almost unanimously on these issues, and now it is time for the Congress of the United States to perform the only role that the Constitution assigns it, which is to count the electoral votes and to put an end to what is indeed one of the most serious assaults on constitutional values in American history.
And do you believe there's any indication that someone in our government has aided in a seditious conspiracy?
Well, we just see that the mob appeared to be responding to the president's tweets, and the president tweeted, and soon after the mob organized on social media and summoned themselves to the Capitol. Now, it's an important and remarkably difficult legal question about whether the president's tweets themselves constitute legal incitement. To legally incite violence is a very high standard in Supreme Court law. You have to intend to and be likely to incite imminent violence. And the question is whether when the president said, gather at the Capitol or it's going to be wild, he intended to and was likely to incite imminent violence. It certainly appears that it was likely to incite it because it did. Whether he intended it, you know, he can say he was joking or some such. But that is why this is so serious. There are 2 questions. What was the president's role in inciting this violence? And what was the mob's role in conspiring to aid and abet it? And there are statutes governing sedition and insurrection. The Smith Act passed during World War II because of fears of fifth columnists who would rise up and threaten the U.S. during World War II. But never have these instruments been invoked against a president or against a mob attacking the Capitol. Now, this is not the time to resolve this in courtrooms. Months later, it's now that the Congress of the United States must act and make clear by its own actions that it will calm this violence and perform its constitutional duty.
Jeff Rosen, thank you so much for your constitutional expertise. And
I could listen to him for hours.
I could too.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
I know. We could just listen to you for hours. I want to check in with Weijia Zhang at the White House because there are some breaking news about from the White House. And Weijia, tell us what you're learning.
Nora, we have just confirmed that Stephanie Grisham, who is the First Lady's chief of staff, has resigned. Of course, Stephanie Grisham was also President Trump's 3rd press secretary, most well known, especially among the press, for never holding a single press briefing. However, she was certainly a staunch defender of President Trump, who had worked with him on the campaign. And we know tonight that she has decided to leave as a result of the protests that we have all been watching unfold. She says in a statement that it has been an honor to serve the country in the White House, that she's very proud to have been part of Mrs. Trump's mission to help children everywhere and part of the many accomplishments, and proud of that part of this administration. But it is certainly notable that she has decided to step down when she was really, you know, in the middle of many of fiery conflicts that involve the president. In fact, during her time here, the president was getting impeached, and she did not offer a single press briefing and rarely made public remarks to defend the president, leaving him in many ways to be his own defender, which is partially why she left the role. Now, we can also say we haven't heard from the current press secretary today, Kayleigh McEnany, who has largely avoided the press since Election Day, as members of her team slowly leave the White House as well. In fact, the former director of communications, who left just about a month ago, Alyssa Farah, tweeted out that she is also a member of MAGA, but she sent the message today that I need you to hear me. The election was not stolen. We lost. So she now has this freedom to express sentiments like that. You have to imagine that's in part, at least, why Stephanie Grisham has decided to resign as the First Lady's Chief of Staff. Nora?
Weijia Zhang, thank you. Do you think that this is a move based on integrity by these individuals in terms of their true values, or is more a move of practicality as there's only 14 days left of the Trump presidency, and as they try and seek new unemployment, they've been unable to find jobs?
It is a odd mixture of a lot of things. I know Stephanie Grisham very well. Stephanie Grisham was one of the few people who were part of the original Trump campaign in 2016, very small, 5 or 6 people. And she was not a press secretary, not even a budding press secretary. She was kind of a press wrangler who helped facilitate things on the road. She had aspirations, but she was a believer. She was very much caught up in not only the persona of Donald Trump, but the movement of President Trump, his campaign in 2016, and very much a true believer, and thought that the press was unfair, thought that Democrats obsessed about the Russia collusion investigation, thought they were unduly and unnecessarily harming this president. And she believed that very strongly and acted accordingly. But it is now quite evident that for her, and I can only say based on my knowledge of the First Lady and Stephanie Grisham and their relationship, that these things are somewhat, if not perfectly aligned, that her resignation is at least a indication of displeasure for the First Lady.
Are you suggesting that the First Lady's now going to say something about Donald Trump?
I'm just saying that Stephanie Grisham's resignation and putting out a statement like this would not be done in open defiance of the First Lady if the First Lady did not give her some indication that that was permissible.
Really? Because to me, this is the Titanic's going down, the violinists are still playing, and they just jumped off at the last moment. That's what this feels like. And there are a lot of Republicans in town who are starting to do that.
All right.
And now in the closing days, they feel
those may both be true, but I think that what Major is indicating is an acute understanding of that relationship and the loyalty with which Stephanie Grisham, who had been on the outskirts of politics and had been welcomed back into the Trump family and given prominence, why she's especially loyal to them.
Yes, and you can, both things can be true at exactly the same time.
And they are.
But I don't think you can look at this and say, well, the First Lady has no opinion about this whatsoever. I cannot believe that. Understanding the closeness of their relationship and what this moment means for everyone who's trying to make a decision as they look in the mirror. What have I been about? What have I represented? What have I spoken on behalf of? What have I labored on behalf of? And at this moment, with anyone in the Trump world, it is much more difficult than it's ever been to look in that mirror and say, I am completely satisfied and a total believer in what has just happened.
Our senior political analyst John Dickerson has noted that 4 years ago, the inauguration of President Trump, he spoke about American carnage. Tonight, there's a number of Republican officials that are saying that the President of the United States has brought disgrace to democracy. In the words of Liz Cheney, that he incited the very mob violence that took over the U.S. Capitol today, that put a strain on U.S. law enforcement. And now you see across the board, even Trump loyalists denouncing violence, fearful that they will be branded with the type of rhetorical branding which they promote, which is that they do not endorse violence, and yet it appears that they are being accused of inciting this very violence.
Right. The law and order party is in a very awkward place tonight. The visuals do not support that rhetoric and the actions of those who carried out. And Samuel Johnson is a well-known British theorist and political writer. He wrote famously, "Patriotism is the last refuge of the scoundrel." Carrying an American flag as you storm the Capitol does not make you a patriot. It does not make you blameless, and it doesn't make you someone who can't be prosecuted. Trust me, you will be, even though you carried an American flag.
And that's the point that has been made by many people, why Twitter has suspended the account of President Trump and says they may ban it altogether for calling mobsters and violent individuals patriots. CBS's Nancy Cordes covers Capitol Hill for us, joins us from up there. And Nancy, we are now just minutes away from senators and lawmakers trying to resume business there. What are you hearing?
Well, a piece of breaking news, Nora. We've now heard from the first Senate Republican who is part of this cadre that was objecting to the Electoral College results, who appears to have had a change of heart. Senator Steve Daines of Montana has just put out a statement saying, "We will not let today's violence deter Congress from certifying the election. We must restore confidence in our electoral process." So even though he signed on to the first challenge of the day against the state of Arizona, he's now saying he doesn't want any part of it. And frankly, he was always kind of a surprising addition to this crew. He's just won re-election, so he really doesn't have to worry about his electoral prospects for another 6 years.
I just got back
He's
from
not
to the
really
mic.
a big MAGA type, someone who ties himself very tightly to the president. But
And Kat's
a lot of these
well done
Republican
steak
senators
is
felt a lot of pressure,
anti-Swarko-Gwabin,
especially
but
when
less
you've got the president's
anti-Swarko-Gwabin
own
than
sons
fascism is.
saying, if you don't stand by our father, we're going to make sure you face a primary in the next time around. But given everything that's happened today, Steve Daines looked at the situation in front of him and decided that it was time to go ahead and try to certify
But
these
yeah,
results. And
Kevin
what we're
Durant's
looking at
burner
right now,
account.
Nora, our senators in the Hart
My mom
Senate
marinated
office building
chicken
being
in some like
escorted
really
by
delicious
guards
shit overnight.
out of the secure area that they had all
And
been
that's
in
what we ate for
together
dinner, and it was
for
awesome.
many, many hours. One wonders what they talked about that entire time. They're being escorted back to the Capitol because they are going to resume debate over the Arizona state results. Although, as we've been discussing, I think that there's Josh Hawley. We'll see what he does. We haven't heard from him yet one way or the other. He's one of the leaders of this challenge movement. And,
All right, I guess we're gonna
look at the
we're
people
gonna be
who have,
resuming the
been with
electoral
them
vote
all
count.
this time. They've got
I believe they're trying to
probably
resume
members
at
of the
8
National Guard
p.m.
there, or it looks like they've got FBI on their flak jackets in full body gear. So they really were very heavily guarded during the many hours that they could not be in the U.S. Capitol.
What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now.
We want to organize and spread the message that this is urgent. I try to be a voice for the voiceless.
I'm here to fight for my right to have a planet.
Our government has not taken action on climate change.
They want to stop the production of energy here in the United States, and it's really an anti-American policy.
Young people have the most at stake.
We're seeing stronger storms, stronger droughts. We are racing against time.
The climate crisis is first and foremost a human issue.
Like we've always been out in the street pushing the envelope because we want our future to be better.
COVID-19 is impacting every
Well, that's the
American
thing, is
in
it
one
was
way or
marinated
another.
in
But if you're
Trumpist
Asian
tears.
Members of Congress
It wasn't liberals who just tried to attempt a coup d'etat against the United States. Which, yes, an angry mob of people storming the Capitol building because they're pissed off Donald Trump lost re-election is a coup d'etat attempt. It's not that difficult to explain.
Detroit police are investigating at least 6 weekend shootings, leaving 2 people dead.
I never want another family to go through what me and my family went through when Denzel was murdered.
police have partnered with local businesses to implement a camera.
Sadly, there's a
surveillance
shortage
network.
of liberal tears to fucking marinate stuff in. Liberals are rejoicing because their shitty Joe Biden won.
It was
I'm not the
photographic
biggest fan of that
evidence
guy
they were
either,
using
but
to
he's not
accuse
the
you of a
open
crime.
fascist like
It
Donald
was
Trump
crazy.
is.
I look nothing like that person.
Where would you be right now if the judge
Or
looking
they
at
finally
the photos made the same mistake that the artificial intelligence did?
I'd be in prison right now, for sure.
Download the free CBS News app to watch.
We are here to get you up to speed on all the news that you need to know.
Trusted, true journalism.
Because the wind is so strong.
Let's unmute the C-SPAN
Today's
thing.
joint session that required them, the House lawmakers,
Yeah,
and
try to
Senate
call in
lawmakers
again.
to retreat to their respective chambers and debate that objection. So when they come back in, we believe that is where they will pick up in their two chambers. There is also earlier today reports that Georgia Senator
God damn it, the
Kelly
line is
Loeffler,
still
who's
busy.
serving out,
Nope, I have not got a hold of these
term
people. I took a
retiring
break for a
Senator
while.
Johnny Isaacson.
No, you're all good,
Georgia.
dude.
She just lost that special re-election
Don't
race
be
last
sorry.
night,
We
but
all
she's
have
still a
lives we gotta
senator.
live.
That she would object
Outside
to
of
Georgia's
Twitch sphere.
Electoral college.
I'm very
vote.
curious
And
as to
then
who that I
Holly,
played sports
Missouri,
with in high school runs
had
Kevin
planned to
Durant's burner
object
account.
to Pennsylvania's electoral college votes. Obviously, they're going in alphabetical order, and Georgia would be up up next after about 7 states. Then it would be the state of Georgia. So we will be able to watch and see what happens.
Try it
As
again.
negotiations, it sounds like, continue on Capitol Hill by some Republicans to get these other Republicans to
Oh shit.
not go forward with their objections. While we wait
Yeah,
for
Dankler,
the House
don't,
and the Senate to reconvene, your thoughts on this day. Josh in Kenner, Louisiana. Josh.
Well, I mean, I took a break to eat dinner for a while, but
I mean, if you looked at
hey, what's up,
today,
Polish bro?
There were
Have you seen the
no
news of the
burning
wild shit
police
happening in
cars,
the United
buildings,
States?
small
Or that did happen?
businesses. I don't promote what happened, but obviously Antifa terrorists are not going to show up in Trump shirts with Trump hats and Trump flags, you know, and not show.
They could be a few people, but now I have a narrowed down idea.
A very precise
And we have a
plan,
strict
and they
no
accomplished
doxing
what they
rule here
wanted,
anyway,
and that's
so
not what-
I wouldn't
what
like
proof
say
you
your
have?
name out loud, even if I knew
Oh,
who
it'll come
exactly
out.
who it
It'll
was.
come out. It just, I mean, since it's only a couple hours, it will be.
Yeah, well, I hope it won't
clearly
escalate
come
into
out.
Civil War
There's
II,
big
Polish
purpose.
bro.
In Washington State.
Yeah, Cats, I'm sorry, okay, I slipped.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Quite a day.
Cats, I do
in the country,
apologize for that. I
definitely
slipped.
a
I feel really,
moment.
I do actually feel bad.
However, these
I do
events,
actually feel
in my
bad, though.
opinion,
People who
are
don't
not
want to be...
surprising if we understand the real conditions we live under at this stage in capitalism. You have what you had today was a middle class.
I don't really dick around with
middle class
initials too
attempted
hard on here
adventurism.
either.
These aren't working class people. These people are not working.
Yeah,
they
Dankler
come in
Cats is
here
another like really good friend of
and they
mine.
engage in this type of
IRL.
adventurism, and we see the same from the ultra left.
I'm sitting here.
And
What's this guy
these
saying
type
about
of
the
actions
ultra
are not
left,
surprising,
dude?
and they will probably continue because the stage of capitalism we live under precipitates this kind of alienation and political violence.
Yeah, Cats is actually my alt. Like, Cats isn't a real
Because we
person.
have so much alienation in the country, these type of outbreaks are more likely to occur. Now, it does shed light on the hypocrisy of,
But I want to talk to C-SPAN.
of the state doling out justice, as we see basically a group of right-wing.
Okay, Koba, I'm gonna jump in because I want to share this tweet. We're a couple minutes away here from the Senate reconvening.
Motherfucker.
Ali,
Their line is busy
Zaslav,
every
who reports
time.
For CNN sends out this video. Heavy law enforcement detail escorting senators to the Capitol. The joint session is expected to resume at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. You can see in there the Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, along with other senators, being escorted into the Senate. It's unclear, though,
if they, according to the majority leader in the House, Steny Hoyer, they're not going to go into a joint session.
No,
right
these
away.
aren't these aren't
their
supposed
debate
Antifa wankers. These
over
are just.
the,
I mean, there's some
Arizona
right wingers that
objection.
can't stand the fact
Objection to the Arizona
that are
electoral
so
college
like at
votes.
odds with that are so
We will
like
see what
detached
happens.
from
Again,
reality
here
that
on
they actually
C-SPAN
think
is
they're
where you
like
can watch
it was all
the
agent
full
provocateurs that caused the
over on
Capitol to
C-SPAN
get
2.
stormed. Conservatives aren't like this.
Daniel, I'm going to try to get you in Conyers, Georgia.
I mean, I guess
Daniels.
American conservatives, like traditional American
Yes, ma'am. Good
conservatives,
evening. I am from Georgia, and I just
aren't.
wanted to bring to light that there are a lot of people.
I guess
who aren't
conservative,
holding
like
their
traditional
leaders
American conservatives,
responsible
aren't really
for
like this either. This
perpetuating
is
the
like
whole entire
fascist type shit.
voter fraud scheme. And one person I want to call out specifically is the queen of QAnon, the 14th congressional district freshman.
That's right.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, who refused to wear a mask while she was being sworn in, and then called Nancy Pelosi's House of hypocrites. And I find that very hypocritical of her. I've even spoke with her staff.
Yeah, politics are exhausting, but I had to stream through this shit.
Account today and this morning where she was inciting Fight for Trump. This is an election steal. She's just as guilty as Donald
You get a
Trump.
timeout for even
She
giving that as
herself
much of a
was
as you
promoting
get a
the
timeout
fight
for 10 minutes
Trump
for
all morning long.
even pretending that has any
nobody's
credence to
bringing
it.
up the GOP senators who were bringing up all this stuff. And
Yeah,
nobody's
exactly.
speaking
Politics
out
is
against
dumb as
her,
fuck, but
and
also
I
like
want to be the
extremely
first
important.
person in Georgia
Reason why I'm
who said
reporting
we
this is
need to
because
do
this is
something
easily the
that
biggest
all these leaders recall.
this is easily the
Because they
biggest fucking
perpetuated the
political
violence that happened on
emergency the
Capitol
United
today.
States has had
And one
in
thing that aggravates
a
me
long
about some of these
fucking time.
callers is that they're not taking responsibility for their crazy nudnik belief that it's a stolen election.
Okay, Daniel. Ali Ziadi, who writes for the Washington Post.
All right, I'm going to try calling
sent
them
this
again.
out. The Washington Post editorial board has called for the president's removal. Charles Fallbrook, California. Charles?
Greta, you've done a heck of a job, and I'm still here, too.
And what have you been thinking, Charles, as you've been watching
Well,
today?
I'm an expert witness on white-collar
Yeah,
crime,
this is
so I'm
like
very
something that's going to
observant
be
of things you do.
this is like something that's going to be in
The
America's
owner of
history
the
textbooks in
things
the
that were
future.
taken in Statuary Hall.
Say it again.
Is C-SPAN the owner of today's films taken in Statuary Hall?
I'm not sure. What's your point?
Okay, I need them. On those films, I'll tell you what I saw.
The last time anybody has ever like actually like stormed any of those like buildings at like important federal.
Was wearing
God
a
damn
certain
it.
kind of shirt, and he was let in by a police.
Yes,
escort.
Catch, you're correct. Like, one of the last times that like something like involving the like security of the Capitol building and whatnot in D.C. being compromised was like during the War of 1812.
House of Representatives. I need that.
The
film.
British
You need that
like
film.
burned
Mr. Trump
D.C.
needs
like
that
ransacked
film.
D.C.
This
during
is a
1812.
falsehood, and it was contrived, and I believe I've seen that man led up by a specific patrol.
I'm going to leave it there. A lot of speculation. And Terrence, Columbus, Ohio. Terrence?
She straight up hung up on the guy because he was starting to speculate a bit too much.
Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
You know, this is the first time I've ever actually seen House Clause 12B Rule 1 called, which is an imminent threat to the House, imminent threat to the security of the House. I'm going to say something here. The protesters became insurrectionists the moment they breached the building, and they shouldn't go home peacefully. They should turn themselves into the authorities and be prosecuted. I feel bad
Agree.
for them because they're probably victims in this. They've been misled just like all the other people who are following.
All right, I can't
guy
feel
who
bad
just
for them at all.
Uses his position of power to do nothing but incite
The
fear,
War of
violence, and
1812 in
hatred,
Canadian.
and now insurrection.
Canadian classic.
Okay, another report from a Capitol Hill reporter.
Yeah, the War of
Senator Mike
1812
Braun,
was an
who rejected
interesting
the Arizona
fucking
electoral
affair.
votes earlier in the day on whether
That
people
was
will
weird.
object again. Quote, I think today changed things drastically. Whatever point you made before, that should suffice. Says we should get this ugly day behind us. We are waiting for the Senate to reconvene. They're standing in recess, subject to the call. And that means at any moment they could gavel back in their session. Where they left off was debate over The
and
Arizona
there's
Electoral College
an
votes.
that's
We'll
fucking
wait and
same
see if they
insect I
continue
thought
with that. If they do, the debate will go on for potentially another hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, and then a vote will take place both in the House and the Senate. And then they would continue on with a joint session of saying out loud the tally of each state's electoral college votes, with the vice president presiding and the Speaker of the House next to him on the dais in the House chamber. That is how it's supposed to work. We're all waiting to see if that is how it'll happen tonight. Let's go to Lisa in Kentucky. Lisa?
Hi. Hello. Thank you. I would just like to say that I believe that the 25th Amendment
God
needs
damn
to
it,
vote immediately.
I agree with.
We just have to harken back to when President Trump on the 2016 campaign trail said that he could actually stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot someone and never lose a vote. And at the time, I thought, well, you know, that's preposterous. But as the cult of Trumpism has progressed into
this caller is 100% correct.
We can see more and more how this attitude towards Trumpism, instead of a Republican or a Democrat or democracy, has totally been eroded. And it's like anything that he says that people are more than willing to buy and act on, apparently today. And it just raised a dangerous precedent. And I began watching the feeds last night on Twitter of what was happening on the ground there in D.C., and I've continued watching it today in just utter shock. And how anyone that is an American and a patriot and a lover of this country can stand by and allow this to happen. I just pray for all of us, and I pray that everybody does the right thing when they reconvene in moments.
This caller from Kentucky makes a great point.
Aaron Schaff, a political reporter, tweeting out that the Senate is back in the Capitol, now with armed federal guards. Jonathan Swan, who reports for Axios.
Who the fuck are these people that actually managed to get through to C-SPAN because for their fucking call-in deal? Because I've been getting a busy signal every time.
Quit misleading the American people and repudiate mob violence. Michael in Littleton, Colorado. Michael.
Hi, thank you for having me. I just wanted to say that in my observation, I highly doubt that all of these people that are out there doing these atrocities, I highly doubt they'd be doing this if Trump hadn't been out there repeating these debunked lies. I think there'd be a peaceful transfer of power. And however, as a result of the power Trump has over his admirers, we're now seeing these treasonous actions of people that are easily manipulated. So we need to move forward quickly with the removal of the current president and hold all of his enablers accountable.
Yes.
Kathy, Plainville, Kansas. Kathy, go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, I just want to say that I think people better wake up. You know, you think you're shocked and you're surprised. You need to talk to people from Venezuela. The exact same thing happened. The same thing happened in Venezuela, and it's happening here. And when the communists take over, you will be shocked and surprised. People
for
need to
fuck's
wake
sake.
up.
Okay, Kathy. Sahil Kapoor of NBC tweeting out a statement by former President Barack Obama. History will rightly remember today's violence at the Capitol, incited by a sitting president who has continued to baselessly lie about the outcome of a lawful election.
Was it a brutal day, Jeffy? Yeah.
Great dishonor and shame for our nation.
Yeah, exactly, Cats. That was literally just like, oh my God, are we like alive in the fucking 50s or something?
For the floor per staff. Again, we're waiting for the Senate to reconvene. We were told it would happen at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It's 6 minutes past the hour here on the East Coast. The House is also expected to reconvene tonight. You can watch it right here on C-SPAN, and the debate in the Senate over on C-SPAN too. When they go into a joint session, which we expect them to do, you can watch that right here on C-SPAN. Byron in Minnesota, go ahead.
Yeah, you're correct, Jeffy.
Thank you so much for the service.
Okay, I'm going to jump in. If you're watching C-SPAN 2, you can watch it right here. The Vice President presiding over the Senate.
Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol.
Oh, that poor last guy got his...
But thanks to the swift efforts of U.S. Capitol Police,
federal,
state, and local law enforcement,
Surprised you don't beg to differ.
The Capitol is secured, and the people's work continues. We condemn the violence that took place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls, as well as the injuries suffered by those who defended our Capitol today. And we will always be grateful to the men and women who stayed at their posts.
That sounds pretty fucking delicious, even though I'm not that big of a fan of shrimp.
To those who wreaked havoc
That sounds
in our
like a great
Capitol
way to make
today,
shrimp.
you did not win.
Cats, you and
Violence
Jeffy
never
Plampstein here would probably get
Freedom
along
wins.
very well because he
And this
works
is
at
still the people's house.
he works at a delicious microbrew pub and makes
As we
delicious
reconvene in
food
this chamber,
and constantly sends me pictures of it.
The world will again witness the resilience and strength of our democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost, the injured, and the heroes forged on this day.
Yeah, same here.
May God bless all.
I hope Pence's
who
seat
served
wasn't
here,
disinfected.
and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States of America.
And some
Let's
say
get
you
back
have
to
a
work.
time out. What? I don't know, Rhino. This is I'll be right back while I grab some water to rehydrate with. Thank you for reminding me, Polish bro, to keep hydrated.
As unanimous consent, the majority leader and the
Fuck
Democratic
this
leader
guy.
be allowed to speak, and that the time not count against 2 hours of debate in relation to the objection raised on the state of Arizona.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
On the state of the American people, the United States Senate will not be intimidated. We will not be kept out of this chamber by thugs, mobs, or threats. We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation. We are back at our posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation. And we're going to do it.
Cats, you're right. McConnell's toupee does look
This
like marble.
afternoon, Congress began the process of honoring
I don't think
the will
that's
of
his
the
real
American
hair.
people and counting the Electoral College votes. We've fulfilled this solemn duty every 4 years for more than 2 centuries. Whether our nation's been at war or at peace, under all manner of threats, even during an ongoing armed rebellion and the Civil War, the clockwork of our democracy has carried on.
It really annoys me how this guy sits
Congress
here,
have faced down much greater threats
clutches pearls. He's
than the
talking about this shit.
crowd we saw today.
Calling those guys unhinged,
never been
even though
deterred
he is a
before,
huge part
and
of
will
what
be not
created the
deterred
cult that led to
today.
this.
They tried to
This man's
disrupt
words
our
mean
democracy.
nothing.
They failed. They failed. They failed to attempt to obstruct the Congress. This failed insurrection only underscores how crucial the task before us is for our republic. Our nation was founded precisely so that the free choice of the American
It's
people
interesting hearing him talking about people obstructing a
self-government
congressional
and determines
process.
the destiny
Considering
of
that
our
this
nation.
man has personally held
Not
up.
fear, not
This
force,
man has personally been
but the
such an
peaceful
obstruction
expression
to
of the
everything.
popular will. Now, we assembled this afternoon to count our citizens' votes and to formalize their choice of the next president. Now we're going to finish exactly what we started. We'll complete the process the right way, by the book. We'll follow our precedents, our laws, and our Constitution to the letter. And
oh, really?
we will certify the winner of the 2020 presidential election. Criminal behavior will never dominate the United States Congress. This institution is resilient. Our democratic republic is strong. The American people.
Lol, our democratic republic has been significantly weakened by the behavior of people like Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump. But especially Mitch McConnell and especially Donald Trump.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President. Mr. President,
Chuck Schumer
very,
from my
very
land of New York.
Put into words what has transpired today. I have never lived through or even imagined an experience like the one we have just witnessed in this Capitol. President Franklin Roosevelt set aside December 7th, 1941, as a day that will live in infamy. Unfortunately, we can now add January 6th, 2021, to that very short list of dates in American history that will live forever in infamy. This temple to democracy was desecrated, its windows smashed, our offices vandalized. The world saw Americans' elected officials hurriedly ushered out because they were in harm's way. The House and Senate floors were places of shelter until the evacuation was ordered, leaving rioters to stalk these hallowed halls. Lawmakers and our staffs, average citizens who love their country, serve it every day, feared for their lives. I understand that one woman was shot and tragically lost her life. We mourn her and feel for her friends and family. These images were projected to the world. Foreign embassies cabled home their home capitals to report the harrowing scenes at the very heart of our democracy. This will be a stain on our country, not so easily washed away. The final, terrible, indelible legacy of the 45th President of the United States, undoubtedly our worst. I want to be very clear.
Yep, Donald Trump has secured his place as one of the worst presidents in American history.
Protesters. No.
Because it wasn't a protest, it was a coup d'etat attempt.
Insurrectionists.
It was a coup d'etat attempt.
Domestic terrorists. They do not represent America.
I think this guy kind of sucks, but at least he knows how to
tried to take over
speak.
the Capitol building and attack our democracy.
Personally worked to
They must and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Jesus Christ.
Hopefully by this administration.
Yeah, holy fuck, the Trump family has just lost it.
They should be provided no leniency. I want to thank the many of the Capitol Hill Police and Secret Service and local police who kept us safe today and worked to clear the Capitol and return it to its rightful owners and its rightful purpose. I want to thank the leaders, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate. It was Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, and myself who came together and decided that these thugs would not succeed, that we would finish the work of that our Constitution requires us to complete in the very legislative chambers of the House and Senate that were desecrated.
Yeah, he is.
But we know always belong to the people.
Easily one of the worst presidents in American history.
Tonight. But make no mistake, my friends, today's events did not happen spontaneously. The president who promoted conspiracy theories that motivated these thugs, the president who exhorted them to come to our nation's capital,
call him out.
Them on.
Call the president out.
He hardly ever discourages violence and more often encourages it. This president bears a great deal of the blame. This mob was in good part President Trump's doing. incited by his words, his lies.
Yep.
This violence, in good part,
Donald Trump's shitty little video he put out where he still insisted that the election was stolen,
today's events,
but told people to be peaceful and go home.
Certainly
that was
would
him
not have happened without him.
pouring gasoline on a bonfire
Now,
with one
January
hand
6th
while
will go
using his
down
other hand to
as one
aim
of
his
the
dick to
darkest
try
days
to
in
like
recent
pretend like
American
he's doing
history.
something about it by pissing him out.
Final
pissing him
warning
out.
to
Well,
our
he's really
nation
just pouring more gasoline
about the
on.
consequences of a demagogic president, the people who enable him, the captive media that parrots his lies, and the people who follow him as he attempts to push America to the brink of ruin. As we reconvene tonight, let us remember, in the end, all this mob has really accomplished is to delay our work by a few hours. We will resume our responsibilities now, and we will finish our task tonight. The House and Senate chambers will be restored good as new and ready for legislating in short order. The counting of the electoral votes is our sacred duty. Democracy's roots in this nation are deep, they're strong, and they will not be undone, ever, by a group of thugs. Democracy will triumph, as it has for centuries. So to my fellow Americans who were shocked and appalled by the images on their televisions today,
not really much. Well, Mitch McConnell was clutching the plurals and trying to act like he wasn't a huge part of why this fucking happened.
But we are a resilient, forward-looking, and optimistic people. And we will begin the hard work of repairing this nation tonight, because here in America, we do hard things. In America, we always overcome our challenges. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I yield 2 minutes to the Senator from Oklahoma, Senator Lankford.
Senator from Oklahoma.
The Vice President, you said things more eloquently than how we say it in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we'd say something like, why in God's name would someone think attacking law enforcement and occupying the United States Capitol is the best way to show that you're right? Why would you do that? Rioters and thugs don't run the Capitol. We're the United States of America.
Yeah.
We disagree on a lot of things, and we have a lot of spirited debate in this room. But we
Some
talk it
insect is
out,
just
and
flying
we
in my
honor
face. Where'd it
each
go?
other, even in our
Where'd
disagreements.
you go, you prick?
That person is not my enemy. That's my fellow American. And while we disagree on things and disagree strongly at times, we do
Let's
not
do some. I want to do
encourage
some looking into James
what happened
Lankford's background as a senator, real quick.
I want to join my fellow senators in saying thank you to the Capitol Hill Police, the law enforcement, the National Guard, the Secret Service, who stood in harm's way. While we were here debating, they were pushing back. And I was literally interrupted mid-sentence speaking here because we were all unaware of what was happening right outside this room because of their faithfulness and because of what they have done. And I want to thank them. Ronald Reagan once said, "Peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means." The peaceful people in my state in Oklahoma want their questions answered, but they don't want what happened today. They want to do the right thing, and they also want to do it the right way.
This is one of the assholes who fueled
process,
this.
But they also want to have debate about election security because they want to make sure it's right, which is why it's an important issue that still needs to be resolved.
On January 2nd, 2021,
Transparency in
Langford
government
joined a
just
group
doesn't
of
seem like a
Republican
bad
senators
idea.
attempting to overturn the results of the presidential election.
Obviously, the commission.
Fuck you,
that we've
James
asked for
Langford.
is not
You're
going
part
to
of the reason why this all
And I
fucking
understand that.
happened.
And we're headed towards tonight, towards the certification of Joe Biden to be the President of the United States. And we will work together in this body to be able to set a peaceful example for the days ahead. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. Vice President.
And the Senate has resumed its debate on the Arizona electoral vote certification. You can watch all that live on C-SPAN 2. We're waiting for the House to come back into session. They too, at 2:15 this afternoon, were debating the certification for Arizona's electoral votes. As soon as the House comes back into session, we will go live there as well. At some point, the Senate will return to the House chamber. We'll watch that, and that will be the joint session, and they'll get back to going through the roster of states. Following the debate on Arizona, Arkansas and California are the next two states that are up. We will watch all of that live. 202 is the area code if you want to dial in and comment on today's activities. 748-8920 for those of you in the East and Central time zones. 748-8921 if you live in the Mountain and Pacific time zones. You can see there a text number. If you do send a text to 202-748-8903, please be sure to include your first name and your city. And you can see another line there as well. And Cynthia in Frankfort, Kentucky. Go ahead, and have you been watching all day today, Cynthia?
Yes, I have. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Thanks for taking my call. I think that the violence is not the answer to express our opinion, but also people need to be heard. United States used to be a source of great pride because the people voted for the people there now. But now it seems that we the people are never heard anymore. We have all this.
A lot of people never were heard.
Everything that's going on, maybe do they think that maybe they should start listening to the people a little bit more? Because we are the ones that vote for them.
That's Cynthia in Frankfort, Kentucky, and this is Omar in North Olmsted, Ohio. Omar, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. I was actually watching this joint session live, and I was very surprised about what happened. I think at this point we all know that the next president is going to be Joe Biden, and President Trump should just concede the election to calm everybody down at this point.
Omar, who did you vote for?
I voted for Joe Biden.
Why?
It was my first time voting, so I took my time to research the candidates. I watched all of the debates, and I felt like Joe Biden is more mature than Trump.
So as a first-time voter, and you said you were surprised at today's events.
Yeah, that's
I couldn't
true.
really be that surprised, but when it was actually happening, it was just like...
I watched for a couple of hours, but I had other stuff to do for school. And then I opened the news about 2 hours ago to continue watching what happened.
Well, thanks for joining us. And again, the Senate has returned to session live. They are debating the Arizona electoral votes. That is live on C-SPAN 2. The House is due to come in shortly to begin their debate or to continue their debate on Arizona. And we will bring that to you as soon as they come back. Al's in Sicklerville, New Jersey. Please go ahead, Al, and share your thoughts on today.
Hi, I have two comments. After the Congress certifies the Electoral College vote count, I think immediately, as the one person that straddles both the legislative branch and the executive branch, Vice President Pence, as the President of the Senate and as Vice President, should immediately begin to invoke the 25th Amendment, because
yeah, they should invoke the 25th Amendment.
Trump is incompetent as he incited an attack, an unsuccessful attack, on the other branch of government. Secondly, I think that all the added expense that has been incurred by this insurrection should be deducted from the more than $200 million that President Trump has raised to perpetrate this farce that the election was not fair and free. It certainly was fair and free, and it certainly was, through all of his objections, through all the court processes, has been shown to be fair and free.
The president put out a tweet video earlier telling everybody, calling out the election, but also telling everybody to go home and that we need to be peaceful. Twitter pulled that down. Do you think that was the right move?
No, I don't agree with Twitter as a corporate policy to moderate free speech in the United States. If they're going to be a platform for speech, they should be a free speech and allow any wacky person, including the President of the United States, to say whatever they want. It is up to each individual American to be able to decipher fact from fantasy. And unfortunately, we see that half the country, a little bit less than half the country, that voted in the 2020 election is unable to see fact from fiction and actually supported a huckster, a man who has never earned any money himself through the grace of his father's inherited money and through evading taxes, has perpetrated this myth that he's a successful businessman.
That's Al in Sicklerville, New Jersey. This tweet by Daniela Diaz.
Yeah, exactly. Incitement to violence really is not like protected First Amendment stuff. Yeah.
For the joint session, which will be live on C-SPAN as soon as it begins. Tammy's in Boise, Idaho. Hi, Tammy. What are your thoughts about today?
I just have one question. I wanted to know if my president lied to me today. And if he did, I want him to tell me. And more importantly, I want him to tell the family of the woman that got shot and killed today. I voted for him. I voted for him.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry.
That's Tammy in Boise. Dallas is calling in from Columbus, Georgia. Go ahead, Dallas.
Damn!
Dallas, you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
That one was wild.
And I was really shocked when all of this happened. I would have never imagined any of this happened.
Yep. Yeah, Dark.
All I could think of.
Yeah, Sentencer, she just woke the fuck up.
Of a civil war.
Realized that she got conned.
I think that we all need to start putting politics aside and stop with Republicans and Democrats. And we need to realize that we're all Americans, because like the lady just said right before, a woman lost her life, and this is unnecessary. It does not have to go on. We all need to find a way to move past this.
That's Dallas in Georgia, and Belford is in Pinellas Park, Florida. Please go ahead, Belford.
Yes, hi. Thank you first for taking my call. I just want to say that today we definitely saw democracy bleed today. What took place, it's very heart-wrenching. It's sad. It should have never happened, and the blame completely falls on the president. The 25th Amendment should be invoked. The president should be removed until the next administration comes in. It definitely is a sad day. I hope that woman's family, regardless of who she voted for, I send up my prayers for her family. This should have never happened. And the president as a leader has failed the American people, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, or what have you. Trump has failed America, and it has shown today. Thank you.
Yep.
Cindy, Joshua Tree, California.
I couldn't have said that better myself.
Hi, hello. First of all, I'd like to say thank you so much for taking my call. And second of all, I would just like to say, basically to everybody else in my age group and younger, I'm 26, independent, I'm a veteran, and I would like to say that what the events that happened today, obviously I wholeheartedly condone them, but this is an example of why it is so important for people our age, younger, whoever is able
Condemn, I think you meant to say.
Be an activist. It's so important that we do that, because if we don't, things like what happened today it's only going to get worse.
And what do you think about what happened today? You said you condemn
Grinchin 81. We're just
if you're going to be an activist, what kind of an activist were you going to be?
Well, Congress is finally she condones them. I think she meant to say condemn.
In your local community,
I think she meant to
do
say
what you can do.
condemn
Make
rather
sure
than
that people
or
are registered to
she
vote.
can't
Make sure that
condone
they're
them or something
informed
like
so they
that.
can be
But
informed voters.
yeah, Grinchin, there was the
at your local level, at your state level, and then of course
there was a
at,
coup d'état
the
attempt in
country,
DC today.
level.
We are waiting for the House to
I
come
don't
back
know.
into session. The Senate
I
is
don't know,
already
Dank
returned
Lord.
to
I've
session.
been
They are
I've been
live.
trying
You
to
can
call
watch it
them
on
still.
C-SPAN 2.
I'd love to
When
call
they
into this
came
shit
in
while I'm
at
streaming.
About 8:15 this evening, Vice President Pence, who is the president of the Senate, made an opening statement.
The Senate will come to order. The Vice President, as President of the Senate, would like to give a brief statement with the indulgence of the senators. Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol. But thanks to the swift efforts of U.S. Capitol Police, federal, state, and local law enforcement,
Wireless customer you called is not available
violence
at
was
this time.
quelled.
Wireless
Capitol
customer?
is secured, and the people's work continues.
This is a tweet from
We condemn the
Senator
violence
Jeff
that took
Merkley.
place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls.
Jeff
as well as the
Merkley makes a
injuries
great
suffered
point
by
here.
those who defended our
Those are
Capitol.
electoral college ballots that were rescued from the
And we
Senate
will always
floor,
be
and if
grateful.
the floor staff hadn't grabbed them, then
Men and women who stayed at their posts
the people attempting this
defend
coup
this
d'état
historic
probably would have
place.
burned them.
To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house. And as we reconvene in this chamber,
But yeah, sentencer, that's definitely
world will
proof that
again witness
these people were trying to.
the resilience
These
and
people were
strength of
trying
our
to
democracy.
attempt a coup d'état.
Even
They
in
were
the wake
attempting
of
a coup d'état.
unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost, the injured, and the heroes forged on this day. May God bless all who serve here and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States.
Wait, you didn't hear about this, Grinchin?
Let's get back to work.
So today was the day that Congress is supposed to meet in joint session to certify, to count the electoral college ballots and certify them. Yeah, and they should prosecute the police for aiding and abetting a coup d'état.
And that was
the
Vice
police that
President about
let
20
people
minutes ago
in.
when the Senate
They were
came
literally
back
just
in
letting
session,
people
according
in.
to the Vice President's press secretary, Devin O'Malley. Vice President Mike Pence has returned to the Senate. He never left the Capitol. The Vice President was in regular contact with House and Senate leadership, Capitol Police, the Department of Justice, and the Department of Defense to facilitate efforts to secure the Capitol and reconvene Congress. And now we will finish the people's business. That's a live shot of the Capitol. You can see the barriers. Usually there are people walking back and forth there. This is the east front of the Capitol. The Senate is on your far right. The House chamber is down on the far left. And we're waiting for the House to come back into session. The Senate, though, you can watch live on C-SPAN 2. Lauren in Grapeland, Texas, please go ahead and make your comment about the events of today.
Hello. I just, a lot of people are wanting to lay blame on President Trump and, wherever. But to me, I think all of this could have been totally avoided several weeks ago if the Republicans and the Democrats listened to the people and said, you know what, folks aren't confident. We need to take a real close look at this
But they have been, lady. What the fuck is wrong with you?
If they would have done that, the people would have been satisfied. Maybe not everybody, but I know that myself, I would have been satisfied if they could have at least listened to the people and looked into the irregularities of this election.
Thank you, Lauren. Hey, Lauren, I saw a news report that there was some activity or some protests in Austin at the state capitol. Do you know anything about that?
Nowhere near where I live. Texas is a big place.
Yes, it is. Patricia in Dundee, Oregon. Please go ahead and make your comments, Patricia. Patricia.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm of an age that I remember a time when people could civilly discuss politics and disagree. But in 1987, prior to 1987, I should say, the FCC, Federal Communication Commission, had a ruling that any time a political position was stated on any kind of media,
are you talking about the fair use doctrine?
equal...
You're talking about the fair use doctrine. Patricia, turn off the volume of your TV and go ahead and finish your point.
Okay, sorry. Any time somebody made a political statement in public newspapers, television, radio,
right, the fair use doctrine,
equal time had to be allowed for the opposite.
And why do you think that that was good or bad?
Pardon me?
Why do you think that was good or bad?
Well, because I know in my own family, when I go to visit, people have on, they get up in the morning, they turn on Fox News, and they listen to it all day long. I believe a lot of
that
people
shit
in
is like
America
straight
today are
brainwashing. And even
indoctrinated.
Fox News is breaking from
And
the
they
Trump
can't-
cult a little
in
bit.
Oregon, and this is Harold in Kenai, Alaska. Harold, good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for taking my call. I just have a couple of comments there. I've been watching this there for the past 4 years, I guess, maybe longer. And I'm not liking what I see.
Yeah, that lady was a little absurd.
I
This
think
guy
I could
is.
speak for everybody here in Alaska. You know, all them Democrats would have to do was be honest about the election.
That's
They
Harold
were.
in Alaska.
That
Been
was
tweeted
some
out by
idiot
Dick
from
Sherman
Alaska.
of Politico that the House is coming back at 9 p.m. this evening. That's in about 20 minutes. Susan, Waynesville, pardon me, let me try that again. Susan in Waynesville, North Carolina. Susan, please go ahead and make your comment.
Yes, I watched it all day.
How long
I
is it
was
going to
actually
take for me to be able to
watching
call
the
into
hearing
this
as it was
place?
going on, and I watched everything that happened most of the day. And I don't believe in any way, shape, or form that Trump was trying to incite anything. He wasn't trying to call on the people to breach the Capitol building. He was calling for support of the American people. But I think that we should all go ahead and
A
recount every
cultist.
state.
A
because
fucking
it was
cultist,
not
goddammit.
fair. If there's any idea that there's any kind of corruption that went on and stuff, then we need to look at the evidence. They said earlier, as this was happening,
They've looked at the
representative
evidence
from
and it's all
Arizona
bullshit.
stated that there was 1,000 pages that he brought with him of evidence.
For the love of God.
Why can't they look at the evidence? Why
They
does
have
everybody
looked
keep
at the
turning it
evidence
down,
and it's
including
bullshit.
The Supreme Court, including at the state level. Why does everybody keep turning the evidence down and not
Because
looking
it's
at it?
bullshit.
Let us American people see it. Let us decide.
Hey, Susan, some of the president's fellow Republicans in the Senate and the House have all said the president needs to be quiet. He's fomenting this violence.
Oh,
Do you
my
disagree
God.
with that?
Yeah, I disagree with it. I mean, I think they need to take his Twitter account away, just because I don't think that our president needs to be on Twitter and stuff and giving out different information at different times.
This lady's
I
a
don't agree with everything
personality
President Trump has
cultist.
done and everything, but I
Complete
also don't think that he was
cultist.
calling for the American people, that are the ones that were up there protesting.
They're just making
for us Trump
excuses.
supporters, because I am a Trump supporter. I don't believe he was calling on us to incite something bad to happen. He was calling on us to stand behind him and say, look, let's look at this evidence. And I want to know, as a voter, I want to know. Because
That's not what he was saying.
Wrong, if all these other people,
These
that are
people,
supporting
the
him are
reality
telling us
divide.
wrong,
This is
all of
absurd.
us American
I can't do
people
it.
need to know.
Susan, did you consider coming up this week to Washington as a President Trump supporter?
No, only because I've had the virus. I've been sick. But otherwise, I did consider it.
That's
I
Susan.
would have.
Susan in Waynesville, North Carolina. Well, when the Senate returned at 8:15 this evening, the Majority Leader Mitch McConnell made an opening statement before they returned to the Electoral College certification.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader be allowed to speak, and that the time not count against 2 hours of debate in relation to the objection raised on the state of Arizona.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
I want to say to the American people, the United States Senate will not be intimidated. We will not be kept out of this chamber by thugs, mobs, or threats. We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation.
Just saw it, a friend of mine
Back at our
saw.
posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our
This
nation.
isn't live. We saw Mitch say this bullshit
And
earlier.
we're going to do it tonight. This afternoon, Congress began the process of
If
honoring
we
the will of
object
the
to
American
results
people.
like this, the message is so clear. We are saying to states, no matter how secure and accurate your elections are,
Here's the live coverage of Congress.
we'll gladly overthrow them if we don't like who you voted for. But more importantly, what we'll be
Who
saying,
is that? Is that Tim Kaine?
really what we'll be doing, is as the body that acted together
Or is he
to
not in the Senate
guarantee
anymore?
Americans the right to vote, we will become the agent of one of the most massive disenfranchisements in the history of this country. So I urge all of my colleagues, please oppose these objections. Thank you, and I yield to my colleague from New Jersey.
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. Vice President, I can only think of 2 times in American history that individuals laid siege to our Capitol, stormed our sacred civic spaces, and tried to upend and overrun this government. One was in the War of 1812, and the other one was today. What's interesting about the parallel between the two is they both were waving flags to a sole sovereign, to an individual, surrendering democratic principles to the cult of personality. One was a monarch in England, and the other were the flags I saw all over our Capitol, including in the hallways and in this room, to a single person named Donald Trump. The sad difference between these 2 times is one was yet another nation in the history of our country that tried to challenge the United States of America. But this time, we brought this hell upon ourselves.
Yep.
My colleague from Texas said that this was a moment where there were unprecedented allegations of voter fraud. Yes, that is true. They were unprecedented when the president, before the election,
Yeah,
even happened,
Cory
said,
Booker's
if
good
I
at
lose
speaking.
this election, then the election was rigged. That's unprecedented. It's unprecedented before the night of the voting, even the counting of the vote was even done, that he called it rigged. And it's unprecedented that he is fanning the flames of conspiracy theory to create
Yes,
a
you were correct,
smokescreen
Dankler.
in this nation.
Yeah,
to
that's
cover
right. He's
what he is
Rosario
trying to
Dawson's
do, which is
boyfriend, and she's a
undermine
piece of shit.
Our democratic principles, but it's not just that. The shame of this day is it's being aided and abetted by good Americans who are falling prey, who are choosing Trump over truth, who are surrendering to the passion of lies as opposed to standing up and speaking truth to power, who are trying to fundraise off of the shame of conspiracy theories as opposed to doing the incalculably valuable, patriotic thing to speak truth to our nation. Our democracy is wounded, and I saw it when I saw pictures of yet another insurgency, of a flag of another group of Americans who tried to challenge our nation. I saw the flag of the Confederacy there. What will we do? How will we confront this shame? How will we confront this dark second time in American history? I pray.
And this all relates to the point that, you know, if every couple of weeks we constantly have to say, you know, we're better than this, then we're not. We're totally fucking not better than this.
On a bridge
I think we can be, maybe.
Hands, who were called threats to our democracy, who were called...
But we're not, and we've never been.
...outrageous epithets when they sought to expand our democracy, to save it and to heal it, when they joined arm in arm and said what we should say now, commit ourselves to that ideal, that together we shall overcome.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Nebraska, Senator Sass.
Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, thank you. And Mr. Vice President, let me just say before I begin, thank you for the way you have fulfilled your constitutional duties and your oath of office today. It obviously hasn't been easy.
Who's this douchebag?
Colleagues, today has been
Yeah,
ugly.
Mitch does kind of look like he's dying.
When I came to the floor this morning, I planned to talk about the lesson of 1801, because I'm kind of a history nerd, and I wanted to celebrate the glories of the peaceful transition of power across our nation's history. It feels a little naive now to talk about ways that American civics might be something that could unite us and bring us back together. 1801 blew everybody's mind all over the world, by the way. John Adams loses to Thomas Jefferson, and Adams willingly.
When the fuck
leaves
is
the executive
Mitch
mansion and
McConnell
moves
just
back
gonna
to
finally keel
Massachusetts,
over and die?
Jefferson peacefully assumes power, and people all over Europe said, that must be fake news. Those must be bad reports. There's no way any executive would ever willingly lay down power. And yet Adams, in defeat, did something glorious to give all of us a gift. I wanted to celebrate that, and it feels a little bit hard.
Yeah, true. That's turtles do live
Building
forever.
has been desecrated. Blood has been spilled in the hallways. I was with octogenarian members of this chamber that needed to have troops and police stabilize them to get down the stairs at a time when a lot of our staffs were panicked and under their desks and not knowing what was going to happen to them. It was ugly today. But you know what? It turns out that
Let's look
when
up
something's
Ben
ugly,
Sassy.
talking about beauty isn't just permissible. Talking about beauty is obligatory in a time like that. Why? Why would we talk about beauty after the ugliness
Ben
of today?
Sass.
Because our kids need to know that this isn't what America is. What happened today isn't what America is. They've been given a glorious inheritance. This is the 59th presidential election.
The shit
The vice
stain
president
won his
wasn't the
second
chair,
term
and if
this
the president
time.
pro tem was, I'd have made some joke that Chuck Grassley has voted in 2/3 of those 59 presidential elections. He's laughing. It's not as good as Hit Dear, Dear Dead, but it's still got a Grassley laugh. I don't think we want to tell the Americans that come after us that this republic is broken, that this is just a banana republic, that our institutions can't be trusted. I don't think we want that. We don't want that in this body. We don't want that in our hometowns. I don't think we want to tell our kids that America's best days are behind us, because it's not true. That's not who we are. America isn't Hatfield's and McCoy's blood feud forever. America's a union. There's a lot that's broken in this country, but not anything that's so big that the American people can't rebuild it, that freedom and community and entrepreneurial effort and that neighborhoods can't rebuild. Nothing that's broken is so big that we can't fix it. Generations of our forefathers and our foremothers, probably not a word, our ancestors, have spilled blood to defend the glories of this republic. Why would they do that? Because America is the most exceptional nation in the history of the world, and because the Constitution is the greatest political document that's ever been written. Most governments in the past have said might makes right, and we saw some of that hooligan nuttery today. Might makes right. No, it doesn't. God gives us rights by nature, And government is just our shared project to secure those rights. America has always been about what we choose to do together, the way we reaffirm our constitutional system, where we've got some
This
governmental
guy,
tasks, and we all in this body
Ben
can do better
Sass,
at those
is
governmental
one of the
tasks.
Republicans who has
America is
acknowledged
not government. The center of
Joe
America is
Biden's
not
win
Washington,
in the
D.C.
2020
The center
election.
of America is the neighborhoods where 330 million Americans are raising their kids and trying to put food on the table and trying to love their neighbor. That's the center of America. We're not supposed to be the most important people in America. We're supposed to be servant leaders who try to maintain a framework for ordered liberty so that there's a structure that back home where they live, they can get from the silver frame.
He is a
structure and order to
Republican,
the
but
golden
he's just
apple at
not
the center, as
as
Washington
diehard
would
a
have said, which is the
Trumpist as
things
some of
that
these
they
other
built
dickheads are,
together.
and he's not
The
Mitch.
places where they coach Little League, the places where they invite people to synagogue or church. Sometimes the big things we do together are governmental, like kicking Hitler's ass or like going to the moon. Sometimes there is governmental stuff. But the heart of America is about places where moms and dads are raising kids, and we're supposed to serve them by maintaining order and by rejecting violence. You can't do big things like that if you hate your
No,
neighbors.
don't get suckered in by the
do
veneers
big
of.
things
Don't get
together
suckered
as
in by the
Americans
veneers of
if you
good
think
guy,
other
because he is a
Americans are the
Republican.
enemy. Look, there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. I get it. There's
But
a
we
lot
can still
that
give
does
him
need to be
props
rebuilt.
for.
But if you're angry, I want to beg
We
you.
can still give him props
Don't
for
let the
being
screamers who monetize hate have the final word.
anti-swark or
Don't let
anti-Republican.
nihilists
He
become
reminds
your
me
drug dealers.
of your
There are some who wanna
racist
burn it all
neighbor.
down. We met some of them today, but they aren't going to win. Don't let them be your prophets. Instead,
Yeah, he is a fucking
organize,
goober.
persuade, but most importantly, love your neighbor. Visit the widower down the street who's lonely, no one tell anybody that his wife died and he doesn't have a lot of friends. Shovel somebody's neighbor. Or shovel somebody's driveway. You can't hate somebody who just
Shovel somebody's neighbor.
The heart of life is about community and neighborhood, and we're supposed to be servant leaders. The
Shovel
constitutional
somebody's
system
neighbor.
is
If
still
somebody
the greatest
says their
order
neighbor's pissing
for
them
any
off, kill their
government
neighbor
ever,
and bury
it's our
them.
job to steward it and protect it. Let's remember that today when we vote.
Democratic leader.
Senator Durbin.
Senator from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In March of 1861, a Springfield lawyer caught a train to Washington. His name was Abraham Lincoln. It wasn't his first trip here. He'd served as a congressman 15 years before, and he returned in the beginning of the Civil War to serve as president. It was a different place than he knew it as congressman. In 15 years, it had changed a lot. The Spriggs boarding house
Dick
across
Durbin.
the street, which is now the Library of Congress, was gone. And this building was changing. Big changes. They're building a dome on the Capitol. But they were also in the earliest days of a war, and President Lincoln was counseled, stop building the dome. Costs too much money, and we can't spend any more time on it. And he said, no, we're going to build that dome and we're going to finish it. That dome and this building will be a symbol of this country that will survive this Civil War and come back strong. So they built the dome, they won the war, and since those days, that dome and this building have been a symbol to this country, a symbol of unity and of hope. Tourists come through here before COVID-19 by the tens of thousands. And if you've ever noticed their tours, they're often shushed. People are saying, show some respect for this building. We know this building in the Rotunda as a place where some of the greatest American heroes of both political parties lie in state, and we go there to honor them. We know this building because we work here. We enact laws here that change America. We gather for State of the Union messages from presidents and honor the people in the gallery. This is a special place. This is a sacred place. But this sacred place was desecrated by a mob today on our watch. This temple to democracy was defiled by thugs who roam the halls and sat in that chair, Mr. Vice President, the one that you vacated at 2:15 this afternoon, sat and posed for pictures, those who were roaming around this chamber. What brought this on? Did this mob spring spontaneously from America?
Nope.
No.
Nope, it did not spring
This mob
spontaneously.
was invited to come to Washington on this day by this president for one reason, because he knew the Electoral College vote was going to be counted this day.
Yep.
He wanted this mob
Correct,
to disrupt
Senator Durbin.
the constitutional process which we are part of.
Donald
This
Trump
mob
should be
was
indicted for
inspired by
fucking
a
treason for
president
that.
who cannot accept defeat. If you wonder whether I'm going too far in what I say, just read the transcript with the Secretary of State from Georgia and listen to this president's wild conspiracy theories, one after the other, swatted down by that Republican elected official and his attorney as having no basis in fact. This president begs, he coaxes, he even threatens that Secretary of State to find the votes he needs. In any other venue, that would be a simple, obvious crime. The lengths he will go to are obvious. The Texas senator says to us, well, many people still agree with him, you know, when it gets down to the bottom line. Many people have fallen for this presidential position.
What does it matter?
That it must have been a rigged election if I lost. Well, I would say that after we've lost count.
Stop
57
coping.
lawsuits, 62 lawsuits. I've heard so many numbers. After 90 different judges, after this president took his case, the best he could put together, to the highest court in the land across the street, where he has personally chosen 3 justices on the Supreme Court, I say to the senator from Texas, you know much more about that court than I do. I don't believe they let that paper that he sent up there even hit the desk before they laughed it out of the court. And that's the best he had to offer. No evidence whatsoever of this rigged election.
Good words from
and this
Senator
fraudulence.
Dick Durbin.
The senator from Texas says, we just want to create a little commission. 10 days, we're going to audit all the states, particularly the ones in contention here, and find out what actually occurred. And it really draws its parallel in 1876.
I think Dick Durbin's been in
Don't forget
Congress
what
for
that
a while.
commission, that so-called political compromise, achieved. It was not just some ordinary governmental commission. It was a commission that killed Reconstruction, that established Jim Crow, that even after a civil war which tore this nation apart, it re-enslaved African Americans. And it was a commission that invited the voter suppression we are still fighting today in America.
Sadly, I don't think Dick
Let me
Durbin's
close by
nearly as
saying
far
this.
left as Bernie is.
The vote we're going to have here
But,
is a clear choice of whether we are going to feed the beast of ignorance or we are going to tell the truth to the American people. We saw that beast today roaming the halls. Let's not invite it back.
Majority
Leader.
Leader.
President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Kansas, Senator Marshall.
Senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Freedom of speech.
It is now 9 p.m.
that was a
on
good
the
speech.
East Coast, and this has been a tragic and historic day in the United States. As lawmakers gather to count the votes to ensure a peaceful transition of power, President Trump riled up his supporters for more than an hour, and then a mob swarmed the U.S. Capitol, moments after Republican lawmakers began challenging the vote in Arizona. It was a violent takeover. The mob broke in past Capitol Police. Sadly, we know at least one woman was shot and killed in the halls that are meant to symbolize our democracy. Our Lisa Desjardins is at the Capitol now. She has been there all day. And
That poor lady's been fucking stuck there. Lisa Desjardins been stuck there all
Lisa,
fucking day.
We've been watching the debate resume in the United States Senate tonight over
Yeah, I can see
whether
Dick
or
Durbin
not,
being the best
electoral votes should
debater
be
in the
counted from
Senate.
the state of
In the
Arizona.
Senate.
But much of the discussion has
Harry
turned
Reid's
back to
retired
the events
now.
of this day. We've had several senators say they will no longer object to the formal counting of the votes. They will allow the certification to go forward because of what happened today.
That's right. Senator Kelly Loeffler, who had really the worst political day of her career, her short career in the U.S. Congress, had perhaps one of her most notable moments when she said she will no longer object to the Georgia recount or the Georgia counting because of what happened today. And I think the entire tone of this debate, which this is the debate about the presidency and the electoral count, this is when we thought was going to be about the claims of fraudulent voting, all of that. No, instead, this is really about the soul of America and about where we are, why we are here, and senators searching how to get past it.
Yeah, because Kelly Loeffler was a pretty
I think the House is about to come into session. My TV is on full
Trump
blast. Excuse me.
cultist.
The chair will address the chamber. Yeah, we are watching at the same time. The Senate has been in session, the House just now coming back into session. Perhaps we want to dip into that for just a moment, Lisa, and then we'll come back to you.
Great. The election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. For that reason, Congress has returned to the Capitol. We always knew that this responsibility would take us into the
Radical
night
liberal
and will stay
Raphael
as long
Warnock.
as it takes. Our purpose will be accomplished. We must and we will show
Yeah,
to the
Nancy
country,
Pelosi is.
and indeed to
I'm
the
sick of
world,
her.
that we will not be diverted from our duty, that we will respect our responsibility to the Constitution and to the American people. On Sunday, it was my great honor to be sworn in as Speaker and to preside over a sacred ritual of renewal as we gathered under this dome of this temple of democracy to open the 117th Congress. I said that as we were sworn in then, we accept a responsibility as daunting and demanding as any previous generation of leadership has ever faced. We know that we're in difficult times, but little could we have imagined the assault that was made on our democracy today.
This is where we murder versions of
deter us from our
What the fuck?
responsibility. You have failed. To those who engaged in the gleeful desecration of this, our temple of democracy, American democracy, justice will be done. Today, January 6th, is the Feast of the Epiphany. On this day of revelation, let us pray that this instigation to violence will provide an epiphany for our country to heal.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody
In that
pissed their
spirit of
shit
healing, I
anywhere.
evoke the song of St. Francis. I usually do. St. Francis is the patron saint of my city of San Francisco, and his song of St. Francis.
Yeah, if I had
is our
broken
anthem.
into the Senate, I totally would
Lord,
have
make
taken
me
a
a
big
channel
old
of
piss all over
righteousness.
Mitch McConnell's
Where there is
desk.
darkness, may I bring light. Where there
Maybe
is
shit on it.
hatred, let us bring love. Where there is despair, let us bring hope. We know that we would be part of history in a positive way today, every 4 years, when we demonstrate again the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next. And despite the shameful actions of today, we still will do so. We will be part of a history that shows the world what America is made of. That this assault
They should have.
is just that. It shows the weakness of those who had to show through violence what their message was. My colleagues, it's time to move on. I wear this pin quite frequently. Actually, I gave it to our beloved John Lewis just a weekend or so before he left us. And it's a flag of our country, a flag of the United States of America. On it, it says, "One country, one destiny." one country, one destiny, written on the flag. That was also what was embroidered in Abraham Lincoln's coat that he had on that fateful night. Lincoln's party, Lincoln's message, one country, one destiny.
Shadmanned.
So on this holy day of Epiphany,
You shadmanned
let
on
us
Mitch
pray.
McConnell's house.
I'm a big believer in prayer. Let us pray that there will be peace on earth,
Oh,
and that it will begin with us.
Your prayers
Let us
ain't gonna
pray
do dick.
that God will continue to bless America. And with that, let us proceed with our responsibilities to the Constitution, to which we have just within 72 hours taken the oath to uphold. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is a sad day.
We are watching both chambers of the United States Congress, the House, you see on the left, where Steny Hoyer, who is the number 2 leader in the House, the majority leader in the House.
Shadman on Mitch McConnell's house.
We're watching
Yeah,
the
it's
Senate
got
chamber.
huge balls now.
In both houses, they are debating the objection that was put forward many hours ago, earlier today, to the calling, to the counting of the votes, electoral votes from the state of Arizona. We're watching this go forward. We are waiting to see whether there will be further objections to other states or whether this is the end of it, given
What's wrong with me? Is it because I ate a bunch of food? Is that why I'm feeling tired?
The Capitol today, the death of a woman who apparently was one of the protesters, just the extraordinary chain of events that unfolded that led to both chambers having to adjourn. Let's turn now for this moment to retired Navy Admiral Mike Mullen. He's the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Admiral Mullen, thank you so much for talking with us, and a terrible set of circumstances under which to have a conversation. But as you watch today's events unfold, you've served in Washington for a number of years.
You
were
just
appointed
ate and
by
you're
a Republican
freezing.
president to be chairman of the Joint Chiefs. You continue to serve under a Democratic president, from George W. Bush, to Barack Obama. What do you make of where we are right now in this country?
That's weird, getting really cold after eating.
Well, we're in a place that I never imagined we could be, Judy. When you hear the air filled with the words like traitor, sedition, insurrection, it's just one of those things I could not have imagined that we'd be here, but we are here.
Yeah, now we're here. And we're here, and it's really, really weird, and it's like, what the fuck?
Where we came very close to the brink today, and we need to, in my view, we need to recognize how close we are. Not say that this is something that can be immediately repaired, not say that this wasn't every bit as bad as anything I've seen in my entire life with respect to our democracy, and we need to act accordingly. And we need to react and act accordingly to protect our democracy. We oftentimes talk about this, sometimes maybe even in the abstract, that it's fragile. I think today showed how fragile it can be. And it is really important for leaders across the country to stand up now, as many have spoken tonight as I've listened to the chambers, and support the Constitution and make sure that in that support, we can move forward with the duly elected president-elect as tabulated over and over throughout the country in terms of election results.
Yep, there is no legitimate evidence of massive voter fraud that would give Trump the win.
What do you mean react accordingly? What do you think should be done right now? I mean, I hear you saying move forward with the counting of these electoral votes. Are you saying the Congress there should be no more objections put forward?
Well, I certainly would like to see there be no objections at this point. I think it's it was characterized as a futile effort up front that wasn't going anywhere. And certainly, if today's events meant anything, we should, withdraw from
that is what
those
it is.
Positions.
It is futile.
In light of
it is utterly fucking
to
futile.
What we need to do in the future. I honestly, Judy, reacted when I watched sort of the totality of it, and quite frankly, the leadership of our commander-in-chief, the president, who, from my perspective, incited this, stayed with it. And one of the first thoughts I had many hours ago now was the 25th Amendment. And I know that's been discussed in terms of how do we get from here to January 20th, because there's still 14 more days. And as I've thought about this in recent days, Judy, it's hard for me to get my head into how to think about this, but I've actually thought about how dictators act and how they pull in countries that I have seen all over the world, how they pull the levers of their government to keep themselves in power. And I worry that that will continue, with this president until he no longer is in power, because I think he's obviously desperate, and he is doing everything he can to hold on to that power, even to the point of what I consider to be grossly illegal actions today.
Well, we know there's discussion of the 25th Amendment. There's some reporting tonight that some cabinet members, I believe CBS News has reported some cabinet members have been discussing invoking the 25th Amendment, which would call for the removal of the president for a variety of reasons. Do you think this president is a danger to the country and should be removed?
Yes.
Before, I mean, as soon as possible.
Well, it's certainly not for me to decide. I certainly think, based on the behavior recently, but really culminated today, which resulted in that mob action, and very sadly, someone losing their life, is an indication that he's not in a position to lead over the next 14 days. The decision to do that obviously rests, within the cabinet, and obviously with the vice president.
Well, those are all individuals who've been very loyal to him, and as you know very well, there's been a great deal of turnover, especially at the place you know very well, at the Pentagon. They've been through a succession of secretaries of defense there. We've had the president, though, attacking his own vice president today. I mean, you know this city pretty well.
God damn it.
Do you see the forces, do you see the potential for the forces to come together to invoke the 25th Amendment and to remove him by one method or another?
That'd be cool, but I doubt it's going to happen.
I think we're very close to the brink, and that we're at a place where that discussion is really, really important. And I take your point. He's got nothing but loyalists around him. I would hope, as I have seen now in both chambers, some of those who've been loyal in the past seem to be distancing themselves from the president. And I would hope that those are closest to him would recognize the potential catastrophe that faces us even over the next 14 days after this, because I don't think we're done. I don't think today was it. And I think we need to act in a preventative way to make sure that nothing else happens.
Nope, we're not done.
The 25th, if that means invoke the 25th, then I would hope that they would do that.
Well, we are certainly watching to see on that front, but we're also watching on the international front. There have been tensions, rising tensions between the United States and Iran. There was a comment yesterday by the individual who oversees the nuclear weapons program, who was saying if President Trump ordered him to use nuclear weapons or conventional weapons against Iran, he would feel that he needed to do so if he thought it were a legal order. I mean, there are all sorts of questions being raised right now about that. Admiral Mullen, I'm going to ask you to hold on for just a moment, because on the floor of the Senate right now is Missouri Senator Josh Hawley, who's been one of the leaders of those objecting to the electoral count. Let's listen.
Put into place so that there would be, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, no appeal from ballots to bullets, which is what we saw, unfortunately, attempted tonight. There is no place for that in the United States of America. And that's why I submit to my colleagues that what we're doing here tonight is actually very important. Because for those who have concerns about the integrity of our elections, those who have concerns about what happened in November, this is the appropriate means. This is the lawful place where those objections and concerns should be heard. This is the forum that the law provides for. Our laws provide for those concerns to be registered, not through violence, not by appealing from ballots to bullets, but here in this lawful process. And so to those who say that this is just a formality today,
yeah, Hawley's a
antique
scumbag
ceremony that we've engaged in for a couple of hundred years, I can't say that I agree. I can't say that our precedents suggest that. I actually think it's very vital what we do. The opportunity to be heard, to register objections is very vital because this is the place where those objections are to be heard and dealt with, debated, and finally resolved. In this lawful means.
Yeah, that's Mitt Romney.
Without violence, without attacks, without bullets. And so, Mr. President, let me just say now briefly, in lieu of speaking about it later, a word about Pennsylvania, which is a state that I have been focused on, objected to, as an example of why people are concerned, millions of Americans concerned about our election integrity.
Oh, shut the fuck up about Pennsylvania, Hawley.
Quite apart from allegations
sleazy
of any
bastard.
Fraud, you have a state constitution that has been interpreted for over a century to say that there is no mail-in balloting permitted except for in very narrow circumstances that's also provided for in the law. And yet, last year, Pennsylvania elected officials passed a whole new law.
Pennsylvania's state constitution's from 1968. It's not even 100 years old yet.
Regardless of what the Pennsylvania Constitution said. And then when Pennsylvania citizens tried to go and be heard on this subject,
irregardless isn't a word.
Supreme Court, they were dismissed on grounds of procedure, timeliness, in violation of that Supreme Court's own precedent. So the merits of the case have never been heard. The constitutionality of the statute actually has never been defended. I'm not aware of any court
it
that's
is.
passed
I
on
thought.
its constitutionality. Actually, I'm not aware of anybody.
I thought it was. I thought it was made. I thought it was a fake word.
This was the statute that governed this last election, in which there are over 2.5 million mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. This is my point. That this is the forum. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court hasn't heard the case. There's no other court to go to hear the case in the state.
Remember how Stewie Griffin wanted to send everyone who says that to a work camp?
To be raised, which is why I have raised them here today. And I hope that this body will not miss the opportunity to take affirmative action to address the concerns of so many millions of Americans.
Oh, I thought Republicans hated affirmative action.
That violence is never warranted, that violence will not be tolerated, that those who engage in it will be prosecuted, but that this body will act to address the concerns of all Americans across the country. We do need an investigation into irregularities, fraud. We do need a way forward together. We need election security reforms. I bet my friends on the other side of the aisle don't disagree with that. We need to find a way to move forward on that together so that the American people from both parties, all walks of life, can have confidence in their elections and that we can arrange ourselves under the rule of law that we share together. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
What a lying shit, though.
Democratic leader.
We've just been listening to Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, who has been one of the chief Republican members of the Senate objecting to the counting, the formal counting of the electoral vote.
Hawley reminds me of like multiple horrible people on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
To take care of on this date, on January the 6th. When
he reminds me of like a scummy Curb Your Enthusiasm character. Is that Bob Casey?
Objections in Arizona, so the fact that Senator Hawley went ahead and brought up Pennsylvania, which is the state he was later reported to be planning to object to, he said he was going to object to, may indicate that he is going to drop that objection later. We're reading some tea leaves here, but the fact that he would bring that up now and say it's something that Congress needs to look at, how Pennsylvania dealt with its mail-in balloting law, legal changes, may be a hint that he is not going to object. when it comes to Pennsylvania. We have yet to hear from Ted Cruz about tonight, about the debate on Arizona. But if Kelly Loeffler has dropped
I believe her name is
objection
Judy
on
Woodruff.
Georgia, and if Hawley is dropping his on Pennsylvania, we may have no more states that you have agreement between the Senate and the House to object to. That could mean that the process will move through smoothly now. I want to turn quickly back to Admiral Mike Mullen, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs. My apologies again for interrupting our conversation. We did want to hear what Senator Hawley had to say because of his role in all this. And as we say, we're trying to understand what that means. But I was about to ask you about international concerns. You were raising questions about any danger posed by President Trump for the remaining 14 days that he's in office. And I think it's fair to say that extends to what he might do on a global front.
Well, I think that concern, and specifically, Judy, I know you asked about Iran, and that's been a country.
Some info about Judy Woodruff. She's covered every presidential election and convention since 1976.
And that's just fine because Iran is still a
moderated presidential debates.
It's
she has a very long career doing
bad,
this.
Group of people, and they still espouse the kind of both rhetoric, and they are developing systems which are very, very dangerous. I was encouraged the other day when the Nimitz was turned around, and it seemed to settle things, and things seemed to be quieter than they were as Nimitz was pulling out just a few days ago. But I know this has been an area that the president and his administration is focused on. It is, I continue to believe, a very dangerous time with respect to that. And I'm just hopeful that the totality of those individuals around the president can convince him to restrain himself at this particular point.
She's the Dick Clark of politics.
Any action which could spin out of control in that part of the world. I think as far as the globe is concerned, that's probably the hottest point right now. But it is worthy of continued watch.
Dan Rather's still alive, right?
And certainly something that when President-elect Biden gets in, he's going to have to address very quickly and very, very pointedly, because Iran will continue to present a challenge.
Sobering words from the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Mike Mullen. Admiral Mullen, very good to see you again, and thank you so much for talking with us tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Judy. It's always good to be with you.
And we are watching Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he's still alive. He's 89 years old.
Senator. We're told that over in the House, the Republican leader, Kevin McCarthy, is on the floor. Is that right? Is McCarthy still on the floor? If so, we should listen to what he has to say.
Thank you for this side of courage.
You're probably right. And I can also just click on the source like blah, 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 blah. Clicked on the source.
Looking back on the past few hours, it is clear this Congress will not be the same after today. And I hope it will be the better.
This guy's a piece of filth.
I hope not just this institution, but I hope every American pauses for that moment and thinks among themselves.
Hey Chad, after I rip another dab, should we play some Minecraft while we keep watching this go down?
But not dislike each other. We can respect the voices of others.
He does look like the Aldi
There's
version
many times
of
we
Mike
debate on
Pence.
this body, and we should. There's many times we can get heated.
Here, yeah, I'm gonna...
I still consider Steny Hoyer a very good friend. There's times I get upset. I'll call him at home to express what things I may not see fair or just. But that's the way we should handle things. The majority leader is right.
hell yeah.
We're all Americans first. But should we also think for a moment?
But I will be back.
What do we put on social media?
In a few minutes.
What do we convey to one another? Just because you have a personal opinion different than mine, you have a right to say it, but nobody has a right to become a mob. And we all should stand united in condemning the mob together. We solve problems before our nation not through destruction, but through debate. That is the heart of this democracy. I know what we debate today is tough, but it's just, it's right. This isn't the first side of the aisle that's ever debated this issue. I thought what Madam Speaker said back in 2005, this is democracy at its best, when they talked about a presidential election in Ohio. These are the moments that we should raise the issue about integrity and accountability. But you know what we should do, the next difference? Not just raise the issue, but work together to solve the problems. Now is the moment. Now is the moment to show America we can work best together. I will tell you, the size of the majority is slim, so it gives us the opportunity to make that happen. The only thing that can hold us back is the will of one another to do it. This side of the aisle always believes in working with anybody who wants to move it forward. That does not mean that we're going to agree 100% of the time. That does not mean our voice cannot be heard. That does not mean we cannot be treated fairly. We should be. That may mean on the size of committees. That means on our ability to offer an amendment. That means on our ability to have our voice. But at the end of the day, it helps us come to a better conclusion. By returning here to complete the work we were sent to do, we are proving that our democracy cannot be disrupted by criminal behavior. We will not falter, we will not bend, and we will not shrink from our duty. Let me be very clear. Mobs don't rule America. Laws rule America. It was true when our cities were burning this summer, and it's true now. When Americans go to bed tonight, their lasting memory should not be a Congress overrun by rioters. It must be a resolute Congress conducting healthy debate. We may not disagree on a lot in America, but tonight we must show the world that we will respectfully but thoroughly carry out the most basic duties of democracy. We will continue with the task that we have been sent here to do. We will follow the Constitution and the law and the process for hearing valid concerns about election integrity. We'll do it with respect. We will respect your opinion. We'll respect what you say, and we're willing to listen to it. I think the nation will be better for it on both sides of the aisle. Let's show the country the mob did not win. We have a job to do it. Let's do it with pride, and let's be better when the sun rises tomorrow. With that, I yield back, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
We've been listening to the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy of California, of course, the leading Republican in the House, speak about the events of today, saying mobs don't rule America, laws rule America. But then he did go on to say we want to continue tonight to do our job through which the Constitution calls on us to do, saying we need to continue to hear these objections to the counting of the electoral votes. So we'll see where that goes, whether he means there will be debate on those objections or not. Just moments ago, and perhaps he still is, the senator from Utah, Mitt Romney, has been speaking on the floor of the Senate. At one point, he accused President Trump of being complicit in the events of today when the mob took over the Capitol, assaulted the Capitol. A woman was killed in the aftermath of that, and we're going to try to bring you Senator Romney's remarks. Notable in particular because of Senator Romney was shouted at at an airport as he took off to come to Washington yesterday, and on the plane, the people shouting at him called him a traitor. So I think we now have most of Senator Mitt Romney's remarks. Let's go to that.
No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth. That's the burden. That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election. President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun.
Yep, Mitt Romney lost an election.
The president's own attorney general, state election officials, both Republican and Democrat, have reached that unequivocal decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I asked my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience? Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years.
I'm going to boot
of
up some
public
Minecraft
service.
here, but I
Think
got
of
to
that.
add this.
Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the election, it's because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections.
Yeah, Mitt Romney's a huge scumbag, but he is not as bad as some of the other scumbags involved in Republican politics. He's still a scumbag, though. I really fucking hate that guy.
Senator Mitt Romney, who has been one of the very first Republicans to renounce what President Trump has been trying to do and insisting the election was rigged and that he was robbed of this election that he actually won. Senator Romney's been saying almost from the beginning, he was one of the very first senators, Republican members of Congress, to congratulate Joe Biden on his victory. He has stuck to that position. He's been, a lone figure in the Republican Party for many, many weeks. Until now, there are more Republicans joining him.
It'd take a few minutes
A few moments ago, you didn't hear it just then, but a few moments ago, Senator Romney said that President Trump is complicit in the tragic and violent events of today, the assault
he
on
is.
the U.S. Capitol. Our Yamiche Alcindor is at the White House. Yamiche, you've been there all day and all night. We're into the night. Some interesting developments taking place around people who work
being a reporter
of this president.
Being a DC reporter sounds like it's a terrible job right now.
We saw Vice President Pence reach his limit today when he said that he would not disrupt the count of the Congress. And now what we're seeing tonight is a number of White House officials looking at the violence that is the consequence of President Trump's false accusations, false claims of voter fraud, and saying that they can no longer work here. So the people that we've now seen leave are Stephanie Grisham. She is the First Lady's chief of staff. She was a longtime aide for President Trump. She worked on the president's presidential campaign all the way back in 2015. We also saw the White House social secretary resign. Also, White House Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Matthews is gone. And there are some reports, we haven't confirmed all of them, but there are some reports that possibly the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, he is thinking of leaving as well as his deputy. There are also reports that Elaine Chao, the Transportation Secretary, and I should say wife of Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who delivered a blistering speech against President Trump's rhetoric and his claims.
According to Wikipedia, this incident at the Capitol today
that is now bleeding staffers, that is filled with people who have looked at President
this
Trump's
incident
actions
at the
today,
White House
and I
today?
should say his inaction, his inability to come before cameras to really have a robust response
Is the
to this,
first time
and say
the
they can no
U.S.
longer work at this
Capitol
White
has
House. And
been
I should also note
overrun
that as all of
since
this is
the
happening, you're now seeing social media companies trying to limit
1814
the
burning of
communication
Washington by the
President Trump.
British.
Twitter has said that they're going to lock his account for 12 hours and possibly permanently ban him because he's continuing to spread disinformation. Facebook has also said that he will not be able to post for 24 hours. He's also being locked out of Instagram. So all of the ways that President Trump has communicated to the American people without going through the media are now being taken away from him because these companies, much like White House staffers, are saying the president has gone too far.
And Yamiche, there's also been conversation about the cabinet, the president's cabinet, having conversations about invoking the 25th Amendment to the Constitution, which, of course, allows for
I would
the
love
removal
if he got
president.
25th
What are you
Amendmented
hearing?
right
What
before
kind
he's
of
supposed to leave
reporting are you
office.
hearing about that? There was a report earlier today that that there were groups urging Vice President Pence to have those conversations with cabinet members. We know tonight the vice president is at the Capitol presiding over the Senate
on,
as
hurry up,
they carry
Minecraft.
on these debates.
That's right. I've talked to some White House officials who say that there's early discussions of the 25th Amendment, mainly because
Yeah, I
people
feel
are
bad
wondering
for Donald
whether or not
Trump's
President
wife.
Trump can go on for 14 days, but there hasn't been anything formally presented to Vice President Pence. And my understanding is
She
that
always
there are
looks
people
like
in
she
this White House
dies a
close to
little
the
bit
president
inside
who
every
feel
time
like
he says
he's
something to her.
quote unquote lost it. There are people who are telling me that he is living in a reality created of his own doing, and he's surrounded himself with people who are loyal and who are not challenging him. Someone also told me today, Judy, that the president wants to hold on to power by any means necessary, meaning that it doesn't matter to him.
He
that
can't.
There are windows
Nobody
being broken at the
nobody
US
on the
Capitol.
internet
There are
wants to
people
post his
being
shit
shot
anymore.
in the Capitol, the headquarters of the Congress.
Twitter just,
But
like,
the president
deleted
is
his
more
tweets and
concerned about
shit.
holding on to those people who have come to the Capitol.
Yeah, exactly,
holding
Katz.
on to his supporters than he is making sure
He is
that
probably
that
like
the
one of
government
the
of United
most
States, the
abusive
headquarters
people
in
you could be
DC,
married to.
that we are all safe in this city. So what we see from
Yeah,
the president here
I've seen
is
the
someone who is focused
videos where
solely
she's
on
like
staying in
smiling,
power,
and then Donald
solely
Trump like
on
says
his own
something to
political
Melania,
fortunes. And there are people
and
around
she just
him,
like
people that have
instantly
stuck
like
with him
looks
through all
sad,
sorts of
and it's
chaos,
just like
who are
Jesus
finally,
Christ.
I think, getting to the point where they are genuinely scared. I can tell you, Judy, I've not heard people around the president sound as concerned as they have sounded today, and that's saying a lot because we've lived through all sorts of things with this president.
I don't even know what to say in response to what you just said, Yamiche. I mean, that it's astonishing.
That's
at the
how
very
I've been
least,
feeling like all day.
that there are people saying the president would do anything to hold on to power. I mean, we think of dictatorships, countries around the world that don't have anything close to a democracy. They don't count votes, where their leaders just stay in power as long as they feel like it. Whether it's Russia or I could
Yeah,
name
what
a
the
number
fuck
of
will the
countries
Donald Trump
where
presidential library
the
be?
person in power
A bunch of
in no way answers to the people of that country. And to hear you say that there are people around
What
the
will the
president
Donald
of the
Trump
United States who believe that he
presidential
will
library
do
have? Just
anything
like
to stay in
tweets,
power is truly
books of tweets
alarming.
from every month.
It is alarming, Judy, and there are people who are telling me that the
Hey,
president
Griff, am
is
I
looking
too
at the
powerful?
people who
This is
stormed the
survival
Capitol,
mode, but
and in some ways
we have
he
found
doesn't want the
stuff.
Capitol to be completely destroyed. But in some ways, they tell me the president is feeling as though he's being justified in his outrage. That these are people that are essentially having his back because, Judy, these are people who listen to the president. He did come before them and speak for more than an hour and say, "Now we're going to go to the Capitol
Yeah,
and we're
we
going to
have-
fight and we're not going to concede." So there are people who are looking at this and saying
We
this is what
have
the president wanted.
set up.
Essentially, he didn't want, of course, someone to die. Aides are telling me that, but he also wanted real mayhem. He wanted this to be chaotic. He wanted this to be a melee. He wanted all of these things to happen and for everything to be upended and to stop the process. I will also note that there is some talk about what happens next when it comes legally. I've been talking to some Biden transition officials. They
I'll
tell me
bet
that there could be
Donald
multiple
Trump has
investigations
actually like
into what we
floated
all
the
witnessed
idea
today.
of
They said that
killing
the
his
FBI could
political
be
opponents
involved.
to
They also
close
said the
allies.
District of Columbia could launch its own investigation. The House Oversight Committee could also look at its investigation. There's also talk of the fact that there are some protesters today that acted violently who did not get arrested. And Biden transition officials are telling me that the FBI could take up to a year to arrest these people, but that there's all sorts of photos and videos video. So even though people have not been arrested tonight, they could be arrested in the future. And there are, of course, civil rights activists who are saying so many people, hundreds of people got arrested when they were peacefully protesting police violence. So it was striking to see some of these people walk out of the U.S. Capitol and not be in handcuffs.
Yeah. How the fuck does that happen?
Reporting tonight about how few arrests there have been given the mayhem. But and that is something we want to report on. But Yamiche, I'm coming back to what you said just before that when you cited people around the president saying he wanted there to be mayhem. He wanted there to be a melee, which means he didn't care if people were hurt. So again, I'm just left.
Yeah, which of course he would. Donald Trump is
your
actually
comment a few minutes ago when you said he's prepared to do whatever it takes to hold on to power. I mean, there are a number of people who would say that's what it looks like, but to hear you say that there are people around the president who know him, who are saying that to you, a reporter.
Am I wrong in considering this whole thing that happened? Am I wrong in considering it a coup d'etat
It's very
attempt?
disturbing, and I've talked to a number of officials who have used all sorts of words like disappointing, alarming, scary, unhinged, out of control. These are people who have stood by the president, who are now seeing him and saying that he has in some ways drunk on power. We've seen this in other countries. We see this in other countries where, frankly, immigrants come to America to try to avoid this sort of leadership where you have someone who is so focused on staying in power that he is willing to sacrifice his own American citizens, his own citizens of his country or her country. And now we're seeing on U.S. soil a president who is willing to stay in power, willing to, in some ways, justify people violently breaking into the Capitol. Because we know when we heard the president today, yes, he did say that he wanted peace, but we have to really also point out that the president says that he loves these people, that he feels their pain, that they're special people. Those are the words of the president, and that's why you hear people around the president.
He was endorsing what they were doing while telling them to go home.
Quite condemning fully these people. He can't get around to saying, stop it completely. You're completely wrong. You should not have done this. Instead, he's in some ways hedging and equivocating and justifying parts of this while trying to hold on for power.
In fact, he hasn't condemned them at all. I mean, he said, please stop. We don't want anybody else to get hurt. But he, as you said, he goes on to praise them and to say that they're good people, special people, singling them out for praise, when what they've done is break the law and in an historic move, taken down the Capitol, in effect. I mean, storming the U.S. Capitol, running through it freely, walking through the chambers of the House and the Senate, and again, putting themselves and others at risk, and the shooting that we now know has led to the death of one woman. So it's beyond. It was something we knew that there would be anger today, Yamiche. We knew there were people who had come to Washington frustrated. They've been accepting President Trump's conspiracy theories. They've accepted the idea that something went wrong in the election. But I don't think anyone expected that this was going to happen. They were going to take over the Capitol. Clearly, they weren't ready at the Capitol because there wasn't enough security to keep them out. And that's how events happened to unfold. All right, Yamiche, I'm going to let you go and continue your reporting. I think we're ready to go back to the floor. Am I right? Or I'm trying to. Lisa Desjardins, you are there at the Capitol watching all this. Lisa, pull together what we're hearing tonight from both the House and the Senate in terms of whether you expect there to be more
we live in
to other states.
We will do anything to cram more people in prisons. And these guys like jerk off about it. They're like, but they deserve it. I don't.
I do not yet have a source in the Senate who tells me firmly that this will be the only objection. That includes sources with the leadership offices, and I've reached out to some of these senators' offices. So I want to be careful in what I say here. This is based just on my reading of what I heard from Senator Hawley and from Senator Loeffler, who were the two senators designated to object to the remaining states, Pennsylvania and Georgia. You said this after we heard from those senators. My reading of their remarks is that they are very unlikely We know Loeffler will not object. The question is then, does someone else object to Georgia? And does Senator Hawley object to Pennsylvania? My reading is that he likely will not. He gave his remarks, he gave his thoughts about the vote in Pennsylvania during this portion of the debate. My reading is that it is unlikely that we will have further objections after this one. A reminder to everyone about what will happen here. I've been asking how much time is left
careful
on the
there.
clock, for both the House and the Senate for the debate.
Thank Lord
I
Jesus
think
Christ,
the
remember
Senate
toss.
should be getting pretty close to running out of debate time. After
Although
that,
I
we'll go
definitely
to
think,
a vote on this
okay, so
objection,
I definitely
whether to
think that like
sustain
all
the
the
objection
Trump
or
appointees
not.
should just
Now,
like
that
quit their
could take
jobs,
some time because we're
or
doing
like
COVID
otherwise be
precautions, and
removed
actually,
from the
frankly,
government.
any vote in the Senate takes
What
some
they
time
did
to
in
move
like
to the US
many
Senate. They do a
Eastern
roll call.
European countries.
I'm going to predict 20 to 40 votes for that vote. And then the House will have
Dude,
its vote.
tosses.
We'll have
Dude,
to see
Twitch
when, but
toss is
that
so
will take longer
sketchy.
because they will be voting in COVID formation in
Wait,
groups
that's
that
right.
we
I'm pretty
set
sure.
up.
Yeah,
So
I have
groups,
fertility
that
now
could
too,
take
so
an
I
hour.
make all your
I
animals
think
with
what
a
I'm getting
fucking
at here
jungle.
is that I'm starting to see hopes for a horizon for when this very long day ends. Of course, we still need to confirm that there will be no further objections, but my reading is that is the mood of these two chambers. That is what I'm getting from these remarks. These are not sharp protests of the election. If anything, I feel like the objectors are checking a box to say that they did this. I feel like these are chambers that are ready to move on.
And that's the question I had, because as you point out, Kelly Loeffler has now said she's withdrawing her objection given what happened today. She made a fairly brief, but it was a very clear statement that she's no longer going to pursue this. With Senator Hawley, it was a little more difficult to discern, but it was noticed that he made a point of bringing up Pennsylvania, the fact that
I have
the
so
state
much
changed
food
its
also,
law
and I live in
around
a bunch of
mail-in
different places.
voting after years and years
well,
of
I
saying,
primarily go
mail-in
between
voting.
here
There
and
were very strict rules around
Jarkram
mail-in
and
voting. They made it
Plains.
much easier this year due to the
Yarkram
pandemic.
and Plains.
And he said this is something we need to look at as a
Oh.
body. He said something to the effect, I hope we can come together and look at that, which sounded to me as if he was saying, I'm dealing with that now. Perhaps he was saying, I won't be bringing up the formal objection.
There's really there's no reason he would be doing it twice, in this circumstance, with this kind of a problem, a historic crisis at the U.S. Capitol. It feels to me unlikely that he would do that twice. And he has put out statements condemning the violence today in very strong words. So I just feel that's where we're headed. We have to see.
Hey, Rivs, what's up?
To you, Mish, and great reporting on what's going on at the White House, which is also eye-popping. Here, there are the beginnings of conversations. I've had a few sources contact me saying they're taking away this concept of whether the president should be removed now, whether by the 25th Amendment as cabinet or some other effort. Impeachment
Holy
seems
shit,
like
Revs.
that is unlikely for timing reasons. But there is some back and forth thinking of whether a removal of this president now, and I can't believe I'm talking about this,
chat,
but
so
whether removal of this president could actually inflame things at this moment, that it could actually feed into his ideas and the ideas of people who came to this Capitol that are erroneous, that there's a plot against this president. Now, I don't think these conversations are settled.
Well, that's the thing is, especially now, a whole bunch of leftist streamers have been like, they use a ton of like Pepe emotes to try to make it not exclusively a right-wing thing.
To the cabinet. However, many members here
It can
are in
still
touch
be
with their
used in a
cabinet
not
secretary,
hateful
so
way, so long as you're
I
not
think
dressing
what's
Pepe
happening
in
is there
in
is
fucking Hitler clothes,
all of
or
Washington
otherwise using
is
them to
kind
put
of thinking
push
through
evil
these issues
messages.
together
But
quietly,
yeah.
and for now, I don't know how slowly it'll go. It feels like it's moving.
If anybody didn't know who the PogChamp guy was,
conversation around that, and as you mentioned,
the PogChamp emote was the face of a guy who played fighting games named Gutex.
Closer relationship, I think.
It's this guy named Gutex who played like fighting games for a fucking living, and Gutex I remember I found Gutex's Twitter and I was like, looked over it a while ago and I was like, yo, this guy's a fucking moron. Oh yeah, Rivs, I think I told you I think I might be permanently suspended from Twitter. I got in trouble for being mean to Tim Pool one too many times. Oh no, I'm not gonna put the shit Gutex is tweeting up on stream because it's could be kind of toss. And I'm not trying to get the toss penile tractor. Oops.
Many times my
Oh,
state
just
has been the
holy shit.
problem.
This has been a weird fucking day.
I love it. That's where I want to die, but no time soon. Tim and
This has been a very, very weird day.
have a good relationship. I love Tim Scott. 1876, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida.
Yeah, the face of the
Two-state
PogChamp emote, which is no
They had
longer
two
an
governments,
emote
by the
on
way.
Twitch, is
And we didn't know what to do. Why did South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana do it? To hold the country hostage to end Reconstruction. It worked.
what the fuck are you
The
talking
commission was
about,
8 to
Lindsey
7.
Graham?
It didn't work. Nobody accepted it. The way it ended is when Hayes did a deal with these 3 states. You give me the electors, I'll kick the Union Army out. The rest
Yeah,
is
and that was a
history.
bad
It led to Jim Crow.
deal.
If you're looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick. If you're looking for a way to convince
God.
people there was no fraud, having a commission.
Yeah, Gutex
chosen
is a
by
fucking
Nancy
piece of shit.
Pelosi,
He's a
Mitch McConnell and John
he's a
Roberts
cultist.
is not going to get you to where you want to go. It ain't going to work. So it's not going to do any good.
Where should we go?
It's going to delay, and it gives credibility to a dark chapter of our history. That's why I'm not with you. But I will fight to my death for you. You're able to object. You're not doing anything wrong. Other people have objected. I just think it's a uniquely bad idea to delay this election. Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it being this way. Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful. But when the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that they didn't violate the Constitution of Wisconsin, I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore can accept 5-4, he's not president. I can accept Wisconsin 4-3. Pennsylvania, it went to the Second Circuit. So much for all the judges being in Trump's pocket. They said, no, you're wrong. I accept the Pennsylvania Second Circuit that Trump's lawsuit wasn't right. Georgia, they said the Secretary of State took the law in his own hands.
Yeah,
and
these
changed
lawsuits
the
were all
election laws
bullshit.
unlawfully. A federal judge said no. I accept the federal
What the
judge.
fuck are you
even though I
talking
don't
about,
agree with
Lindsey
it.
Graham?
Fraud. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia under 18 voted. How many people believe that? I asked, give me 10. I hadn't had one. They said 8,000 felons in prison in Arizona voted. Give me 10. I hadn't gotten one.
What are Arizona's laws about felons
There's problems
voting?
in every election.
Not every
this.
state
Enough's
prohibits
enough.
felons from
We got to
voting.
end it. Vice President
I'm not
Pence,
really a fan of that shit
what
either.
they're asking you to do, you won't do because you can't. You talk about interesting times. I associate myself with Rand Paul. How many times will you hear that?
Being able to fly is pretty
the mob
fucking
has done something
badass.
nobody else could do to get me and Rand to agree. Rand is right. If you're a conservative, this is the most offensive concept in the world, that a single person could disenfranchise 155 million people. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the vote shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. Where in there does it say Mike can say, I don't like the results? I want to send them back to the states. I believe there was fraud. To the conservatives who believe in the Constitution, now's your chance to stand up and be counted. Originalism, count me in. It means what it says.
Lindsey Graham, you're a fucking
So,
weird
Mike,
ass.
Mr. Vice President, just hang in there. They said we can count on Mike. All of us can count on the Vice President. You're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the constitutional thing. You got a son who flies F-35s. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18s. They're out there flying so that we can get it right here. There are people dying, to my good friends from Illinois, to make sure we have a chance to argue among ourselves. And when it's over, it is over. It is over. The final thing, Joe Biden. I've traveled the world with Joe. I hoped he lost. I prayed he would lose. He won. He's the legitimate president of the United States.
Damn, even
cannot
Lindsey
convince
Graham is
people,
like less copium.
certain groups,
Is
by
like
my
less
words,
fucked
but I
up
will
on
tell you by
copium
my
than
actions that maybe
other
I,
Republicans
among
are.
any, above all others in this body, need to say this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are lawfully elected and will become the president and the vice president of the United States on January the 20th.
Damn. I am shocked that Lindsey Graham is actually doing this.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield back the balance of our time.
All time has expired. The question is, shall the objections submitted by the gentleman from Arizona,
You're
Mr.
like
Gosar,
totally
and the
not
senator
wrong
from
to think
Texas, Mr.
that.
Cruz and others, be sustained?
Lindsey Graham is such a weird fucking character. This more
Is there a second?
dogos?
There is.
Oh no, it's llamas.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso.
What? They don't have
Mr.
wool?
Bennett.
I can't
Mrs.
shear them
Blackburn.
like the wheat.
Mr. Blumenthal.
Yeah. Oh man, Barry's
Mr.
such a good
Blunt.
fucking show, dude.
Mr. Booker.
Barry's amazing.
Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr.
Henry
Brown.
Winkler is actually like a dank actor.
Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton.
Tom fucking Cotton.
Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz.
Ted
Mr.
fucking
Daines.
Cruz. That dude also
Ms.
just like,
Duckworth.
I really despise him.
Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst.
We are listening to a vote on the objection that was raised by Senator Cruz and House members to counting the electoral vote from the state of Arizona. So far, the only no that I've heard, or yes, I should say, the only yes I've heard to sustaining this objection is Senator Cruz himself. Other Republican senators who came into this
Senator
process
Cruz.
supporting the idea
What a
of objection,
chup.
including
What a
Senator
chupacabra.
Braun and others, so far have said no, that they would not support the objection. But let's continue to listen.
Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Hoban. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe.
Jim Inhofe is a
Mr.
scumbag.
Johnson.
Where's the town waystone?
Mr.
Here it
Kane.
is. This place
Mr.
is
Kelly.
called...
Mr. Kennedy.
This place is called Rayur. This is called Rayur
King.
Akamur.
Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford.
Amy Klobuchar. See ya.
Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee.
Fuck, what is this place called?
Mrs. Leffler.
Rayur Akamur.
Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell.
Mitch
Mr.
McConnell
Menendez.
is a living bag of pubes.
Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman.
Ow.
Mr. Reed.
This sword
Mr.
I have
Risch.
is fucking brutal.
Mr. Romney.
Mitt
Ms.
shit
Rosen.
Romney.
Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio.
Oh, I always
Mr.
forget
Sanders.
about. I always forget that Marco Rubio is like a living person who
Sass.
exists.
Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby.
That's
Miss
right,
Sinema.
another Redwoods province.
Ms. Smith.
Like, look at this shit. I could like build a tree city
Miss
up here or
Stabenow.
something and have it be above the clouds. Should I do
Mr.
it?
Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune.
I almost killed myself there.
Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey.
I have an ability called
Tuberville.
fertility that just makes the animals want to
Mr.
fuck
Van
the second
Hollen.
I like walk next to them, and so they constantly
Mr.
breed.
Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Ow. What happened to the audio? Hey, C-SPAN, what happened to your audio?
counting the votes in the Senate on the objection to accepting the vote count.
This is the
electoral vote
hacker
count from
portion
state
of the coup.
Arizona. We're about to hear the call of the chair. There clearly was a majority.
Have you ever met those type of
against
like really
accepting
cringe people
the
that like
objection,
think that they're
let's
like
hear what the
hacker
numbers
bros,
are.
but they're just like basic script kiddies?
The senators we heard who accept the objection are some of the original group of objectors. They include Senator Cruz of Texas, Hyde Smith of Mississippi, Senator Kennedy of Louisiana, Senator Marshall of Kansas, Senator Tuberville of Alabama, Senator Hawley of Missouri.
Ooh, I just flew into
It may be only those 6, but we'll see. I'm not sure about Senator Lankford. Of Oklahoma. I couldn't hear his vote. The question so many of us have now is once the Arizona vote is determined in both the Senate and the House, will there be objections to the votes in other states, electoral votes? And if there are, will that lead to an extended debate? We're seeing a report that Senator Hawley of Missouri will object to Pennsylvania, but there will not be the drawn-out debate that we are seeing now, 2 hours for each chamber and so on. But
Jesus Christ.
Looks as if they're checking on some of the votes here before they call the total.
And now I'm in jungle. And now I get to be God.
Unusual day in the Congress, tumultuous day in the Congress, but at the end of the day, it is a little after 10 o'clock at night Eastern Time. The Congress is back in session, carrying out what they started to do early this afternoon when they went into session to begin to formally count the electoral votes from all 50 states and the District of Columbia, knowing the plan in mind was for some Republicans to object and for there to be a breakout sessions, in effect, for both the House and the Senate, where they would go off and debate these objections. You see the video we are showing you now, the right, the Senate chamber, as we wait for the vote to be announced, and the left, the House, is continuing its debate on Arizona. They have not finished their 2 hours yet.
As I've seen it, only the most experienced and independent judges appear to have recognized what was afoot. In the Fourth Circuit, dissenting judges Wilkinson and Age said
Trying to make sure that we are listening when they announce the vote in the Senate, where Vice President Mike Pence is presiding. Vice President Pence, under a lot of pressure today from President Trump, who he served very loyally, to do something, anything, to stop this electoral vote count from going forward. But the Vice President announced earlier today he was not going to do that. He was going to stick to his constitutional role, which is simply to preside over these proceedings, not to interfere, not to attempt to send these votes back to the states, which is what President Trump was asking him to do. This may be the vote. This may be the vote count coming now. Let's see. Lisa Desjardins, you are watching this with me. We don't want to miss when they announce the vote result. Maybe you can read the body language better than I can. They're handing pieces of paper. They're handing pieces of paper around the tables at the front of the chamber.
That's right. This is unusual because, you know, usually what's happening now, what's happening is you're waiting for one senator or two senators who haven't voted yet. I don't think that that's the case, and I'm looking off to the side, which is where my monitor is, of the floor, and I'm looking to see if you're waiting for the clerk to pass up a note to the vice president, and it looks like it's happened.
Here we go.
On this vote, the yeas are 6, the nays are 93. The objection is not sustained. The Secretary will notify the House of the action of the Senate, informing that body that the Senate is now ready to proceed to joint session with further counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President. Majority Leader.
Mr. President. So, colleagues, here's where we are. We have a few more speakers now as we wait for the House to finish their debate and vote. We expect the House to finish voting on Arizona between 11:30 and midnight. I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak therein for up to 5 minutes each: Senator Toomey, Senator Rubio, Senator Collins.
And on our side, Senators Wyden, Hirono, and Coons.
Finally, following their remarks, the Senate stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
No.
Maybe not. We may have. Okay, so we'll figure it out.
The Senate be in a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak therein for up to 5 minutes each: Toomey, Rubio, Collins.
Wyden, Hirono, and Coons.
Without objection.
So what we heard Vice President Pence announce, excuse me, one of my producers is talking to me. Excuse me, what I was starting to say was that the Senate, what we've heard the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell say after Vice President Pence announced the results of the vote, which is essentially to oppose the objection to the Arizona vote count. The vote was 93 against the objection to 6-4 in favor of the objection, which is a significant reduction. Originally, there were about 13 Republican senators who said they were prepared to support objections. That was reduced to 6 after the events of today, the assault on the Capitol, the violence, and again, ultimately, the death of a woman who was apparently one of the protesters. And what we just quickly just repeat,
not protesters.
Mitch McConnell said the Senate is
this
now
was
in
an
what they call
attempted
mourning
coup,
process,
not a
and
protest.
basically, you can clean this up for me, but basically saying they're going to allow some senators to speak, but that they will not be in active session until they go back into joint session where the counting of the electoral votes will continue.
I have to say I'm experiencing sort of a comfort as if I'm able to drink, a nice cup of hot tea or something to explain process versus explaining the violence that's happened at the Capitol. So let's talk about this process. This is morning business. Really, it means an opportunity for senators to speak before usually the Senate would be doing voting or formal debates. And notice there was that fascinating moment, at least to me, when Senator McConnell said after those speeches, we will recess, subject to the call of the chair. And then you heard the Democratic side say, wait, no, hold on. And then you heard one of the officers involved, I think one of the secretaries, say, we'll work it out. We'll figure it out. I love this view of how actually legislation and governing happens. The reason I believe that they didn't want to recess subject to the call of the chair
this is so
they wanted to
fucking
give
wild.
the opportunity perhaps for other senators to speak should they choose.
Why do we live
I
in
also
this
want to point out
reality?
these six senators who are going to speak now, where we're waiting for the House to finish the Arizona debate and vote. None of them is an objector to the Electoral College count. So it'll be interesting to see what they say, but these are all senators, including prominent Republicans, Toomey and Collins especially, who have really railed against the idea of objecting. Toomey, of course, significant because his state, Pennsylvania, is one of them on the docket for possible objection. And as you say,
yeah, it's basically what this feels like, 2020.1.
Hawley will in fact object. And of course, we want the process to continue, but also, it's been a long day.
Well, it has been a long day, and on Senator Hawley, where you and I were discussing earlier, what he was going to do, whether he was going to go ahead with objecting to the Pennsylvania electoral vote count. Further reporting has it that he will object, but then he will call for the vote to move ahead, that it may not be the full 2 hours, but we will see. This will all unfold. It looks as if it's not going to end soon. We just the calling of states will take some time. The House continues its debate on the Arizona objection. That won't finish up until 11:30 or 12, according to Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader. That's Eastern time, and as you say, Lisa, the Senate stands in a kind of a recess.
Hello, polar bear.
Until the joint session gets underway.
And
which
Judy,
it sounds
may
like
I
it may
sneak
not
in?
happen until close to
May I sneak in
midnight.
one
Go
more
ahead.
nerdy fact? Knowing our viewers, they probably picked up quickly on the fact that those votes, 93 against the objection, 6 for sustaining it, do not add up to 100 senators. Many of our viewers probably understand why, but for those who don't, the reason is there are only 99 senators at this moment. Senator Perdue of Georgia, his term ended on Sunday with the end of the previous Congress. Senator Loeffler remains in her seat because it was a special seat. She was appointed to it. So that one vote that we don't have on the floor is the vacant Georgia seat, formerly occupied by Senator Perdue.
And he
now
lost.
vacant
Ha ha.
until there is official certification of that
Of him
election.
losing.
So that's why there's one vote short, and also why there's no one else from Georgia, no other Republican who could object to the electoral count in that state.
That is right. All right, Lisa Desjardins following it at the Capitol. Let's go now to someone else who's been following the events of this day. It's our Amna Nawaz. She was there just on the grounds of the Capitol for hour after hour, Amna, out in that cold, windy afternoon, which became the evening, and then you had to move farther away from the Capitol because it became dangerous to stay there. But now, tell us where we are with the protesters,
excuse me, I'm sorry.
The mob that descended on the Capitol. What has happened in the aftermath of that?
It's such a strange sentence to say, isn't it, Judy? The mob that descended on the Capitol. Well, as you can see, we have decamped to even safer ground. We are respecting the D.C. city curfew, which went into effect at 6 o'clock after filing our last report. And our wonderful team that was out there all day with me witnessing that surreal and disturbing scene is now safely at home. We're continuing to report.
Yeah,
that
would have actually been like
information
terrifying to
because,
witness like in
watching
person.
this scene unfold with you and Lisa and Yamiche and our team, this calm, orderly procedure stands in such stark contrast to what we saw unfold on the steps of the Capitol today. And I'm speaking to a number of election and security and democracy experts, folks I've known for years from my days as foreign correspondent, who remind me that the rest of the world is watching this very, very closely. And if you do a quick scan of all the foreign headlines right now, I've seen so far the UK headlines, the German headlines, the French headlines, South African and Indian are all leading with news about what's unfolding right here in Washington, D.C. right now. Capitol stormed is one of the headlines. There are the live updates following the procedure on the floor. So America's democracy is one that's been watched very closely for a very long time. That continues today, but through a very different lens. Similarly, I've been speaking with a number of law enforcement sources, both former senior officials and current senior officials who are involved with the transition. And one of the things they tell me, Judy, is that this should not have surprised many people. You saw in our reporting earlier that it was very easy in a lot of ways for those protesters.
It didn't really
to simply
surprise
move
me,
across the
but
fences,
like it
move
was
through
still
the
just
Capitol
like when it was
grounds,
actually
move the
happening, it was just like,
barricades, and
whoa, this
eventually
is
make their
really
way up
happening.
the stairs and into the Capitol after breaching the doorway as well. Several law enforcement officials are now telling me they don't believe that adequate planning went into preparing for
Nope,
today's protest.
not at all.
We knew this day was coming. Officials knew that there would be protests. We saw the president calling for people to come to Washington and do exactly what they ended up doing there. And one of the things the officials tell me is that there's a process for these kinds of things. When you have something of this magnitude unfolding in the nation's capital, the federal officials generally take the lead. DHS and FBI, I'm told, should have been disseminating intelligence bulletins to state and local officials. That didn't happen. They should have been convening conference calls with all the principals involved so that state and local officials could discuss the threat measures and then take preventative measures. That did not happen. And also they say the regional feds, federal authorities, they should have been facilitating planning to handle all that potential for civil unrest. Because setting aside any specific intelligence to today's action, you only have to go back to some of the protests we saw earlier in the year. We saw protesters who were supporters of President Trump storm state capitals in protest of mask mandates and lockdowns during the pandemic. We saw the domestic terrorists in Michigan who were calling for a storming of the state capitol and a kidnapping of the governor there. This has all been part of the playbook. This has all been part of the conversation for quite some time. And so it's very alarming to a lot of people that today's events unfolded the way that they did. And we've all seen some of the videos from inside, the Capitol Police who worked so bravely to protect everyone inside, move those members and our own Lisa and her colleagues to safety. But several steps should have been taken, I'm told, by law enforcement officials to prevent any of that from ever happening, to prevent those protesters from going up there in the first place. The last point I'll make, Judy, is that as striking and surreal as so many of today's events have been, the other thing that I'm hearing from folks who follow democracies and election processes and governments around the world is that in many ways what we're seeing from the president should also not really surprise us. That for someone who has praised authoritarian leaders and praised dictators and really tested the bounds of his own presidential powers at every possible turn, the reaction that we're seeing right now from our own reporting about how he is doing everything he can to hold on to power, none of this should surprise us. So, of course, we're all waiting and watching and reporting on what happens next, but that's what we're hearing right now, Judy.
And Amna, what you're saying, what you're reporting, very much in keeping with what Yamiche is reporting at the White House, what she's being told by people around the president, words to that effect that they fear he would do anything to hold on to power. And then the words a little bit earlier this evening from the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, retired Navy Admiral Mike Mullen, saying there's a very real concern about the president and whether the country is safe with decisions he might make over the next 14 days. So all in all, a disturbing day, and this reporting, pulling it all together, deep concern. Well, Amna Nawaz, remarkable work today, reporting from the Capitol under very difficult circumstances, and as you say, so similar to the kind of reporting you did overseas, covering governments, covering movements in countries that aren't democracies, but watching it unfold in our own United States today. Amna, thank you very much at the end of this long day, and we appreciate great reporting. Thank you. It is a day to remember, and to help additionally put it into some context, I'm joined now by historian Michael Beschloss, a friend of the NewsHour, someone we turn to on important occasions, Michael, like elections and conventions, and today, a day that was going to be simply a counting of the electoral votes, which has turned into something very different, storming of the Capitol. We've been asking a lot of people this today, if you've ever seen anything like it, but please help put it into some understandable form for us.
Well, I loved what you and Amna were saying, because here's a case where, if you watch the Senate floor tonight, if you want to take a benign, nice point of view, you can say, isn't it nice that after that Senate chamber was desecrated with people going in there without masks and throwing things around and vandalizing the space, here they are tonight behaving as if nothing happened, shows the durability of our democracy. But there's also a more ominous way of looking at that. And that is that if you listen to the Republican senators, particularly with one or two exceptions, they criticize the violence, but you would think that the violence just sort of materialized out of thin air, and in fact, if you're looking at what was unusual historically about what we saw today, for the first time in American history, over 2 centuries, we saw an American president, President Trump, around noontime, talking to a mob and urging them to march up to the Capitol, this is the language he used, up Pennsylvania Avenue, take back our country, stop a so-called stolen election that was not stolen, and a terrorist attack on our Congress in our capital, and that's what it was. Terrorism means, use of violence against civilians, especially for political aims. Then after that began, President Trump gives a video from the Rose Garden saying, "We love you, we think you're special." That's not exactly what any other president of the United States would have done. Anyone else would have said, we've got to restore order, we've got to clamp down on this. Instead, just as you've all been saying for the last half hour, very few arrests. We don't know why these people were let in.
But hell
the
yeah,
Capitol
found a
by
bunch
law
of
enforcement.
minecart rails.
We do
This
not
is
know
nice.
how widely the planning and execution of this operation, this coup d'etat, attempted coup d'etat today was. And this is something
Yes,
that
that's
we
what it
Americans have
was.
to live with for the
It
next
was
2
a
weeks.
coup
because
d'etat attempt.
Donald Trump, just as you and Amna were saying, he's still going to be president.
He is still going to be president,
Yep.
although as we have been discussing through the evening with
There we
Yamiche and with
fucking
others,
go.
there has been reporting a discussion around invoking the 25th Amendment. There are considerations, though, about
It
how
was
that would
definitely
happen,
a
how
coup
it would
d'etat
unfold. The
attempt.
vice president would be involved, of course, members of the cabinet. There's talk that some members of the
And
cabinet
if that
are talking
isn't
of
an
resigning
attempted
over
coup
what
d'etat,
happened,
I don't
today.
know
There's
what
also
one
the worry about what
is.
the reaction would be
I
if the president were
believe
forcibly
in coup
removed from office,
d'etats.
even with just a
I'm
few
gonna
days,
get
a few days
DMCA'd.
left. But Michael, so many questions coming out of today. What a way to begin the end of this presidency, to have this happen, to have this president, as you just said, call on people to march on the Capitol. And then, as Yamiche reported, there are some around the president who think he wanted this to happen. He wanted there to be a melee, there to be mayhem at the Capitol. So a lot of reporting will come. Sure. Yeah. The questions are enormous.
Yes, no, that's for sure. And whether we can live with a president about whom there are these questions. And if anyone was going to resign, Judy, from the White House staff at a high level or from the cabinet, did they need to see any more than they saw today? They know what danger we're living with. You and I have children. Those children are in danger tonight.
The country. There's questions about the country. And I'll repeat what former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, retired Admiral Mullen, Mike Mullen, said. There's a question about the safety of the country over the next, over the next 14 days.
Sadly.
So
That's
much
for sure.
to, yeah.
Right. Hate to leave
worry
everyone hanging, but we're just going to see whether our system works or not. And I love what you've been saying about the 25th Amendment or people resigning, but hasn't happened yet. 25th Amendment has been in effect since the late 1960s, has never been used. People still argue about whether it would work or not.
Sadly.
Exactly right. And we will continue. We will continue to wonder. Michael Beschloss, thank you very much for putting a period on this day, a day like no other. Michael Beschloss, thank you very much.
Very well. Thank you.
And it has been a day like no other in our memory. We did witness an assault on our democracy. We also witnessed a condemnation of what happened today. And yet we remain hopeful that this is a moment in which we might, as some of the senators said and others, we might come together no matter what our political beliefs. We as journalists are witness to this and trying our best to report on it faithfully. But not only are we facing a pandemic as an American people, we're now facing a choice. How do we move forward? We are stronger when we are united, and we know that, as we just heard it again from historian Michael Beschloss. So now we're going to return you to regularly scheduled programming here on PBS, but you can continue to watch these debates at the Capitol unfold on our website.
Oh, no.
It's pbs.org/newshour.
I'm very curious.
You can also watch on our social channels. We can tell you that we do expect the counting of the electoral votes to continue. It will take another hour or so for the House to complete the vote on the state of Arizona, the objection to the electoral vote there. The expectation is that there may not be debates further on other states where there had been objections, Georgia and Pennsylvania. If so, the process may move along more quickly than we had expected. But again, if you want to watch that, you can watch it online, pbs.org/newshour. youtube.com/newshour. On behalf of the entire NewsHour team, doing a remarkable job today for all of us, from Amna, you heard a moment ago, reporting from the Capitol grounds, Yamiche Alcindor at the White House, Lisa Desjardins throughout the day, covering the Capitol events inside bravely, even as the Capitol Police were urging her to move on.
Oh,
So,
yeah. They'll
I'm
definitely
so proud to be part
probably
of this
guard
NewsHour
the
team.
Capitol a lot
But
better
with that,
now.
I'm Judy Woodruff. It is the NewsHour and our special coverage for this night. Thank you. Please stay safe, and we'll see you soon.
Major funding
Yeah,
for the
Jesus
PBS NewsHour has
Christ.
been provided by.
For 25 years, Consumer Cellular's goal has been to provide wireless.
Yeah, exactly, Cats. You have a good one. What a fucking night. How the fuck do I get out of here? But yeah, you are right, Cats. What a fucking day. Where the fuck am I? Right now, 52 have voted yay to agreeing to the objection, 120 against. Who are the 55 idiots? fuck was I doing again? Oh yeah, I'm trying to like find another villagers. I'm really far away from home. Hierarch is like 5 kilos away. Was ist das? Perfekt. She. Delicious. Although Applebee's is also like lame, is also kind of lame as fuck. Oh no! Fuck! Oh no! Shit! Ow! Yeah, I haven't gone to a sit-down restaurant in ages because me and my folks and my grandfather, whom I live with, are all old. We order stuff takeout. We order takeout stuff though. Who the fuck are these 71? Because we found flight. We got flight ability totems off of the fucking creatures and used them. So now we can fly. I just want to find a village so I can use the waystone to teleport back home. Oh, this is heavily modded. This is heavily modded. There's in the villages, there's these waystones, and you can spend your character's experience points to you can spend character levels to like fast travel between waystones. I'm having trouble finding a village. I'm way the fuck out in the middle of nowhere. I'm like really far away from the nearest places where I actually have stuff built. This is all like completely fucking uncharted. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing down here. Yeah, ability totems are cool. That's why I'm able to run this fast. That's why I'm able to fly. Oh, that was a delicious spine crack. That felt fucking great. This is just pure ocean. Oh. Here's some land.
Strong heart of our American democracy. We, the people, on this day in Congress must be agents of unity and constructive action to face the grave threats that confront us and tell those who would assault our Capitol that is not the American way.
Fiery.
And we, the members of Congress, who swore an oath before God to preserve and protect the Constitution of the United States and our democracy, must do so. Now, I don't usually read Senator McConnell's speeches, but I'm not speaking as a Democrat, nor was he speaking as a Republican. Just a few hours ago, we're debating a step that has never been taken in American history, whether Congress should overrule the voters and overturn a presidential election. He went on to say that he supports a strong state-led voting reform. The Constitution, he said, gives us here in Congress a limited role. We cannot simply declare ourselves a national board of elections on steroids. The voters, the courts, and the states, the voters, the courts, and the states have all spoken.
Yep.
5 people.
This is Representative Steny Hoyer, Democrat from Maryland. He's the Democrat majority leader in the House of Representatives.
But Al Gore said, we are a nation of laws. 5 people. Yes, they were members of the Supreme Court, but they were 5 people said the election is over. And I sat on that podium and saw that power transferred to George W. Bush. McConnell went on to say, if we overrule them, it would damage our republic forever. He said that, McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate, about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago now, 4 hours. He went on to say, if this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral. He concluded it would be unfair and wrong to disenfranchise American voters and overrule the courts and states on this extraordinarily thin basis. And I will not pretend such a vote would be a harmless protest gesture.
What the fuck are those things?
Presciently he spoke. People who think that the election has been stolen there's some fraud. Why do they think it? Because the commander-in-chief said so. And they respect him and they follow him. And words matter. Pete, as he ended, I will not pretend such a vote would be harmless protest gesture while relying on others to do the right thing. I will vote to respect the people's decision and defend our system of government as we know it. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this objection. As McConnell said, a danger to our democracy. And I yield back the balance of my time.
We should 6 Republicans that will respond. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise for the point of personal privilege to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Too bad I don't have
Thank
any
you, Madam Speaker.
administrative space.
I rise to address what happened in this chamber today. And where do we go from here? The violence, destruction, and chaos we saw earlier was unacceptable, undemocratic, and un-American. It was the saddest day I've ever had as serving as a member of this institution. The Capitol was in chaos. Police officers were attacked. Guns were drawn on this very floor. A woman tragically lost her life. No one wins when this building and what it stands for are destroyed.
Interesting.
America and this institution is better than this. We saw the worst of America.
We have to say that so much that
Yet
maybe
in the
we're
midst
fucking not.
Of violence and fear.
You ever thought of
we
that?
Also saw the best.
We're constantly saying, "Oh, we're better than this.
It starts with our law
We're better
enforcement,
than this." Maybe
the
we're
Capitol
not.
Police, the National Guard.
But this shit is constantly happening.
The FBI, the Secret Service, who faced the most difficult challenges but did their duty with confidence and strength. Many of them are injured right now. And it also extends to this chamber, where both Democrats and Republicans showed courage, calm, and resolve. I'd like to recognize the members now who helped to hold the line. Mark Wayne Mullen, Tony Gonzalez, Jason Crow, Pat Fallon, and Troy Nels. Working with the Capitol Police, they ensured the floor of this chamber was never breached. These are the heroes among us.
They breached the Senate, though. They breached the fucking Senate.
Looking back on the past few hours, it is clear this Congress will not be the same after today. And I hope it will be the better. I hope not just this institution, but I hope every American pauses for that moment and thinks among themselves that we can disagree with one another but not dislike each other. We can respect the voices of others. There's many times we debate on this body, and we should. There's many times we can get heated. I still consider Steny Hoyer a very good friend. There's times I get upset. I'll call him at home to express what things I may not see fair or just. But that's the way we should handle things. The majority leader is right. We are all Americans first. But should we also think for a moment, what do we put on social media? What do we convey to one another? Just because you have a personal opinion different than mine, you have a right to say it. But nobody has a right to become a mob. And we all should stand united in condemning the mob together.
I don't know what the hackers are up to.
We solve problems before our nation not through destruction, but through debate. That is the heart of this democracy.
Oh, fuck,
I know
I'm
what
out
we
of
debate
water
today
again.
is tough.
I'm going to take a
But
sip
it's
of whiskey
just,
and I'm going to
it's
grab
right.
water in a couple minutes.
This isn't the first side of the aisle that's ever debated this issue. I thought what Madam Speaker said back in 2005, this is democracy at its best, when they talked about a presidential election in Ohio. These are the moments that we should raise the issue about integrity and accountability and accuracy in our elections. But you know what we should do the next difference? Not just raise the issue, but work together to solve the problems. Now is the moment. Now is the moment to show America
How you
can
doing
work
tonight, Jeffy?
best together. I will tell you, the size of the majority is slim, so it gives us the opportunity to make that happen. The only thing that can hold us back is the will of one another to do it. This side of the aisle always believes in working with anybody who wants to move it forward. That does not mean that we're going to agree 100% of the time. That does not mean our voice cannot be heard. That does not mean we cannot be treated fairly. We should be. That may mean on the size of committees. That means on our ability to offer an amendment.
Bullshit.
That means on our ability to have our voice. But at the
He
end of the
doesn't
day,
mean a
it helps
damn
us
word
come
he's
to a better
saying.
conclusion. By returning here to complete the work we were sent to do, we are proving that our democracy cannot be disrupted by criminal behavior. We will not falter, we will not bend, and we will not shrink from our duty. Let me be very clear. Mobs don't rule America. Laws rule America. It was true when our cities were burning this summer, and it's true now.
When our cities were burning this summer. You're watching this Undertaker documentary, like about the Undertaker, the wrestler, or about Undertakers,
Congress
like
overrun by
people
rioters.
who work with corpses.
It must be a resolute Congress conducting healthy debate. We may not disagree on a lot in America, but tonight we must show the world that we will respectfully but thoroughly carry out the most basic duties of democracy. We will continue with the task that we have been sent here to do. We will follow the Constitution and the law.
Wow, Kevin
and the process
McCarthy
for
is
hearing
a
valid
serious
concerns
masturbator.
about election integrity. We'll do it with respect. We will respect your opinion. We'll respect what you say, and we're willing to listen to it. I think the nation will be better for it on both sides of the aisle. Let's show the country the mob did not win. We have a job to do it. Let's do it with pride, and let's be better when the sun rises tomorrow. With that, I yield back, Madam Speaker.
Fuck. I'm just trying to find a village so I can use a waystone to get home while also revealing it's onto the map. Where the fuck am I? I am somewhere way the fuck to the north of, like, the north of Rayirark and shit. Yeah, fuck, that's right. Rayirark's all the way down here. Oh. Right. Yeah, so, wow. Interesting. Today is definitely, what a fucking day. Today's a day that's gonna be in the fucking history books for sure. $119 Republicans. Yeah, the Undertaker was pretty brutal. I've never been that into professional wrestling myself, but the Undertaker was pretty brutal. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. Been covering this shit for a while today. Jesus Christ, 119 Republicans are voting in favor of agreeing to this objection to electoral college votes. Are you fucking kidding me? I kind of like it now, but solely, exclusively is like, it's like comedy. It's like so absurd and ridiculous. That's right, I forgot about that storyline. Seriously, where the fuck am I? I mean, I know I can just pull up Journey Map whenever the fuck I want. But, like, I have ventured so far just, like, out to the sticks. I keep hearing shit exploding. I always forget that attitude era was like actually a term. Oh, God. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Oh, God, the Big Show. What is Nancy Pelosi saying to the House? God, I wish I could find a village somewhere. Power bomb. They had to make, what was that, some move that they had to make illegal because it was very dangerous? Kind of like the Italo-Serbian penile smacked. I'm kidding, I just made that up. Big Show's signature move. Power bomb and choke slam were Big Show's moves back in the day. I gotcha. Holy fuck. I've gone really far out into the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I never really watched that much WWE in my youth, or now. Oh, yeah, you're kind of right. What's up, Ghetto Spock? How the fuck are you doing tonight? Did you hear about this, basically a coup d'etat attempt that was being carried out by insane Trump supporters in D.C. tonight? Yeah. They were just covering that like all day. That's the first time the Capitol building has ever been overrun in 200 years. Since the 1814 burning of Washington by the British during the 1812 war. God fucking damn it, this is all wilderness up here. Nancy Pelosi is slamming the gavel. So, on agreeing to this House objection to whatever, like, states, electoral college electors being counted by the House of Representatives, it's 122 agree to the objection, 301 are not into it. Oh, flying faster than it loaded. Had somebody at the convenience store start shit with me for wearing a mask. What a douchebag. People like that seriously need to go eat giant bags of feces. Like... Yeah, people are losing their shit.
Vote. The yeas are 121. The nays are 303. The noes have it. The objection is not agreed to, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The clerk will now notify the Senate of the action of this House, informing that body that the House is now ready to proceed in joint session with the further counting of the electoral vote for the President and the Vice President. To remind both sides of the aisle, during the joint session, there are 11 House Republicans, 11 House Democrats, 11 House Senate Democrats, 11 Senate Republicans, 44 members on the floor. Please
I'm just trying to find a village with a waystone in it so I can teleport back home.
Example to the public of how serious we take the coronavirus threat and the need for social distancing. Please, my colleagues, if you are not participating in the next part of this please return to your offices.
Well, things are settling back into order at the Capitol building, but still, you get a very serious vibe of unease because of the events that took place earlier today. This coup d'etat attempt by the Trumpists. God damn it, and I'm so far away from all the fucking... I am so far away from all the goddamn... From all of the places that we, like, settled. Why are there so many environmental accumulators out here?
I wish to remind members that we have to reduce the number of members on the floor. They're invited to the gallery to witness the proceedings from there in a limited number, so first come, first served.
Let's see if there's any coastal villages along this coast. Yep, the Senate and the House have both rejected objections to Arizona's electoral votes. What'd they project for 11:30 again? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is just kind of a camera shining down on them.
Yeah, let's not overhype this reporter's experience, but you're right. When you work up there,
I think they're just working on getting the fucking electoral vote counts done.
To be protected, become familiar faces, and you to them, and there are going to be a lot of questions asked here in the coming days about whether Capitol Police, DC Police, other federal agencies were properly prepared for this. Part of what I think we're going to learn is that given that the Capitol since the summer essentially has not had public tours or reams of public visitors coming in and out of the building, that they may have been in a slightly different crouch or defensive crouch in preparing for what was going to happen today. But anyone living here in the Washington area knew that there were about 25,000 to 30,000 people coming to town for demonstrations, for protests, to hear the president this morning. The mayor had told residents here in the District of Columbia to just avoid downtown if you can. There's no reason to go down there if you don't need to, because we're bringing in about 300 members of the National Guard to help with traffic control and street closures and whatnot, and we're going to watch what happens. But there were no indications that this was going to happen. And then as you listen to the speeches this morning on the ellipse just near the White House, you heard the former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, the president's son Donald Trump Jr., and then the president, all essentially infer or encourage these thousands of people to go from that event up to the Capitol. It appears that among them, or already up at the Capitol, were people who got in and broke through. And there are going to be a lot of questions about whether officers took proper precautions to stop them, why that either worked or did not work.
God damn it, where the fuck is the village?
Truly aware of what was coming their way, or was there some kind of a breakdown
How far away
in
am I
communication
from?
between the
I
Capitol
am
Police and the
12
DC
and
police?
a
I'll
half
say this,
kilometers from
there's
where
like
I work.
30 plus law enforcement agencies of the local, state, and federal variety here in what we call the DMV, the District, Maryland, and Virginia. Capitol Police, Metro Police, Supreme Court Police, Smithsonian Police, Treasury Police, Postal Service, Amtrak Police. You would have thought that they were all aware of what might go down and might have been working together today, and maybe they weren't for whatever reason. But there's going to be conversations about this in the coming days. I know certainly local government, city government, is going to want an explanation. But certainly the District of Columbia's police force stepped up and helped up very quickly. And what's remarkable is that we know that National Guard personnel from Virginia, from New Jersey, possibly from New York, are on their way to help, much in a way of mutual aid that states give to each other that you might see after a natural disaster, not after something like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, we know that at least one Democratic lawmaker, Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, is preparing articles of impeachment against President Trump. We also have reporting that the 25th Amendment is being discussed among members of the cabinet to remove the president for mental incapacity. What is the latest about either of these
That will be
efforts?
fucking
What
crazy.
do we know about how serious
That would be
they
fucking
may or may not
nuts
be?
if that actually ends up
Yeah,
happening.
the reporting on the 25th Amendment comes from our colleague Margaret Brennan, of course, the Face the Nation moderator, who had heard that this is serious in that it is being discussed among cabinet officials and those that work with them directly about whether or not to invoke it and force the issue. Remember, you'd need a majority of the cabinet plus the vice president to sign a letter to the president saying you got to go. He has the opportunity to respond. If he doesn't step down, then the cabinet has to write back to him and say, no, we're serious about this. And if necessary, 2/3 of Congress would have to agree. The conversations that Margaret has learned about are, by all accounts, the most serious and significant that have been held on this subject. One that you and I know, Lana, is discussed on social media, on other news channels, casually among friends and academics and people all across the country who don't like the president and who just wish that, the Trump cabinet would do this. Well, what was remarkable and alarming about Margaret's reporting tonight is, based on what she learned, this is indeed being discussed very seriously and in a real way. As for impeachment, there's a handful of Democrats, yes, tonight calling for it. Not more than I think about 24 or so at this point. The other interesting thing is that there's this Congresswoman Cori
invoking
Bush from
Amendment
St. Louis,
25.
just got to Congress this week, who was trying to put together legislation that would essentially expel members who were trying to object to the Electoral College results. Another interesting move. These kinds of things happen. They get introduced. Part of this is to draw attention to the lawmaker. Part of it's because they actually believe it should happen. But is it all worth doing in 2 weeks before Joe Biden becomes president? Could it be done in 2 weeks before he gets here? What more damage would that do to Congress and the White House and to the executive-legislative arrangement or relationship and the country's mood as it prepares for a new president? I don't know. But certainly this shows you that there are discussions underway, and I think we'll learn much more by this time tomorrow whether or not any of this was really serious or mostly just sort of loud chatter.
Yeah, before I leave this point with you, one thing that I don't know, but I have heard floated out there, is that in taking one of these actions, that it might have an impact on President Trump, as he has discussed, possibly running again in the next election. Do you know if either impeachment or the 25th Amendment, if they were to be successfully employed, would have any effect on his ability to run or stand for election in another election cycle?
Either would. But you'd have to impeach and remove, not just impeach. And invoking the 25th Amendment would basically stop it from happening as well.
Right. And as we know, impeachment has already happened, but the vote to remove was not successful.
Right.
And a number of key White House staffers we have heard have resigned, in part because of the violence on Capitol Hill. Is there anything more that you can tell us about this?
I wouldn't call all of them
Jesus
key,
Christ.
to be frank, Lana. The most interesting is the Chief of Staff to the First Lady, Stephanie Grisham. The others are junior West Wing staffers who are more concerned about their own personal futures and fortunes, frankly, and they're not even worth discussing. And it's kind of laughable that they would just go at this point. I mean, on principle, sure, it makes sense, but I mean, with 2 weeks to go, you know, what's the difference? But the notable one was Stephanie Grisham tonight, the Chief of Staff to the First Lady, a former White House press secretary, close confidant of the First Lady, announcing that she is indeed out. And as we discussed earlier with Major Garrett, his thought was that if this is happening, it might be happening with the blessing or understanding of the First Lady, which may signal what she thinks about what happened today and what she thinks about what her husband's been up to for the last several weeks. We'll see. Again, tomorrow is another important day. Let's see if tomorrow we learn of other more significant departures, not only within the White House operation, but across the government.
And I want to play some of what Senator Mitt Romney said on the Senate floor earlier Wednesday evening. Let's play this for our viewers.
What happened here today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth.
Yep. Like, no shit. Even shithead Romney can figure that out.
Ed, let's talk about the future of the Republican Party. I feel like I asked you the same question on election night, but we have heard Mitt Romney make a speech similar. Okay. But now we're hearing other Republicans actually applauding him. We heard Lindsey Graham, one of President Trump's biggest supporters, say enough is enough. Joe Biden won this election. What type of soul searching is actually going on in the Republican Party? And might there actually be a movement away from President Trump because of this?
Well, I think we saw some of that today for sure. At least
I would hope so, but I'm not counting on it. I wouldn't hold my breath.
Officials. Go look at statements from Mitt Romney, from Richard Burr, the senior senator from North Carolina, Roy Blunt, the senior senator from Missouri, who's up for re-election in 2 years, is going to have to find a way to straddle what's left of the Republican Party or whatever it looks like in 2 years in order to win re-election. You saw it even in conversations that we had here on CBSN with the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, who sounded despondent, somewhat heartbroken by what was going on, and told Norah O'Donnell that he had reached out to the president pleading with him to say more and wouldn't, and then sounded angry with him about it all. Look, we've anticipated that there would be some kind of split at some point or some real need to have a conversation about the future of the party. Many thought that they'd use the next 2 to 4 years with the next round of elections to sort it out, but today may have forced the issue sooner. And I think one other place to watch this week is the quarterly meeting of the Republican National Committee, which is underway in Amelia Island down in the South right now, where party leaders and a lot of the lawmakers involved in the conversations tonight on Capitol Hill were supposed to go to speak and sort of start plotting the future of the party. Let's see if that isn't an early sign of real significant concern and disagreement over not only the structure of the Republican National Committee, but the future of the party, or whether those conversations have to be postponed. But they're going to have to be some really serious conversations about it. We asked Congressman Mike Gallagher of Wisconsin earlier today about what and when and the likelihood of conversations even just among House Republicans about what to do. And he agreed that there are going to have to be some pretty soon in order to really get a sense of how they can move forward after all this.
Ed, I know it's been a long day, but I can't let you go without talking about Georgia, obviously.
Sure.
As we've reported, both Reverend Raphael
Yeah, Georgia,
Warnock
that's
and John
pretty
Ossoff
wild.
are projected to have won their respective races, which means that Democrats will now hold 50 seats in the Senate and control of the Senate, with Vice President-elect Kamala Harris being the tie-breaking vote on party line votes, at least, once she's sworn in.
Yep.
How important was this win for the future governing of Biden and Harris? And do we expect that there are going to be more claims of voter fraud?
It is important that Georgia's been flipped
disparaging
to
the
blue
elections in Georgia. Is this the end?
On that
The
question,
end of what?
I think it all
Red
depends on
dominance
what
of Georgia?
David
Hopefully.
Perdue decides to do. I don't think he's conceded officially. And last night, his team had said that they would wait for all other votes, and they still believe they had a shot. But at this point, based on the projections that CBS News and other news outlets had made today, it looks like John Ossoff's lead is slim but insurmountable for the senator. So we'll see. But there hasn't been much chatter about that today, at least it was seen or talked about outside of Georgia, just given events of today here in Washington. It's hugely important to the Biden campaign. It was a huge relief for them last night when they realized that this was possible. And the day began with Democrats quite ecstatic that despite the fact that they had to go through this academic exercise today, they knew that they were now going to be in total control.
Of
and
course.
we saw evidence of that almost immediately with the announcement, the anticipated announcement of President-elect Biden's choice for Attorney General. It's expected he's going to name Judge Merrick Garland, senior member of the District Court of Appeals, or Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, widely seen as the second most important federal court in the country. You'll remember Merrick Garland, of course, was President Obama's pick to serve on the Supreme Court after Antonin Scalia died. He emerged as a possible Attorney General pick in recent weeks because we knew that Biden was looking for someone who could really restore the integrity of a department that's in many ways been at the heart of all of the political nastiness of the Trump administration for the last 4 years, and the judicial system, or at least the prosecuting side of it, has been so politicized.
Although what I must say is I don't hear any
Garland's not only a senior federal judge, but he's a former
I don't
federal
hear any
prosecutor.
Democrats
Had worked
offering up
with the Justice Department
remedies
in the 70s
to
and then again
what
in the
could
90s,
help
ran prosecutions for Ted Kaczynski and
the Justice Department
Timothy
be less
McVeigh,
corrupt.
the Unabomber
Help
and the Oklahoma
prevent
City bomber. So
something
he's got
like how
real
Donald Trump
prosecutorial experience and then what
abused
to serve on
his
the court.
friends that
I got an indication
or
today
as to
that
how Donald Trump's
Garland
friends
not only
that he
would
made
be,
the
of
Attorney
course,
General
unanimously approved by Democrats, but is likely going to get a
how
handful
they
of Republican
abused
votes
the
as well.
office and
that's
basically
exactly what
acted
Joe
as
Biden
his
is
personal
looking for.
defense attorneys.
Cabinet nominees who will get full Democratic support and now can get through by basis of the Senate rules that say you only need 50+1 to get somebody confirmed, but also ones that will find appeal with at least some Republicans. And there's been a good, encouraging signal from several of them, including Mitch McConnell, that most of them are going to get a hearing and get confirmed rather smoothly. And if the two Democratic senators from Georgia, or if that gets cleared out and everyone agrees in the Senate that the Democrats are now in charge, it could be by even maybe late next week that some of the confirmation hearings begin. And that would be on pace and on schedule and keeping with norms every 4 years when a new president comes in, with the goal of potentially confirming some of his picks on Inauguration Day or maybe the day after.
Interesting what things are still taking place as normal. All right. The humble, the formidable Ed O'Keefe. Thank you. For more on all of this, let's bring in Charles Marino. He's the CEO of Sentinel Security Solutions. He's also a former Secret Service Supervisory Special Agent and former Department of Homeland Security advisor. Charles, this is a dark day
Fucking
in
we're ripped.
American
Why
history, but I
Minecraft
have to
crashed
think
like
that
that
we're
again?
going to get through this. And former Department of Homeland Security advisor. Charles, this is a dark day in American history, but I have to think that we're going to get through this.
Oh. Oh, fuck. I have been live for like over 8 hours covering this shit, and I'm actually starting to get a little tired. I might, Oh, let's raid Dylan Burns TV.
Room, right? And you know, they had one police officer and a horde.
I appreciate everybody coming to hang out today.
Logan, I will do maybe.
You have yourselves a wonderful evening. Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns is a political activist. Enjoy Dylan's show.